My name is Tina. A noblewoman named Zhou Lin drove a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan to me. She claimed to be my biological mother. I was filled with anxiety and resistance. In fact, my adoptive parents have always been very good to me, and I have long been accustomed to the free and unrestrained life in the countryside. I don't understand why my biological parents abandoned me, but now, my biological mother insists on taking me home, and I don't know what to do. Hi everyone, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. My adoptive parents and I have had a hard time, but they love me very much. However, they don't know why I was abandoned. Now, with the arrival of my wealthy mother, all the contradictions and the truth of the past are about to be revealed. Chapter 1. Your daughter is not dead. In the hospital ward, an elderly lady lay quietly on the bed. She took a deep breath and said to Zhou Lin, before I die, I want to tell you something. This matter has been in my heart for more than 10 years. Zhou Lin frowned, feeling uneasy. Mom, what's going on? The old lady's eyes gradually turned red, and her voice began to choke. Actually, your daughter is not dead. Zhou Lin's heart like a heavy hammer. She suddenly widened her eyes. Mom, what did you say? Is this true? What is going on? The old lady recalled those past events with difficulty. Not long after you went abroad, your sister-in-law gave birth to a child, and she forced me to take care of her. I was afraid that your daughter would be wronged, so I sent her to Lujiang temporarily. When she said this, tears were already flowing. Who knew that when Lujiang's mother heard that the child was Lujiang's, she actually said that the child was hers and refused to let me take her away. Zhou Lin listened, tears streaming down his face, heartbroken. The old lady continued, in order to prevent you from having another child after returning to China, she asked me to tell you that the child died. Mom was doing this for your own good, but now when I think about it, I regret it so much. Zhou Lin covered his chest, in great pain. Mom, that's my daughter. How could you do this? The old lady burst into tears. Who knew you wouldn't be able to have another child? Mom was wrong. If you see that child, please apologize for me. It's not that Grandma doesn't love her. Grandma misses her too. The two of them were in tears and held each other's hands tightly. Mom, please stop talking. You can't help it. Please stop talking. It's all my fault. If I hadn't left the country, none of this would have happened. The old lady was very emotional and tried her best. Go see the child. Go find her. Go see my Tina. Tina. After saying this, her hands suddenly dropped. Zhou Lin lay on her and cried. Mom, Mom, Mom. After handling her mother's funeral, Zhou Lin returned to Xinjiang Company, which she was in charge of. In the office, her thoughts were in a mess, but since she learned that her daughter was still alive, a long-lost hope surged in her heart. Many years ago, Zhou Lin divorced Lu Jiang due to conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. After discovering that she was pregnant, she insisted on giving birth to her daughter, but went abroad for her career and gave the child to her mother to raise. Unexpectedly, not long after going abroad, she received bad news from her mother, the news that her daughter had died. This blow made her spend a long time in pain. Later, she married the widowed President Xiao Bangyan and regarded his son Xiao Yang as her own. Zhou Lin picked up the phone, his voice full of anticipation. Bang-in, I can't wait to see our daughter. I wonder what she looks like and how she has been doing these years. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Bangyan's voice was gentle but firm. I am as excited as you are, but we have to be careful and not act rashly. Zhou Lin frowned and said angrily, I haven't seen her for so many years. If Lu Jiang refuses to let me see her, I don't mind resorting to law. Xiao Bangyan comforted her. Xiao Ling, go see Lu Jiang first and don't embarrass the child. Zhou Lin nodded, calmed down, and decided to go to Lu Jiang's house in person. When she stood downstairs of Lu Jiang's house, she was filled with mixed feelings. Suddenly, she saw two girls coming from a distance, chatting very speculatively. The short girl asked, Sister, have you found a job? The tall girl sighed, Not yet, it's not easy to find a good job. But don't forget your studies, don't fail the exam. Zhou Lin looked at them, with an indescribable feeling in her heart. Could this be the answer she had been looking for so long? Chapter 2. One of them must be her daughter. Zhenjin pouted at her sister mischievously, and the two walked upstairs together with laughter. Zhou Lin watched them enter Lu Jiang's house from the car, and mixed emotions surged in her heart. She knew that one of the two girls must be her daughter, but who was it? She couldn't help but fall into confusion. According to the age calculation, the younger Zhenjin was more in line with her daughter's age. But who was the older girl? Did Lu Jiang remarry? She tried hard to guess, but was still confused. Zhou Lin decided to take action. She instructed her driver Jean Hai, those two girls are looking for jobs. Go and contact them to see if they are interested in our company. Tell me immediately if you have any news." Jean Hai nodded in response. Then Zhou Lin returned to the company with a plan for the next step in her mind. Meanwhile, the dinner time at Lu Jiang's home was full of laughter and warmth. Wu Xia and Lu Jiang took good care of Yi and Zhanzhen, and the sisters were grateful. The family was filled with strong family affection. However, Lu Yi was worried about the difficulties in finding a job, and Zhanzhen was full of doubts about her future job. Their parents comforted them and laughed constantly, making this meal particularly warm. In the afternoon, Jean Hai set out early and came to the vicinity of Lu Yi's home. He waited quietly and soon saw Lu Yi going to the job market alone. Jean Hai seized the opportunity and approached her to chat. "Beautiful girl, are you looking for a job? Our company is recruiting recently, and the conditions are very good. You can consider it." Lu Yi was skeptical about him, but when Jean Hai mentioned Shengjin Company, she seemed surprised and moved, and finally decided to hand in her resume. Jean Hai returned to the company with his resume and handed it to Zhou Lin. She took the resume and eagerly flipped through it, but her brows furrowed as she read. The complex emotions in her heart were hard to calm down. Would this resume reveal the identity of her daughter whom she had not seen for many years? The suspense reached a climax at this moment. Chapter 3: Where is my daughter? Zhou Lin held Lu Yi's resume in his hand, and he was full of doubts. Lu Yi was 22 years old, 5 years older than her daughter Tina, so this was obviously not her child. But the resume showed that Lu Yi's parents were Lu Jiang and Wu Xia, and she had a 19-year-old sister, Wu Zhanzhen. All this made Zhou Lin even more confused. Did Lu Jiang change Tina's age and let her take Wu Xia's surname? Feeling anxious and angry, Zhou Lin decided to find out what was going on. She instructed her driver Jean Hai to inform Lu Yi to come to the company for an interview at 8 a.m. the next morning. At the same time, Lu Yi received the interview notice and was very happy. Her mother Wu Xia and sister Wu Zhanzhen were busy choosing suitable clothes for her. The two sisters played and laughed in front of their mother, exuding the warmth and harmony of the family. The next day, Zhou Lin came to the company early. Lu Yi arrived as scheduled and sat nervously in her office. Zhou Lin asked her age and learned that she was indeed 22 years old. Then, Zhou Lin tentatively asked about her family. Lu Yi smiled happily and told the story of her reconstituted family, confirming without a doubt that she and Wu Zhanzhen were not Zhou Lin's biological daughters. However, Lu Yi's words made Zhou Lin's heart sink. "My biological mother died when I was 9 years old." These words completely shattered the last glimmer of hope in Zhou Lin's heart. Where is her child? Unwilling to give up, Zhou Lin decided to face Lu Jiang directly and made an appointment with him by phone. When they met, she stopped beating around the bush and asked directly, "Is Lu Yi your biological daughter?" Lu Jiang frankly admitted that Yi was not his biological daughter, but the child of his reconstituted family with his ex-wife. Hearing this, Zhou Lin's uneasiness became even stronger. Finally, Zhou Lin couldn't help but ask the most important question in her mind. "Lu Jiang, where is my daughter?" Lu Jiang was obviously frightened by this question and didn't understand what Zhou Lin was talking about. He asked back in confusion, "What do you mean your daughter? Our daughter? Are you saying I have a daughter?" Zhou Lin stared at Lu Jiang closely, unable to suppress his anxiety. "Lu Jiang, stop pretending. Where is my Tina?" At this moment, Lu Jiang was completely stunned, his face full of shock and confusion. Chapter 4: We must find the child back. Zhou Lin looked at Lu Jiang's reaction, and her anxiety became stronger. She asked anxiously, "Yes, our child. Don't you know? Didn't your mother tell you at the time? You have never seen the child?" Lu Jiang was completely stunned and asked in shock, "What is going on?" Zhou Lin had to tell him the whole story. "After I gave birth to the child, I was worried that she would suffer if she lived with me, so I decided to go abroad to earn money and gave Tina to my mother to take care of. I originally planned to take her over after I established myself abroad, but not long after, my sister-in-law gave birth to a child and forced my mother to take care of her. Because she was afraid that Tina would be wronged in my sister-in-law's house, my mother had to temporarily give her to your family. But who knew that your mother said that she could not take the child back and asked my mother to swear to tell me that the child died. Just like that, my child was given to your family." Zhou Lin looked at Lu Jiang, his eyes full of hope. "Have you really never seen our child?" Lu Jiang's face turned pale, and he recalled the situation back then. "I really don't know. I was on a business trip at the time, and my mother suddenly returned to her hometown to visit her relatives. But she had a car accident on the way home. I rushed back to deal with the aftermath, but I never heard about the child. Zhou Lin anxiously asked, "Where is the child? Was she taken back to her hometown by your mother?" Lu Jiang tried to recall. "It seems so. I heard that my mother was indeed holding a child. After she got into trouble, the child was taken away by the villagers." Hearing this, Zhou Lin broke down and cried, "That's our daughter, my Tina." Lu Jiang quickly comforted her. "Don't worry, I will go back to my hometown to inquire and make sure to find our child." He immediately asked for leave and called his wife Wu Xia on the way. "I have to go back to my hometown. My ex-wife said that the child she gave birth to was taken away by my mother, but later the child's whereabouts are unknown. I have to go find her." Wu Xia was shocked and worried, but she still supported him. "You go quickly. I hope the child is safe." Lu Jiang got on the car to go back home, feeling mixed emotions. He never thought that he had a biological daughter, and that she had been living away from home for many years. After returning to the village, he went straight to the home of his old classmate Ma Chao, who was the village secretary. After a few pleasantries, Lu Jiang calmly asked about the child his mother brought back that year. Ma Chao recalled, "There was a child. Your mother said she picked him up on the road. Everyone in the village knew about it at the time." Lu Jiang became more and more uneasy and continued to ask, "What happened to the child?" Ma Chao sighed and explained, "After your mother had an accident, the child was taken home by villager Zhou Dahai. His wife was infertile, and the couple treated the child very well. But a few years later, Zhou Dahai's wife passed away, and he also fell ill. The child suffered a lot to take care of him. In the end, Zhou Dahai passed away, leaving behind a lot of debts, and the child could only work to pay off the debts." Hearing this, Lu Jiang felt heartbroken. His daughter was having such a hard time, and he knew nothing about it. Chapter 5: The Child is Found. Lu Jiang couldn't help crying when listening to Tina's story. Ma Chao handed her a tissue and sighed, "Anyone who hears about this child's experience will feel heartbroken." Lu Jiang managed to calm down and continued to ask, "How is she now?" Ma Chao showed a relieved smile on his face. "Tina is very hardworking. This year she was admitted to the best university in Linyang City, Linyang University. The tuition was raised by the villagers. At first she refused to accept it, but finally accepted it reluctantly after everyone's persuasion, and said that she would definitely pay the money back in the future. She gave her family's land to the village. She is really a sensible and good child." Lu Jiang was so choked up that he couldn't speak, so he could only ask, "What's her name?" "Tina," Ma Chao explained, "was the name Zhou Dahai gave her because there was a word, Tina, embroidered on her quilt, so she was called that." Lu Jiang kept whispering, "Tina, Tina, it's her. It's my Tina." Ma Chao went on to say, "Everything is much better now. Tina has gone to college. Several of us village cadres sent her there. The child said she would work part-time to earn money for her studies, which is very reassuring." Lu Jiang asked, "Can you take me to see her home?" Ma Chao agreed, and after dinner he took Lu Jiang to Tina's home. Seeing the dilapidated house, Lu Jiang's heart was almost broken. He couldn't imagine his daughter living in such an environment for 17 years. Ma Chao opened the door with the key, which was the spare key that Tina left for the village committee before she went to college. The room was so simple that it made people feel distressed. There was almost no furniture, only a small table, 2 small chairs, and an old bed. On the wall hung a few photos of the children and 2 graduation photos. Lu Jiang stared at the photos and found that his daughter's small eyebrows and eyes looked very much like Zhou Lin, and her nose was like his own. Tears blurred his vision again. Ma Chao introduced, "These are the photos that Zhou Dahai took Tina to take when she was a child. Later, conditions did not allow them to take photos again. The 2 graduation photos are her junior high school and high school graduation photos respectively." Lu Jiang took out his mobile phone, recorded the scene in the room as a video, and took every photo carefully. He saw a small box on the bedside, opened it, and saw a college entrance examination admission ticket. In the photo, the girl smiled brightly and was full of hope. Lu Jiang's hands were shaking, and his emotions were complicated and difficult to express. Zhou Lin on the way back to Linyang. Zhou Lin held her phone tightly and waited for the news. When she saw the words, "The child was found," tears welled up instantly. She couldn't wait to open the video and looked at the simple environment. She was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. When she saw her daughter's photo, she couldn't take her eyes off it. She gently stroked the child's face on the phone screen, just like stroking a treasure. Zhou Lin murmured to herself, "My Tina has grown up and is so beautiful. Baby, I'm sorry for you, and I will never leave you again." When she saw the name on the admission ticket, Tina, Tears welled up again. She calculated her daughter's birthday and confirmed the date. Everything matched. Zhou Lin could no longer control herself and cried uncontrollably, covering her mouth. She immediately called Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang, where is Tina? I want to see her. Lu Jiang told her that Tina was at Linyang University and they would discuss the meeting after he got off the bus. Zhou Lin hurried to the agreed place, eager to see her daughter. After they met, Lu Jiang told her, Tina is at Linyang University. Our daughter is amazing. Zhou Lin burst into tears and asked with a sob, are her adoptive parents good to her? Lu Jiang replied solemnly, her adoptive parents have passed away. It has been very difficult for the child in these years, but she is very strong and worked hard to get into university. Zhou Lin burst into tears. Oh my God, how did she survive? It's all my fault. I'm sorry, Tina. Chapter 6, I'll pay her back what I owe her. Zhou Lin took a deep breath and asked, where does Tina's tuition and living expenses come from? How can she afford it with just one child? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang broke down and couldn't help sobbing. The tuition fee was paid by the minimum living allowance that the village cadres helped her apply for, and the money collected by the villagers. Tina didn't want to owe anyone, so she wrote down every payment in a notebook and said she would pay it back in the future. She earned her living expenses by working part-time during the summer vacation. When her adoptive parents died, they owed a large amount of medical expenses, and Tina recorded them all in the account. Lu Jiang covered his face and cried when he got to this point, unable to continue. Zhou Lin felt as if her heart was broken. Tears welled up in her eyes. I caused her to suffer so much. It's all my fault. Lu Jiang looked at Zhou Lin, furious. Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant? If I had known, the child wouldn't have suffered so much. At that time, I was just thinking about raising my child by myself. Zhou Lin said in a low voice. Did you do it? How many days did you take care of her? Lu Jiang asked angrily. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. If I had known earlier, I would never have left her. Zhou Lin was full of regret. Lu Jiang took a deep breath and calmed down. Tina has suffered so much, we can't rashly recognize her. We don't know her, and we don't know what she thinks of her biological parents. Showing up suddenly may hurt her. But I can't wait any longer. I must see her. Zhou Lin said anxiously. Lu Jiang pondered for a moment and nodded. Tomorrow we will go to Linyang University to see Tina. We will see her from a distance and discuss the next step after we meet her. This is a good idea. Let's do it. Zhou Lin nodded in agreement. Lu Jiang added, do you know any leaders at Linyang University? We need to get Tina's class schedule and dormitory information so that we can make better arrangements. I will find a way. Leave it to me. Zhou Lin said firmly. Then a question suddenly occurred to her. What's the matter with Tina's name? At that time, she was taken away by an old man named Zhou Dahai in the village. He saw the word silent embroidered on Tina's quilt, so he named her Tina. Lu Jiang explained. Zhou Lin sighed. This is fate. My daughter's name is Tina. After returning home, Lu Jiang changed his shoes. Wuxia came up to him and asked with concern, did you find the child? Lu Jiang hugged her. His voice choked with sobs. She was found, but she suffered a lot. I feel very sad. Wuxia helped him sit down. What's going on? Lu Jiang sighed and said, her adoptive parents died young, and the child suffered a lot. But she worked hard and was admitted to Linyang University this year. Wife, I feel sorry for this child. Wuxia patted him on the back. The past cannot be changed. Now that we have found the child, we will make it up to her in the future. Lu Jiang nodded, his eyes showing determination. I must make it up to her. He went on to say, Yi and Zhenjin must not know about Tina's affairs, especially Yi, otherwise her life story will be exposed. Wuxia nodded in agreement. This matter must be handled with caution. It would be best if you go see Tina tomorrow. Lu Jiang smiled and nodded. By the way, let me show you Tina's photo. He took out his mobile phone, and Wuxia looked through the photos with a happy smile on her face. Tina is so beautiful. She looks like you. We have another baby. Lu Jiang put his arm around her shoulders and said gently, we will have 3 daughters in the future. Zhou Lin returned to the company and managed to get Tina's class schedule and dormitory information. She sent this information to Lu Jiang, and the two agreed to go to Linyang University the next morning. That night, Zhou Lin returned home, her heart full of longing for her daughter. She sat on the bed, looking at Tina's photo on her phone, tears streaming down her face. Daughter, we will meet tomorrow. Mom will never leave you again. Zhou Lin, who had a sleepless night, got up early, and prepared to go to Linyang University. She drove to Lu Jiang's house and picked her up to go to school. In the car, Lu Jiang saw her red eyes and obvious fatigue and said with concern, "How can you do this? It will attract attention." Chapter 7. She regrets so much. Zhou Lin's eyes were red, and his voice was choked. "How can you let me be calm? My daughter has suffered so much. How can I sleep?" Lu Jiang sighed. "When you see the child later, you must control your emotions." "I know. I will wear sunglasses," Zhou Lin replied. Soon after, they arrived at Linyang University and parked the car downstairs of Tina's dormitory. There were still 30 minutes before class, and the two sat quietly in the car, staring at the door of the dormitory building. 5 minutes later, their eyes lit up, and through the car window, they saw two girls walking out, talking and laughing. One of them was Tina. Tina was slender, with a ponytail, wearing a plain plaid shirt and washed-out jeans, and a pair of old sneakers on her feet, but they were cleaned up. Zhou Lin and Lu Jiang couldn't take their eyes off her, and Zhou Lin's tears flowed down in big drops. Zhou Lin drove and followed them quietly. On the way, she heard another girl ask, "Tina, what do you want to eat?" "I eat steamed buns," Tina replied with a smile. "Eating steamed buns again? Aren't you tired of it?" "Because I like to eat," Tina responded softly. Zhou Lin heard these words. She tightly gripped the steering wheel and her body trembled. Lu Jiang looked at Zhou Lin's emotions and gently reminded her, "Pay attention to controlling your emotions. We can't get too close." Tina and her classmates entered the restaurant. Zhou Lin and Lu Jiang also got out of the car. Zhou Lin, wearing sunglasses, followed them carefully. Tina watched as Tina ate steamed buns and millet porridge. Zhou Lin's heart ached as she watched her daughter's simple breakfast, and she couldn't stop crying. Lu Jiang patted her shoulder and whispered to remind her to wipe away her tears. After breakfast, Tina and her classmates walked to the classroom. Zhou Lin and Lu Jiang followed them all the way until they entered the teaching building. Zhou Lin whispered, "Should we go in?" Lu Jiang shook his head. "It's best not to go in and disturb her class. We are lucky to see her now, so take your time." Zhou Lin turned his head to the car window helplessly, tears falling. "My daughter is right next to me, but I can't even call her." Lu Jiang comforted her. "It's already a gift from God to see her now. We'll take our time with the rest." In order to get closer to his daughter, Zhou Lin suggested, "I can approach her in the name of recruiting interns for the company, so that she can learn something and cultivate feelings." Lu Jiang agreed. "This is a good idea, and this way we can protect her and prevent her from suffering anymore." Tina the truth at the right time, while trying not to affect the lives of other children. When Tina was about to finish her class, Zhou Lin and Lu Jiang rushed to the bottom of the teaching building and waited quietly. The bell rang and the students left the classroom one after another, but Tina did not appear. The two decided to walk into the classroom and saw Tina writing something quietly from a distance. At this moment, Zhou Lin felt that he had missed too much, but he was extremely happy to be able to see his daughter so closely. Suddenly, Tina packed up her things and stood up. Zhou Lin hurriedly took off the ring on his hand and deliberately threw it on the ground, pretending to look for it. "Where is my ring? Where did it fall?" Tina heard the voice, turned around and saw them, walked up with a book in her arms, and asked politely, "Uncle and Aunt, do you need help?" Lu Jiang smiled and nodded, his eyes moist. Chapter 8. These years have been tough. Zhou Lin hurriedly said, "My ring just fell off accidentally. I don't know where it fell. Can you help me find it?" Tina smiled and nodded. "Of course, I'll help you find it." After that, she searched the ground carefully. Zhou Lin stared at Tina and said gratefully, "Thank you, child." Tina looked up and smiled. "It's just a piece of cake." Suddenly, Tina's eyes lit up and she said happily, "I found it. It's right here, under the leg of the stool." Zhou Lin looked at her bright smile, and a warm feeling surged in his heart, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Tina picked up the ring, wiped it gently, and then handed it to Zhou Lin. "Auntie, here you go." Zhou Lin took the ring with both hands and held Tina's hand tightly. "Thank you, child." Tina shook her head, still smiling. "You're welcome, Auntie. It's a small matter." Seeing this, Lu Jiang gently touched Zhou Lin, reminding her to let go of her hand at the right time. Zhou Lin reluctantly let go of Tina's hand. Lu Jiang asked, "Why don't you leave after class? Why are you alone?" Tina replied, "Uncle, I have some notes to organize, so I let my classmates go first." "Then are you going back to the dormitory next?" Lu Jiang continued to ask. "No, I'm going out to find a part-time job to train myself," Tina replied. Zhou Lin quickly took over the conversation. You're looking for a part-time job? Our company just needs students like you. Why not come to our company? Tina asked in surprise. Really? Auntie, can I go? Of course. Zhou Lin said enthusiastically. Don't worry about the treatment, and you can learn a lot. Come to my company. I like you very much. Tina nodded, but hesitated. But I don't know anything. I'm afraid I can't do it well. Zhou Lin comforted her. No, you can learn if you don't know. I will teach you. Let's go to the school gate and find a place to sit down, and I will introduce the company to you. Tina thought about it and agreed. Okay, thank you, Annie. Zhou Lin put his arm around Tina's shoulders and led her out of the classroom. The three of them came to a dessert shop at the school gate. Zhou Lin sat with Tina in his arms, and Lu Jiang sat opposite. Zhou Lin picked up the menu and handed it to Tina. Take a look at what you want to eat. Order whatever you want. Don't worry about the price. Tina looked at the prices on the menu and hesitated. Auntie, I don't want to eat. Zhou Lin looked at her distressedly. It's okay. Order whatever you want. It's my treat. Tina insisted. Auntie, I really don't want to eat. You don't have to worry about me. Seeing that she refused to order, Zhou Lin decided to order himself. Waiter, 2 glasses of orange juice, a cup of coffee, and a portion of strawberry cake and ice cream for the child. After the waiter left, Lu Jiang gently asked Tina, Child, what's your name? How old are you this year? Uncle, my name is Tina. I'm 17 years old this year and a freshman. Zhou Lin heard this and said happily, My last name is Zhou too. We are so destined. Tina was surprised and said, Auntie, your last name is Zhou too? Zhou Lin nodded, smiled and praised, Yes. You are only 17 years old and you are a freshman? It's amazing. Tina smiled shyly. I went to school early because my mother was not in good health and my father had to make money, so there was no one to take care of me, so he sent me to school early. Zhou Lin's eyes were wet, and he asked with tears in his eyes, Your parents are very good to you, right? Tina was a little disappointed. Yes, they are very good to me, and they give me the best, especially my father, who is the best to me. Lu Jiang held back his heartache and asked, Are your parents okay? Tina choked up and said, My parents passed away a few years ago. My mom went first, and then my dad also got sick. It was mainly because they were old. After hearing this, Zhou Lin gently hugged her and wiped her tears with a tissue. Lu Jiang pretended to be surprised and asked, Were your parents very old when they gave birth to you? Tina shook her head. No, I was adopted by them. Zhou Lin asked softly, Do you want to find your biological parents? Tina said calmly, I knew I was adopted since I was a child. When I was a child, I wanted to find my parents very much. Later, after my father passed away, I also thought about looking for them, but now I am used to being alone. The waiter brought juice, cake, and ice cream. Zhou Lin signaled the waiter to put the dessert in front of Tina. Dessert is for children. Tina smiled and thanked. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Jiang and Zhou Lin were filled with emotion. Looking at this sensible girl, they secretly made up their minds. They must compensate her well and let her no longer suffer. Chapter 9 Don't worry about money. Zhou Lin and Tina both nodded and thanked the waiter. Zhou Lin picked up the small fork and handed it to Tina. Try it. Tina carefully took the fork and said modestly, Thank you, Auntie. You eat it. Zhou Lin held back tears and insisted, You eat it? Auntie won't eat it. Tina lowered her head, scooped a small piece of cake with a fork, and slowly put it into her mouth. She felt that this was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. Zhou Lin pushed the ice cream again. Try the ice cream. Tina nodded, took a small bite, and said with a smile, Auntie, it's delicious. I have never eaten anything so delicious. Thank you, Uncle and Annie. At this moment, Lu Jiang looked at his daughter with mixed feelings and full of guilt. His daughter shouldn't have lived such a life. Zhou Lin looked at Tina eating snacks with her head down, feeling happy and distressed. Tina looked up and asked, Auntie, what does your company do? What can I do if I go there? Zhou Lin held Tina's hand and said, It's a real estate company. You can start from the grassroots level. Don't worry. After you graduate, you can stay in the company directly. Isn't that great? Lu Jiang agreed, Yes, this is a good opportunity. Uncle's daughter is also in the company. You can become good friends. Zhou Lin smiled and added, There is only one quota for targeted talent training within the company. Isn't it fate that I met you today? Tina nodded. Well, okay, Uncle and Aunt, I'll listen to you. Zhou Lin continued, Tina, if you are free tomorrow, come to the company to familiarize yourself with the environment. Okay, I'll listen to you, Auntie. Tina agreed. Zhou Lin suggested again, Auntie will take you to buy some clothes later. You should dress decently when you go to the company. Tina quickly waved her hand. No need, Auntie. I have clothes. Zhou Lin pulled her and said with a smile, you are about to become an employee of the company. Auntie must give you a gift. Tina declined. Really, no need, Auntie. Lu Jiang advised, Tina, don't refuse, just listen to your aunt. Tina finally nodded in agreement. The three of them left the dessert shop and Zhou Lin drove to the mall. In the mall, Zhou Lin took Tina to visit brand stores and tried clothes on her. Tina was shocked to see the high prices on the clothes. Zhou Lin insisted that she try on the clothes. Don't worry about the money, go and try them on. Tina couldn't persuade her, so she had to take the clothes into the fitting room. Zhou Lin and Lu Jiang were outside choosing other clothes, and Lu Jiang reminded her, don't buy too much at once, don't scare the child. Zhou Lin was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, okay, I understand. I just want to make it up to my daughter. In the fitting room, Tina looked at the expensive tag and felt conflicted, but she finally changed into the clothes and walked out. When Zhou Lin saw her, he happily pulled her to the mirror and said, it's really beautiful and suits you very well. Tina looked at herself in the mirror. It was the first time she wore such expensive clothes. She felt sorry for the money. She whispered to Zhou Lin, Auntie, let's forget it. Zhou Lin put his arm around her shoulders and said, it's okay. Don't worry, just buy it if you like it. Zhou Lin handed over another set of clothes. Go and try this one on, be obedient. Tina entered the fitting room and saw that the price of the dress was also expensive, which made her even more nervous. Zhou Lin continued to choose clothes outside, and Lu Jiang walked up to persuade him, don't buy too much at once, the child will feel burdened. Zhou Lin paused and nodded, okay, I understand. Tina came out after changing her clothes. When Zhou Lin saw her, he immediately decided, I want this set too. She turned to the waiter and said, pack these sets for us. Lu Jiang followed the waiter to the counter to pay. Tina pulled Zhou Lin his clothes and whispered, Auntie, you don't have to buy so much. I have clothes. Zhou Lin patted the back of her hand and comforted her. It's okay. Whatever Annie wants to buy for you is suitable. Lu Jiang came back with the clothes, and the three of them walked out of the store. Tina said, Uncle, let me carry it. Lu Jiang smiled and said, no need. I'll bring it up. You guys can see if there's anything else you want. Zhou Lin smiled and said, let's go to the shoe store and buy a few pairs of shoes for Tina. She immediately turned to Tina and said, don't refuse. Tina could only nod helplessly. After buying shoes, they returned to the car. They had originally planned to take Tina out for lunch, but Zhou Lin had to rush back to his company for something, so he had to take Tina back to school first. On the way, Zhou Lin told Tina, Tina, now that you are in college, don't tell others about your past easily. People's hearts are unpredictable. Even your best classmates should be cautious. Do you understand? Chapter 10. No one has ever been so kind to her. In a car driving towards the dormitory, Tina responded in a low voice, Uncle and Aunt, I have never told this to anyone else. I only tell you because you are good people. Her voice carried a hint of gratitude and fragility. Zhou Lin nodded and said softly, that's good. We won't mention this matter again in the future. The car stopped at the bottom of Tina's dormitory. Zhou Lin and Lu Jiang wanted to take her upstairs, but she declined. No outsiders are allowed in the dormitory, Uncle and Aunt. Zhou Lin reminded her, wear the clothes that Aunt bought for you in the future, don't wear the old ones anymore. Tina choked up slightly and whispered, I know, Aunt. When they returned to the dormitory, their roommates immediately surrounded them. Seeing the high-end clothes Tina brought back, Lu Mei joked, Tina, you are not an invisible rich second generation, are you? Wang Jing also followed suit. Your family must be very rich, right? Tina smiled bitterly and shook her head. I can't tell you. Although her two roommates persisted, she remained tight-lipped. That night, Tina lay in bed, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Tears flowed unconsciously from her eyes. Thinking of Zhou Lin's gentle instructions, the long-lost motherly love made her feel extremely warm. However, the questions in her heart lingered. Who are her biological parents? Why did they abandon her? At the same time, Zhou Lin fell into a deeper dilemma. She called Xiao Bangan in the UK and said, Bangan, I met Tina. Her tone revealed her irrepressible joy. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Bangan asked with concern, when will you tell her the truth? Zhou Lin hesitated for a moment. We can't rush this matter, for fear of hurting Tina. Also, once Tina's background is made public, the secret of Lu Jiang's eldest daughter will also be exposed. Chapter 11. Is she Tina's mother? In the evening, Lu Jiang and Wu Xia discussed a clever plan in the living room. I told Tina today that Zhou Lin and I are friends, and E also works in her company. We can tell you to take care of Tina more in the company, Lu Jiang said confidently. Wu Xia nodded in agreement. Well, it's a good idea to have the best of both worlds. That night, Lu Yi and Wu Zhenjin returned home, and Lu Jiang asked, E, is the CEO of your company called Zhou Lin? Lu Yi answered in surprise, yes, Dad. How did you know? Lu Jiang smiled calmly. She and I are friends, and we just happened to meet today. Wu Zhenjin interrupted mischievously. Hey, Dad, what's going on? Tell us quickly. Lu Yi also pinched her face jokingly. Little gossip. Lu Jiang smiled and continued, a little girl named Tina will come to the company tomorrow. She is the daughter of my friend. You must take good care of her. Lu Yi asked in surprise, little sister? Did she just graduate too? Lu Jiang explained, she is only 17 years old and just started her freshman year. Her mother wants her to exercise. The next day, Zhou Lin bought Tina a new phone early in the morning and drove to the school to pick her up. When Tina saw Zhou Lin, she happily shouted, Auntie. On the way, Tina looked at Zhou Lin and felt like a little princess. Zhou Lin took her to Shengjin Company. When she saw the towering building, Tina was amazed. Auntie, is this your company? Zhou Lin smiled and nodded. Yes. How does it feel? Tina sincerely praised. It's amazing. After entering the office, Zhou Lin pointed to an office area and said, Tina, this is your office area. Do you like it? Tina hugged Zhou Lin excitedly. Thank you, Auntie. I love it so much. Zhou Lin smiled and said, I found a sister to guide you. She just joined the company not long ago. You can learn from her without any pressure. When Lu Yi walked in, she was stunned when she saw Tina. How come she looks so much like Mr. Zhou? Could she be Mr. Zhou's daughter? Tina greeted politely. Hello, Sister E. Lu Yi came back to her senses, doubts surging in her heart, but she could only respond with a smile. Hello, Tina. I heard my father mention you. Chapter 12. Mrs. Zhou is your mother. In Shengjin Company, Tina suddenly realized, oh, it's Uncle Lu. Lu Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, my father asked me to take good care of you. Zhou Lin was relieved and said to them, study hard. I'm going to go in and get busy. Tina imitated Lu Yi and responded, okay, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Lin smiled and scolded, this kid. As soon as Zhou Lin entered the office, Lu Yi came up to Tina and asked in a low voice, Tina, President Zhou is your mother, right? Tina looked confused. No, Sister E. Why do you say that? Lu Yi said firmly, you look so much like President Zhou. Don't hide it from me. At lunchtime, Zhou Lin took Tina to a restaurant. When Zhou Lin handed over the menu, Tina looked at the prices, pushed it back and said, Auntie, you order. I'm not picky about food. Zhou Lin smiled and agreed. The two talked about the taste of coriander and found that they didn't like it. Tina smiled even more brightly. After dinner, Zhou Lin took Tina back to the company and invited her to take a nap in the office lounge. Although Tina insisted on sleeping on the sofa, Zhou Lin eventually pulled her to the bed. The two of them lay on the bed, and Zhou Lin looked at Tina sleeping soundly, secretly took a photo and sent it to Chopin in the UK. Xiao Bangin quickly replied to the video call. Zhou Lin smiled happily at the screen. Xiao Bangin on the other side of the screen typed, Tina looks so much like you. So beautiful. Zhou Lin's heart was filled with happiness. She typed back, I never thought that one day I would be able to lie in the same bed with my daughter. I am so grateful to God. After lunch, Lu Yi mentioned the similarities between Zhou Lin and Tina again, but Tina still insisted on denying it. However, as time went on, more and more people in the company began to speculate about Tina's true identity. Everyone was discussing, Tina must be Mr. Zhou's daughter. Otherwise, why would Mr. Zhou treat her so well? Chapter 13. Who is she? Inside the company, employees began discussing, everyone must have a good relationship with the company's future CEO. Lu Yi was shocked when she heard these discussions. Could her guess be true? After returning home, Lu Yi couldn't hold back her curiosity and decided to ask her parents. She said to Wu Xia, Mom, I think Tina is Mr. Zhou's daughter. They look so alike. Wu Xia was stunned and pretended to be calm and replied, don't make blind guesses. But Lu Yi did not give up and continued to ask Lu Jiang, who had just returned home, Dad, is Tina Mr. Zhou's daughter? After hearing this, Lu Jiang immediately became serious. Don't say anything. And don't spread it around in the company. But it's already spread throughout the company, Dad, and I never told anyone about it. Lu Yi muttered, but didn't ask any more questions and turned back to her room. At this time, Lu Jiang was sitting on the sofa, looking a little uneasy. Wuxia came over and said softly, "The truth will come out soon. You need to come up with a solution as soon as possible." Lu Jiang nodded and answered with a heavy heart, "Yes, we must think of a solution quickly, otherwise when the day comes, we will not be able to hide it anymore." At the same time, Zhou Lin was driving Tina back to school. She suddenly said, "Tina, open that bag and take a look." Tina opened it and saw the latest model of mobile phone. She was so scared that she quickly declined, "Auntie, this is too expensive. I can't accept it." Zhou Lin refused to give in. "With a mobile phone, it will be convenient for us to contact each other, and it will also be convenient for you to work." Seeing Zhou Lin's serious expression, Tina had no choice but to accept it and promised, "Auntie, I will study hard and work hard for the company in the future." Tina returned to the dormitory. Her roommates Lu Mei and Wang Jing immediately surrounded her and were surprised to see her new phone. "This is the latest model of Apple phone. Tina, your family must be very rich." But Tina was full of doubts. "Why do they all say I look like an ant? Could it be?" Chapter 14. Tina, come to my house and play. Lu Jiang and Wu Xia were discussing the future of their family at home. Lu Jiang said with emotion, "Yi has always treated me as her biological father, and I also treat her as my biological daughter, but I also have to consider Tina." Wu Xia nodded, "Yes, all three daughters are our children, and none of them can be ignored. Wait until Tina asks Yi to bring Tina home, and we will have a meal together and cultivate more feelings." Lu Jiang's eyes lit up. "What a good idea. Why didn't I think of it?" Tina at the company, Tina, come to my house and play. My mother cooks delicious food, and my sister Jinjin is also at your school." Tina hesitated a little. "Sister Yi, I've never been to someone else's house as a guest. What if your mother and sister Jinjin don't like me?" Lu Yi smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, my mother and Jinjin both like to make friends. They will definitely like you." At this time, Zhou Lin came over and said with a smile, "Tina, go to your Uncle Lu's house. It's a good thing to make more friends." Tina nodded, "Yeah, okay." Lu Yi called her sister Wu Zhenjin and told her that Tina was coming to visit. Wu Zhenjin said excitedly, "That's great. I have a sister too." Zhou Lin then said to Tina, "Tina, remember to buy some fruit when you go to Uncle Lu's house. Also, learn more from Yi and Zhenjin and practice your courage." Tina smiled and promised, "I will, Auntie." D15 Zhang, I want to hear her call me Mom. Tina was about to refuse, but Zhou Lin said firmly, "You must accept it. Just consider it as this month's salary." After that, she went into the office and transferred 10,000 yuan to Tina using Alipay. Tina was stunned when she saw the transfer notification on her phone. She had never seen so much money before, and for a moment she couldn't believe it was real. Zhou Lin went out. She found the small account book that Tina had left in the car. She opened it and saw that it clearly recorded every debt owed by Tina. Zhou Lin burst into tears instantly, feeling distressed. She called Lu Jiang and said anxiously, "Let's meet. I have something to show you." When Lu Jiang arrived, he saw Zhou Lin's red and swollen eyes. He couldn't help choking up when he handed over the account book. Looking at the accounts, he said sadly, "I have paid off Tina's debts in the village, but she has suffered too much over the years." Zhou Lin said with tears on her face, "I can't let her suffer anymore. Lu Jiang, I want to recognize Tina. I want her to know that I am her mother." Lu Jiang hesitated and said, "Didn't we agree not to tell her for the time being? What about Yi?" Zhou Lin responded angrily, "Are you so cruel as to deny your own biological daughter? Tina has suffered so much, and now she is finally found, but you are still hesitating." Lu Jiang said helplessly, "Of course I want to recognize her, but I also have to consider Yi." Zhou Lin walked out in pain, while Lu Jiang fell into deep entanglement. At night, Zhou Lin sat alone at the head of the bed, holding the small account book in her hand, tears streaming down her face. She called Xiao Bangin and cried, "Bangin, I can't stand it anymore. I want to meet Tina. I don't want to see her worrying about money anymore." Xiao Bangin comforted her, "We will find a way, but have you discussed it with Lu Jiang?" Lu Jiang is still concerned about Yi, but Tina is the child who really needs our care. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Bangin's son Xiaoyang took the call. "Mom, I think you should tell your sister the truth and tell her that you and Dad are her biological parents." Zhou Lin hesitated. "Is it really okay to say this?" Chapter 16. Let Tina know she is not abandoned. Chapter 17. Tina will like me. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Bangin said, "Xiao Ling, Yang Yang's idea is good. We can say this." Zhou Lin asked worriedly, "Then how should we explain the reason for being separated from Tina? How did she follow Lu Jiang's mother to the countryside?" Xiaoyang took over and said, Mom, don't worry. We have to connect the story well and convince my sister. We can say that you went to England for business and I went there to study. Because my sister was too young and the journey was long. You were worried about her health, so you left her at Grandma's house temporarily. Later, Grandma went to take care of my aunt's children. So I asked Uncle Lu Zhang's mother to help take care of my sister. Zhou Lin's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Besides, Lu Zhang's mother took Tina back to her hometown to visit relatives, and unfortunately they had a car accident. Everyone thought Tina was picked up, but Zhou Dahai from the village adopted her. Xiaoyang continued. When Grandma went to look for the child later, she heard that there had been a car accident and both the adult and the child were dead. She was so sad that she mistakenly thought Tina was also dead. When we heard the news abroad, we were heartbroken and didn't return to China until a few years later. Zhou Lin felt hope rekindled. Okay, let's do it. This Tina is going to visit Lu Zhang's house. I will confront her next week. At Lu Zhang's home, Wu Xia walked into Lu Yi's room and suggested, ask Tina what she likes to eat. I'll go buy groceries early tomorrow. Lu Yi smiled and dialed the phone, turning on the speakerphone. Tina, my mother asked you what you like to eat. She will cook tomorrow. Tina quickly declined. Don't bother me, Auntie. I can eat anything except cilantro and fatty meat. Wu Xia was moved by what she heard and said to Lu Yi through lip language, You are so sensible and thoughtful. She couldn't help but say into the microphone, Tina, Auntie likes you very much and will wait for you to come and visit tomorrow. Tina smiled and responded, Thank you, Auntie. I'm looking forward to it too. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yi teased Wu Xia, Oh, you forgot about the older one when you had the younger one. Wu Xia smiled helplessly and reminded her, Don't forget to call Jinjin again and pick up Tina together tomorrow. Lu Yi called and Wu Jinjin complained, It's the middle of the night. Are you guys going to let me sleep? Wu Xia quickly said, Don't forget to pick up Tina tomorrow. She is your sister. Wu Jinjin immediately responded energetically, Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely not forget to pick up my sister. Wu Xia smiled with satisfaction and reminded, Have a good rest and don't be late tomorrow. D18 Zhang, why didn't you come to see her all these years? In the warm Lu family, Wu Xia brought a plate of fruit and said to the three sisters with a smile, My dears, it's time to eat fruit. Wu Jinjin playfully handed Tina an apple with a fork. Sister, don't be so polite to Wu too. Tina said with tears in her eyes, Thank you, Sister Jinjin. I am really happy to meet you. At lunchtime, Wu Xia prepared a large table of dishes and enthusiastically gave a piece of pork ribs to Tina. Tina, try Auntie's specialty. Tina took a bite, moved, and gave a thumbs up. Auntie, it's delicious. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, Tina's eyes were moist and her heart was filled with warmth. During the lunch break, Wu Zhenjin invited Tina to sleep in the same bed with her. Although Yi and Zhenjun fell asleep quickly, Tina kept her eyes wide open, with a lot of thoughts in her mind. She felt the warmth of this family, but deep in her heart she was still full of doubts and contradictions about her biological parents. Why didn't her parents come to find her? Are they still alive? These questions lingered in her mind for a long time. Just as she was immersed in these complex emotions, Wu Xia quietly walked into the room, gently covered them with the quilt, looked at them tenderly, and left with a smile. In the afternoon, Lu Jiang took them to see a movie. This was Tina's first time in a theater. She looked around curiously with a happy face. Seeing Tina's happy face, Lu Jiang felt very satisfied. At night, after returning to Lu's house, everyone persuaded Tina to stay overnight. Wu Zhenjin hugged her eagerly and said, Sister, you sleep with me tonight? Lu Yi also smiled and said, Tina is also my sister. I want to sleep with her too. Wu Xia looked at the two people arguing and suggested with a smile, How about the four of us sleep on the big bed together tonight, and let Dad sleep in your room? Everyone thought this suggestion was great. Wu Zhenjin clapped her hands and cheered, That's great. I want to lie down with my sister. Lu Jiang deliberately acted pitiful and made everyone laugh. On this joyous night, Tina's heart was filled with anticipation and anxiety about the future. She gradually integrated into this family, but her longing for her biological parents lingered in her heart. Chapter 19. Does Tina like the princess room very much? When the family was happily chatting, Tina's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen and said happily, It's Mr. Zhou calling. She stood up to answer the phone. Wu Zhenjin quietly asked Louis, Mr. Zhou is really good to his employees. Wu Xia smiled and interrupted, This shows that the boss cares about his employees. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Lin asked with concern, Tina, are you going back to school tonight? Tina replied that she would stay at Uncle Lu's house and Uncle Lu would take her to school tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Wu Xia smiled and said to the three girls, "Okay, princesses, it's time to go to bed." The next morning, Wu Xia and Lu Jiang got up early to prepare breakfast for the three girls and packed lunch for them. Tina said gratefully, "Auntie, you are so hardworking." "Thank you." Wu Xia smiled and replied, "As long as you like the food, I am happy." At school, after Wu Zhanzhen and Tina said goodbye, Tina returned to the dormitory and excitedly shared her pleasant experience at Lu's house with her roommates. In the afternoon, Zhou Lin came to pick up Tina and asked with concern, "Tina, how was your stay at Uncle Lu's house yesterday?" Tina excitedly described everything about the Lu family, especially her first experience of going to the movies and the warm hospitality of the Lu family. Listening to Tina's description, Zhou Lin's heart was filled with mixed emotions. After arriving at the company, Zhou Lin went to the office to look up pictures of the princess room decoration and selected a few to download and print. Then, she came to Tina and was very pleased to see her studying hard. Zhou Lin thought to herself that Shengjin Company would be left to Tina in the future. Zhou Lin walked gently to Tina and said with a smile, "Tina, I want to ask you for help with something." Tina looked up at Zhou Lin with a puzzled look on her face. Chapter 20. Take a paternity test. "What's the matter, Mr. Zhou?" Tina asked curiously. "You said you like princess rooms, and I thought our company might be able to build such houses to attract customers. You gave me inspiration." Zhou Lin replied with a smile. Tina was very happy after hearing this. "Really? Mr. Zhou, if this can help the company, that would be great." Zhou Lin took out several design drawings for Tina to choose from. Tina looked at the pictures excitedly and finally chose a dreamy design. "I like this the best too." Zhou Lin agreed. "That means we have a tacit understanding," Tina said happily. Zhou Lin touched her little face and said, "Yes, we have the best understanding." After returning to the office, Zhou Lin immediately contacted the decoration company and decided to give Tina a big surprise. She also thought about how to handle the paternity test as soon as possible, so she came up with a clever idea. Zhou Lin ordered takeaway milk tea and asked for a few more straws. When she handed Tina the straw, she took the straw she had used and used it to conduct a paternity test. She drove to the hospital and expedited the appraisal. The result will be out in 3 days. After returning to the company, Zhou Lin was moved to see Tina working hard, and his eyes were wet. That night, Zhou Lin originally planned to take Tina out for dinner, but she had to attend a lecture. Zhou Lin had no choice but to send her back to school and even bought her dinner. After returning home, Zhou Lin arranged for Aunt Song to supervise the decoration of the large room on the second floor. "My daughter likes the princess room. I want to give her a surprise." Aunt Song asked in surprise, "Is the young lady coming back?" "Yes, she is studying in China and lives in the school dormitory. But I hope she can come home more often," Zhou Lin said with a smile, then went upstairs to take a shower. At the same time, in the dormitory, Tina returned to the dormitory after listening to the lecture. She was full of emotion about what happened that day, but she didn't know that a huge surprise was quietly approaching her. Chapter 21. Home is what she particularly desires. In the dormitory, Tina was reading a book. Lu Mei asked while eating snacks, "Tina, what do you do when you don't have classes every day?" "Part-time job." Tina replied calmly. "Are you tired? What part-time job do you have?" Lu Mei asked curiously. "I work part-time in the company of an aunt I know. It's quite easy," Tina said with a smile. Wang Jing listened and asked expectantly, "Tina, does the company still need people? I want to go too." Tina recalled, "It seems that they didn't want it. The company was only looking for one new person at that time, and I just happened to be there." At night, Tina lay in bed, feeling extremely lucky. She recalled the kindness of Zhou Lin and Lu Zhang's family to her, and her heart was warm. She was determined to work hard and contribute to Zhou Lin's company in the future to repay these kind people. The next morning, Zhou Lin woke up early and prepared a special breakfast, personally selecting the ingredients and making rice balls for Tina. She happily imagined her daughter's reaction when she ate the rice balls she made, and felt extremely happy. In the supermarket, Zhou Lin meticulously selected ingredients, buying meat floss, seaweed, fruit cucumbers, organic vegetables, and chicken breasts. She wanted to make a hearty breakfast for Tina. After returning home, she and Aunt Song started preparing together. Zhou Lin personally steamed glutinous rice, fried chicken breasts, and carefully placed the ingredients in the rice balls one by one, making every detail with great care. Aunt Song exclaimed, "Madam, this rice ball is not only beautiful, but also made of real ingredients. You are such a great cook." Zhou Lin smiled and replied, I hope my daughter will like it. Looking at the rice ball she made herself, Zhou Lin's heart was full of anticipation and happiness. She knew that this meal was not only to fill her stomach, but also an expression of her love and care for her daughter. Chapter 22. Mom will never leave you again. Zhou Lin hung up the phone, feeling relieved but also a little nervous. She knew that although everything was moving in a good direction, she had to handle every step carefully and not let Tina notice anything unusual. Zhou Lin spent the next few days busy. Not only did she have to deal with company affairs, but she also had to arrange a surprise for Tina prepared by the decoration company. At the same time, she kept an eye on the results of the paternity test, preparing how to tell her daughter the truth at the right time. 3 days later, the test results came out. When Zhou Lin received the report proving that she and Tina were indeed mother and daughter, she was overwhelmed with excitement and mixed emotions. She knew that this report not only proved the blood relationship between her and her daughter, but also carried her expectations and responsibilities for the future. Tina for the lost maternal love. Zhou Lin plans to tell Tina the truth after the princess room is renovated. She hopes that in this new room full of fantasy, her daughter can feel her full love and can more easily accept this sudden fact. At the same time, Tina is full of longing and gratitude for the future. She has gradually integrated into the new living environment and feels the warmth brought to her by Zhou Lin, Lu Jiang, and others. Chapter 23. I don't want my daughter to get hurt. Zhou Lin and Lu Jiang talked on the phone to discuss how to deal with the matter of recognizing Tina. Lu Jiang worriedly reminded, I just hope you don't rush into recognizing Tina and don't hurt the child. Zhou Lin comforted, Tina is my daughter. I will be sensible. As for explaining her background, I plan to discuss with my husband and son and tell her as her biological parents, so as to avoid hurting Yi. Lu Jiang was silent for a moment and finally said, no matter how you explain it, I don't want my daughter to be hurt. As long as Tina is happy, everything is fine with me. Zhou Lin nodded. I will find a suitable opportunity to tell Tina the truth. At Linyang University, Tina was walking towards the classroom with Lu Mei and Wang Jing. Suddenly, Wu Zhenzhen's voice sounded behind her. Tina turned back happily. Sister Zhenzhen. Wu Zhenzhen talked cordially with her roommates, and then Wu Zhenzhen told them, Tina is my sister. Please take good care of her. In the afternoon, Wu Zhenzhen returned home and talked with her mother Wu Xia about campus life. When Lu Jiang came home, the three of them jokingly guessed who would come back first, and the family atmosphere was happy. However, when it was late at night, Lu Jiang told Wu Xia in the bedroom, today, Tina's mother called me and said that she secretly did a paternity test and planned to transfer Tina's household registration to her name. Wu Xia was shocked. This matter cannot be concealed. When is she going to tell Tina? How will she consider Yi's matter? Lu Jiang explained solemnly, Tina's mother will tell her that Tina is her and her husband's biological daughter, so that Yi will not be affected. Wu Xia was worried. What about you? You are Tina's biological father. Lu Jiang pretended to be relaxed. As long as my daughters are doing well, I will be satisfied. At the same time, Zhou Lin returned home and learned that the renovation of the princess room on the second floor was progressing smoothly. She went upstairs to check and saw the busy figures of the workers. She felt relieved and full of expectations. She knew that the completion of this room represented a key step in her reunion with her daughter. Chapter 24. Mom is here. Tina still feels Zhou Lin's meticulous care in her busy campus life. After her evening self-study, she received a WeChat reminder from Zhou Lin, asking if she had arrived at the dormitory safely. The interaction between the two was warm and intimate, and the conversation on the screen showed their thoughts and care for each other. Zhou Lin sat on the bed and closed his phone happily, his heart full of love and expectations for his daughter. The next day, Tina and her roommates stayed up late to finish their homework. Although she was exhausted, she still insisted on coming to Xingjin Company. Although she completed all the tasks, she fell asleep on the table unconsciously due to overwork. Zhou Lin saw this scene and gently covered her with a blanket, his heart filled with love for his daughter. When Tina woke up, Zhou Lin did not blame her, but instead cared about whether she was too tired. She gently told Tina, Tina, don't put too much pressure on yourself. I asked you to come to the company to let you gain more experience. You should still focus on learning. This care touched Tina deeply, and she promised that she would work hard and live up to Zhou Lin's expectations. In the office in the afternoon, Zhou Lin arranged for Tina to take a nap in the lounge and quietly guarded her. Looking at her daughter's sleeping face, Zhou Lin felt extremely satisfied and happy. She whispered to herself, expressing her deep love for her daughter. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's video call broke the silence. The conversation between mother and son was warm and touching. Xiaoyang promised to be a strong support for his sister and protect her throughout her life. This sense of responsibility and deep affection for his family made Zhou Lin's eyes sparkle with tears. Chapter 25. Mr. Zhou wants to leave the company to Tina. Lu Jiang put down the remote control in his hand, looked at Wu Xia, and then said to Lu Yi, some things are not as simple as they seem on the surface. However, Mr. Zhou may just want to give Tina more opportunities. After all, Tina is young and inexperienced, so it is reasonable to give her more opportunities to practice. Wu Xia also agreed, yes, Tina is indeed a sensible child. Maybe President Zhou just wants her to learn more so that she won't be wronged in the company in the future. Lu Yi frowned, obviously not satisfied with this explanation. But I always feel something is wrong. The relationship between Tina and Mr. Zhou seems to be much closer than that between an ordinary employee and a boss. Lu Jiang patted Lu Yi's hand and said, don't think too much sometimes. The company's people have their own arrangements for the company's affairs. All you have to do is do your job well, and don't speculate on unnecessary things. Lu Yi nodded, but still felt a little confused. At night, Lu Yi returned to her room and lay on the bed, thinking back to what happened during the day. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that things were not that simple. The relationship between Tina and Mr. Zhou seemed to be far more complicated than she had thought before. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tina was lying on her bed in the dormitory, recalling what Lu Yi had asked her during the day. She felt a little uneasy, but more touched. She had never been valued so much, nor had she ever felt such warmth. Ms. Zhou is so kind to me, I must not let her down. Tina said to herself. She was determined to study hard and make contributions to the company as soon as possible to repay Zhou Lin's kindness. The night was quiet, and the two girls were thinking in their respective rooms, with their own doubts and determination in their hearts. Chapter 26. Her child returns. Wu Xia explained casually, Tina is young and is an intern in your company, so of course she needs to be trained. However, Lu Yi still had doubts in her heart, and she couldn't help asking, is it really just like that? Wu Xia smiled and nodded Lu Yi's head, trying to dispel her doubts. But Lu Yi's father Lu Jiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was obviously a little nervous. As the topic deepened, Lu Yi continued to ask, Dad, who are Tina's parents? Do you have a good relationship? Lu Jiang responded briefly, they are my friends from a long time ago, and they asked me to take care of Tina. Although Lu Yi temporarily accepted this answer, the subtle atmosphere on the scene could not hide the hidden worries in his heart. Meanwhile, in the university dormitory, Tina and her roommates discussed the upcoming National Day holiday. They were excitedly planning how to spend the 7-day holiday, but Tina was hesitant, considering the arrangements of her part-time job company. The joking and teasing between them seemed to have nothing to do with the secret behind the story. In the company, Lu Yi gave Tina some work tasks. The interaction between the two seemed normal, but it implied a layer of complicated emotions. At the same time, Zhou Lin drove to the hospital alone, holding the results of the paternity test tightly. She opened the file bag with mixed feelings and confirmed the truth she had always longed for but was afraid to face. Tina was her long-lost daughter. This sudden truth illuminated Zhou Lin's heart like sunshine. Her years of pain and struggle finally had an answer at this moment. Zhou Lin couldn't suppress her excitement. Tears kept flowing. She hugged the identification result tightly, feeling unprecedented relief and satisfaction. At the company, Lu Jiang also received the shocking news. He tried to hide his emotions and returned to work. Zhou Lin was watching her daughter in the company, her heart full of tenderness and love. She approached Tina and tried to start a mother-daughter conversation, but left in a hurry because she couldn't control her emotions. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lin calmed down, put the paternity test back into the file bag, put it on the table, took a book to press it on top, and then hurriedly took the materials for the meeting and walked into the meeting room quickly. Tina was working, and the phone on the table rang. Tina picked up the phone. Hello. Who is this? Tina, it's me, Sister E. I need you to do me a favor. Do you have time now? I have time, Sister E. What do you need me to help you with? Tina, come over here for a moment. I'll give you some information. Okay, Sister E, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Tina hung up the phone and went to Louie's workstation to find her. Sister E, I'm here. Chapter 27, Why Did You Abandon Me? Louie handed a file bag to Tina and asked her to read it carefully and take photos for preservation. This document will become a reference template for future work. Tina accepted the task and returned to her desk, carefully completed the photo taking and reading, and then she took the file bag into Zhou Lin's office. On Zhou Lin's desk, Tina found a book pressing down on another file bag. She put the file bag and folder under the book, but accidentally knocked over the water cup, causing water to spill on the documents. She hurriedly wiped the documents, made sure everything looked intact, and carefully tidied up the desk. Not long after, Louis called Tina and asked her to modify a detail in the file bag. So Tina returned to Zhou Lin's office and tried to find the file bag that needed to be modified. However, she found that she had mixed up the order of the file bags and had no choice but to open one of the file bags to confirm. At this moment, the unexpected truth was revealed. A DNA test report in the file bag stunned Tina. Her name appeared in the report, and next to her name was Zhou Lin's name. At this moment, Tina's world seemed to collapse in an instant. With shaking hands, she turned to the last page of the report and saw the shocking words, "Support Zhou Lin as Tina's biological mother." This line of words made her mind constantly echo the words biological mother, and all her doubts and confusions were answered in an instant. At this moment, Zhou Lin walked into the office and saw Tina standing there with her back to her, holding the document in her hand. Realizing that Tina might have known the truth, Zhou Lin's heart tightened. "Tina?" Zhou Lin called tentatively. Tina didn't turn around. She explained calmly, "Sister E asked me to get the documents. I accidentally mixed them up, so I opened the document to confirm." Zhou Lin immediately felt uneasy and approached Tina, but when she saw her daughter's face full of tears, her heart broke instantly. She knew that Tina had seen the results of the paternity test. Tina turned around and looked at Zhou Lin with tears in her eyes. Her voice was filled with deep sadness and questioning. "Are you my mother? Why did you abandon me? Why don't you recognize me?" Zhou Lin couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She tried to explain it all. "Tina, Mommy never abandoned you. Mommy didn't know you were still alive. If she knew, how could she not look for you?" Although Zhou Lin tried her best to explain, her voice was full of sobs, but Tina's doubts and pain remained unabated. She kept retreating, unwilling to accept this sudden fact. "Then why did you deny me for so many years? Why did you keep it a secret after we met?" Tina asked hoarsely. Zhou Lin replied painfully, "From the first time we met, Mom knew you were my Tina. But Mom was afraid of hurting you, so she wanted to wait for a suitable opportunity to tell you." Chapter 28. Why can't you take me with you? Zhou Lin finally confessed the real reason why she brought Tina to work in the company. "Mom just wants you to come back to me and see you more." However, this confession of maternal love triggered more questions and pain in Tina. She asked in tears, "Who is my father? Where is he?" Zhou Lin explained that Tina's father and brother were both in the UK. When they learned that she had been found, they were extremely excited and eager to see her. Tina was surprised that she had a brother, but what she found even more difficult to accept was that her family had been living happily together for so many years, but she was abandoned. Zhou Lin's heart was hurt by Tina's words, and she hurriedly denied it. "It's not like that, Tina. Mom has been very painful these years and misses you all the time." But Tina still couldn't let it go, and she urgently wanted to know how they were separated. Zhou Lin recalled the past and explained that Tina's parents had to go abroad for business, but considering her young age, they decided to leave her in China to be taken care of by her grandmother. However, an accident changed everything. The friend of Tina's grandmother who took care of her died in a car accident, and Tina was taken away. Lu Jiang, the man who played the role of father in Tina's life, was unaware of it at the time because he was on a business trip. Tina found it hard to accept these cruel truths. She felt wronged and angry. "I'm still alive. I've always been in Shaoa village. Why didn't you look for me?" Her tears poured out like a flood. Facing her daughter's questioning, Zhou Lin choked up and explained, "Mom didn't know you were still alive. I'm sorry. If I knew, I would have tried my best to find you." Zhou Lin's tears kept flowing, and the regret in her heart was beyond words. As the conversation deepened, Tina asked a more critical question. "How did you know I was still alive?" Zhou Lin told her that it was through Lu Yi's resume that she accidentally discovered Lu Zhang's name, and then she learned that Tina was still alive. This discovery rekindled hope in her heart, and she quickly took action to find her daughter. However, all this seemed like an unacceptable nightmare to Tina. She asked painfully, "Why do you treat me like this? Why don't you take me with you?" Zhou Lin could only respond to her daughter's accusations by saying, "I'm sorry," over and over again. In this crying, the emotions of mother and daughter reached the extreme. Zhou Lin hugged Tina tightly and vowed never to let her leave again. "Mom will never let go again." Their tears intertwined, telling of the loneliness and regrets of the past 17 years. Even so, Tina's heart was still in turmoil. She told Zhou Lin, "I need time to calm down and think about it." Zhou Lin understood her feelings and promised to give her time. However, she still couldn't let go of her worries. So she decided to send Tina back to school and call Lu Jiang immediately after she left for help. Chapter 29. It turns out that she was not abandoned. Zhou Lin urgently called Lu Jiang, his voice full of anxiety. "Lu Jiang, Tina saw the paternity test today." Lu Jiang was also shocked by this surprise, and he eagerly asked what happened. Zhou Lin explained that Tina accidentally found the report and asked a series of questions. She was very emotional and could not accept the truth immediately. Lu Jiang asked with concern, "Where is Tina now?" Zhou Lin replied that she had hoped Tina could go home with her, but Tina said she needed to think calmly, so she could only send her back to school. Although Lu Jiang suggested not to disturb Tina for the time being, Zhou Lin's motherly love made her uneasy. She was worried that something might happen to Tina when she faced these things alone. In order to appease Zhou Lin's worries, Lu Jiang suggested that their daughter Wu Zhenjin go to the dormitory to see Tina. Zhou Lin agreed to this suggestion, hoping that Zhenjin could stay with Tina. On the other side, Tina returned to the dormitory and found herself alone. Her roommates had all gone home, and the dormitory seemed unusually deserted. Loneliness and grievance suddenly surged into her heart, and she fell on the bed, buried her head in the quilt, and cried bitterly. She could never have imagined that her separation from her parents was due to a series of unexpected coincidences. Tina recalled the difficulties of living alone during those years, and the grievance in her heart became stronger. She thought she was abandoned, but she didn't expect the truth to be so complicated. Her mother never forgot her, and she finally understood the true meaning of Zhou Lin's care and love for her these days. However, all this did not comfort her heart, and she was still trapped in the pain of the injustice of fate and the lost years. When Tina was feeling down, Wu Zhenjin rushed to her dormitory. She found the door ajar, pushed it open gently, and called Tina's name. When she opened the bed curtain and saw Tina in tears, she hugged her with heartache and comforted her gently. "Tina, what happened? Who bullied you?" Wu Zhenjin's voice was full of concern. However, Tina just hugged her tightly, saying nothing, and just kept crying. With Wu Zhenjin's comfort, Tina gradually stopped crying. Although she calmed down, she was reluctant to say more, only saying that she was just in a bad mood and trying to reassure Zhenjin. Despite this, Wu Zhenjin still felt uneasy, but she respected Tina's wishes and did not continue to ask questions. Chapter 30. She misses home. Wu Zhenjin suggested that she take Tina home after class and spend the National Day holiday at home, but Tina shook her head and refused. She was still in a low mood and just wanted to go home and calm down. Seeing this, Wu Zhenjin had to tell her to have a good rest and said goodbye gently. After leaving the dormitory, Wu Zhenjin immediately called her father Lu Jiang to inform him of Tina's situation. Lu Jiang and Wu Xia were anxiously waiting for the news, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief when they learned that Tina's emotions had calmed down. Lu Jiang realized that the suddenness of this incident had brought a huge shock to Tina, and she urgently needed to be given time to accept and digest it. At this time, Zhou Lin couldn't wait to call Lu Jiang. She asked about Tina's condition with concern. When she learned that Tina had calmed down and was resting, she finally felt relieved. After returning home, Zhou Lin still couldn't relax. She anxiously wandered around the room prepared for Tina, thinking about how to make up for the loss of these years. Later, Zhou Lin received a call from Xiao Bangyan, and she tearfully told him that Tina had discovered the paternity test. Xiao Bangyan comforted her, saying that this reaction was normal and that the child needed time to accept this huge change. He promised to finish the work at hand as soon as possible and rush back to China to reunite with Zhou Lin and Tina. On the other hand, Tina couldn't sleep in loneliness, so she decided to go home, the place where she grew up. The next morning, she simply packed her luggage, rushed to the station, and set off on the road back to Xiao village. She planned in her mind to pay off the debt owed to the village and put an end to a worry. After arriving in the village, Tina went directly to Ma Chao's house. When she mentioned that she wanted to pay back the money to the village, Ma Chao told her that her debt had long been cleared by Lu Jiang. Hearing this news, Tina was surprised and puzzled. Tina was even more confused. "What's going on? Uncle Ma, do you know Lu Jiang? He's from our village and is my classmate. He came back a while ago and asked me about you." "I know Uncle Lu. When Lu Jiang left, he left me some money, saying it was to pay off your debts. Later, when he returned, he transferred some of it to me. He cleared all your debts. Did Uncle Lu pay it back for me?" "Yeah. From what he said, it seems like your biological parents are looking for you. Do you know?" "I know." Tina nodded. Ma Chao asked again, Have you seen them? I saw it. Tina said lightly. Thank God. It's good that you found him, Tina. You've suffered so much all these years alone. Now it's good. You finally have someone to rely on. I haven't thought about it yet. Ma Chao was stunned. Haven't you thought of anything yet? Tina lowered her head. Haven't you decided whether to admit it? What's wrong? Your biological parents don't want to acknowledge you? Did they abandon you? Or do your biological parents want to exploit you? Oh, Uncle Ma, none of them. Chapter 31. Tina is missing. What is that? My mother is quite rich. I was separated from my parents because of some strange combination of circumstances and misunderstandings. I just couldn't get over it myself. Ma Chao didn't understand. Why is this so hard? Don't be stupid, kid. Go back and recognize your mother. You've suffered enough before. You should enjoy your life with your parents from now on. Tina didn't say anything. Seeing her like this, Ma Chao shouted to her. Did you hear me? You kid. Don't be stupid at this time. Oh, I get it, Uncle Ma. Don't worry. I'm not stupid. Ma Chao gave her a reproachful look. You haven't eaten yet. Wait here. The meal will be ready soon. Oh. Tina had dinner at Ma Chao's house. She returned to her home. Tina took the key and opened the door. Looking at the home where she had lived for 17 years, everything still looked familiar and smelled familiar. Tina couldn't help but shed tears. The photos on the wall, the low table, the small stool. Everything tells the story of her growth. Tina walked to the end of the bed, touched the big, worn-out box on it, then took out the key and opened it. There was nothing else in it except clothes and a neatly folded small quilt. It was a small white quilt with a printed pattern. Tina picked up the quilt and saw the small word, silent, embroidered on a small corner of the quilt. Holding the quilt, Tina's tears fell in big drops, and she hugged the quilt tightly in her arms. Linyang University. Before Wu Jinjin got up, she received a call from Wu Xia. Hey, Jinjin, are you up yet? When will you be back? Wu Jinjin complained. Mom, what's the matter? I'm still sleeping. You won't let me get a good night's sleep during the holidays. Okay, Jinjin, listen to what Mom says. Go see if Tina has gotten up. She must not have eaten yet. Ask her what she wants to eat. Mom will make it for her, and you can bring it to her. You can also buy her some food so she can fill her stomach. Okay, I understand, Mom. Mom, let me ask Tina if she wants to go to our house. If she wants to go, I can just take her back with me. That's fine. But Tina probably doesn't want to go out. You can ask her. Okay, then I'll go see her, Mom. I'll hang up first. Wu Xia hung up the phone and looked at Lu Jiang. Jinjun wants to bring Tina back, but I don't think Tina wants to come. Lu Jiang sighed. Tina needs to calm down now. We have to respect her and not let the child get hurt again. Yeah, let's see what Junjin says later. Wu Junjin came to Tina's dormitory door and knocked. Tina, open the door. My sister is here. After knocking for a while, there was no response. Wu Jinjin was just wondering when the door of the dormitory next door opened, and a girl stuck her head out and looked at Wu Junjin. Sister, very early this morning, I heard the door of their dormitory open and someone came out. Then the door didn't ring again, so they probably haven't come back yet. Oh, so that's the case. Thank you then. Wu Jinjin turned around and said to the girl, You're welcome. The girl closed the door. Wu Jinjin took out her cell phone and called Wu Xia. Mom, Tina is not in the dormitory. Wu Xia was shocked. What? Tina is not here. Where can she go? Hearing this, Lu Jiang, who was standing by, could no longer sit still and quickly stood up. I don't know where she went. People in the dormitory next to her said that they heard Tina go out very early. I called Tina, but her phone was turned off. This child is so worrying. Lu Jiang picked up the phone. Junjin, are you sure Tina is not in the dormitory? Yes, Dad. I've been knocking on the door for a while, but there's no movement from inside and the lights aren't on. People in the dormitory next door said Tina went out early and hasn't come back yet, and her phone is turned off. Okay, Dad knows, let's do this for now. Lu Jiang hung up the phone, feeling uneasy. Honey, what should we do? Where can Tina go? Don't worry, I'll ask her mother if Tina went to her place. Lu Jiang called Zhou Lin. What? Tina is missing. Yes, Zhanjin said Tina was not in the dormitory and went out very early. I thought she went to look for you. Zhou Lin was completely panicked. No, Tina didn't come to see me. Lu Jiang, what should I do? What if something happens to Tina? I won't live anymore. Don't worry, I'll find a way. I'll call you if I have any news. Lu Jiang hung up the phone. Where can this child go? Suddenly Lu Jiang's eyes lit up. Wife, didn't Jinjin say yesterday that Tina said she wanted to go home? Wu Xia nodded excitedly. Yes. Jinjin said so yesterday. Then I'll call the village secretary Ma Chao and ask him if he has seen Tina. Okay, then you fight quickly. Lu Jiang found Ma Chao's phone number, called him, and the call went through quickly. Old classmate, has Tina returned to the village? You mean Tina? She came back this morning, and I invited her to have dinner at my house. Lu Jiang finally let go of the worry in his heart. That's good. I feel relieved then. What happened? I heard from Tina that she found her biological parents. Lu Jiang hesitated for a moment and said, yes, I found it. It's good to find it, but Tina told me today that she hasn't decided whether to recognize it or not. She needs to be given a process of acceptance. Yes, there has been no news for so many years, and now her biological parents suddenly appear. It is understandable that the child cannot accept it all of a sudden, but I have already advised her, let her think about it herself. Thank you, old classmate. I thank you on behalf of her parents. What are you talking about? It's my duty. I also hope that Tina can live a good life. Lu Jiang hung up the phone, and both he and Wuxia felt relieved. Honey, that's great. Tina is fine. I'm relieved now. I quickly called her mother back and told her not to worry about her. Yes, Tina's mother must be very worried. Zhou Lin received Lu Jiang's call. He felt uneasy and his heart was pounding. He called Tina, but Tina's phone was turned off. Zhou Lin nervously walked around the living room holding the phone. Suddenly the phone rang, and Zhou Lin immediately lowered his head and answered the call. Lu Jiang, what's going on? Have you found Tina? Zhou Lin couldn't wait to speak as soon as the phone was connected. Found it. Found it. Don't worry, Tina has returned to Xiaoa village. Chapter 32. I found my biological mother. Hearing this, Zhou Lin suddenly felt relieved and slumped down on the sofa, her eyes red. Is Tina okay? Everyone is fine, don't worry. That's good. Zhou Lin covered his heart. Tina is cleaning her home in Xiaoa village. She took out all the quilts to dry in the sun, then swept the dust off the walls, brushed and wiped the tables and chairs, cleaned the floor, and finally opened the windows to let the sunlight into the house. After doing all this, Tina walked out of the house, came to the yard, looked at the mountains in front of her, and fell into deep thought. Tina went to buy paper money and some fruits and carried them up the mountain. Tina walked for a while and came to a grave. She arranged her things and started burning paper money. Dad, Mom, I'm on vacation and came to see you. Dad, Mom, I found my biological mom. I was not abandoned. My mom is also looking for me. She treats me very well. You can rest assured. Thank you for raising me. I will never forget you. Tina stayed on the mountain for a long time, and when she came down, the sun had already set. Zhou Lin stayed at home for a day, and she was keeping an eye on the decoration of the room prepared for Tina. The room has been renovated, and the workers have left. All the decoration in the room is made of first-class high-end materials, so there is no need to get rid of the smell, and you can move in directly. Zhou Lin checked the room several times again and confirmed that there was no problem. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Lin's face. The next day, Zhou Lin got up early and drove to the mall. Zhou Lin first went to a brand clothing store to look at clothes and was greeted by a waiter. Madam, how can I help you? I'm here to pick out some clothes for my daughter. Can you deliver them to her home? Yes, lady. Well, can you tell me what new models there are? Okay, lady. The waiter introduced some to Zhou Lin, and Zhou Lin picked some himself. Pack all this up for me and send it to this address. Okay, lady. Then Zhou Lin took out a bank card and handed it to the waiter. Swipe the card. There is no password. The waiter took the bank card and said, Okay, ma'am, please wait a moment. Zhou Lin went to several brand clothing stores and bought a lot in each store. Then we went to several shoe stores and bought many pairs of shoes for Tina. I went to a big brand bag store again and bought more than a dozen expensive bags for Tina. Seeing a jewelry store, Zhou Lin walked straight in and bought more than a dozen sets of jewelry suitable for Tina. Next, we went to the cosmetics store and bought Tina some perfume and skincare products suitable for her. I went to the carpet store again and bought a pink furry carpet for Tina. Finally, Zhou Lin went into the doll shop and bought a lot of dolls for Tina. After strolling for a few hours, Zhou Lin didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he felt very happy and blessed. After shopping, Zhou Lin drove back home. As soon as I entered the door, Aunt Song came to greet me. Madam, you've moved the store back home. Why did you buy so many things? There's almost no room at home. Many people came to our house today to give us gifts, saying that they were bought by you, madam. Yes, I bought it for my daughter, Zhou Lin said to her with a smile. Aunt Song was pleasantly surprised. Madam, Mrs. coming back? When will she be back? Soon. So I want to organize all these things before my daughter comes back and give her a surprise. Ma'am, let me help you. Okay, Aunt Song. Just help me take these things upstairs, and I'll do the rest myself. Yes, ma'am. Zhou Lin and Aunt Song moved all the things they bought for Tina to the room prepared for Tina. Then Zhou Lin asked Aunt Song to go downstairs, and she sorted and put the things away by herself. Zhou Lin first sorted the clothes, and then hung them up in rows. Rows of princess dresses, rows of pants, rows of coats, rows of shirts. There are also underwear and socks, all sorted and organized and placed in the closet. In the long shoe cabinet are rows of small leather shoes, rows of moccasins, rows of dad shoes, rows of sneakers, and rows of high heels. Zhou Lin took out all the bags he bought for Tina and placed them in a transparent storage cabinet on the side. Then he placed more than a dozen sets of jewelry one by one in the transparent storage cabinet on the other side. Put the perfume and skincare products on the dressing table. Finally, Zhou Lin began to sort out the dolls. Zhou Lin placed some of the dolls on the bed, a few on the dresser, and a few on the bedside table. They were placed everywhere in the room so that Tina could see the dolls no matter where she walked in the room. Finally, Zhou Lin laid thick carpets around the bed. After everything was tidied up, Zhou Lin looked at the layout of the entire room and smiled with satisfaction. Zhou Lin took out his cell phone and called Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang, there is something I want to discuss with you. What's up? I want to go to Xiaohe village and bring Tina back. Lu Jiang disagreed. Didn't we agree to give Tina some time? We need to give her time to digest this matter. Zhou Lin frowned. But Tina is staying there alone. I'm worried. Lu Jiang explained to her. Tina returned to Xiaohe village to avoid you. What if you go there and push her further away? Zhou Lin was very anxious. No matter how far it is, I have to go. I am her mother. I can't let my daughter stay there and suffer. What if she runs further and we can't find her? Then what do you say we should do? We can't just leave her there alone. Lu Jiang thought for a moment and said, I'd better go there. I'm familiar with that place. I'll talk to Tina first and see what she thinks. I'll try to bring her over. Okay, Lu Jiang, you must bring Tina back. I'll try my best. While they were talking on the phone, Wu Xia was listening nearby. When will you be back? Now. If we go now, we can still be back in the afternoon. Okay, go and talk to Tina and try to persuade her. I know, don't worry. Lu Jiang got on the bus to Xiaohe village, thinking about what he wanted to say to Tina along the way. He got out of the car and went straight to Tina's house. Lu Jiang came to the door and saw that it was half open, so he gently pushed it open. I saw Tina lying on her side facing the wall, holding a small white quilt in her hands. Lu Jiang called her softly. Tina. Tina turned over immediately. Uncle Lu, why are you here? Then Tina sat up. Lu Jiang asked her softly, Tina, why is your phone turned off? Oh, I didn't check my phone when I came back. Uncle Lu, I didn't notice. Chapter 33 I can't hate her. I see. Tina got out of bed. Uncle Lu, I'll pour you a glass of water. Good. Tina went to pour water. Lu Jiang took a look at the small white quilt she had held, then picked it up and saw the small word, silent, embroidered on it. Tina came over with a cup of water and saw Lu Jiang holding the small quilt. Lu Jiang saw Tina coming over, and they looked at each other. Tina handed the cup of water to Lu Jiang, who took it and put down the quilt. The two sat down and Lu Jiang spoke. Tina, your mother is worried about you. Tina didn't say anything. Tina, go back with your uncle. Your mother is waiting for you. Uncle Lu, was what happened back then really as she said? It's true, Tina. What happened back then was an accident. Your mother didn't do it on purpose, and she didn't expect something like that to happen later. She didn't mean it? Lu Jiang nodded vigorously. It wasn't intentional. Tina's eyes suddenly turned red and tears flowed out in big drops. But I have lived here for 17 years. From childhood to adulthood, people always say that I was picked up. I am the wild child that no one wants. Tina, I know you've suffered a lot, but no one wants this. For so many years, your mother has also been deeply tortured by losing you. Now that you have recognized each other, you should return to your mother, and the family should be together well. Tina burst into tears. Uncle Lu, I actually understand, but this matter happened too suddenly. When I opened the file bag that day, I suddenly saw a paternity test, and I also saw my name on it. I don't know what to do. Lu Jiang went over and patted Tina on the back. Tina, I know, I understand. It takes time for Tina to accept this, right? Tina continued crying. She told me that she didn't abandon me. She told me that she has been thinking about me for the past 17 years. I can't hate her. I always thought that I would hate her, but I can't. Lu Jiang felt very distressed. Tina, good girl. After a long while, Tina asked Lu Jiang, Uncle Lu, didn't you know about my situation back then? Lu Jiang shook his head. Uncle doesn't know. I wasn't at home when your grandma entrusted you to my mom. I didn't know about it when my mom brought you back to visit relatives. Later, my mom had a car accident in the countryside. People in the village notified me, so I rushed back. When my mom brought you back, she was probably afraid of gossip, so she said she picked you up on the road. Tina was puzzled. Why are you afraid of gossip? Some people in the village are quite gossipy, and some even like to make up stories. Oh. Later, my mother had a car accident, and the people in the village thought you were picked up, so you were taken away and raised. My dad took me away. What happened next? Uncle Lu, why didn't my grandma look for me? Tina confirmed with him. Lu Jiang explained, when your grandma came to see you, I was not at home. She also learned from the neighbors that my mom had been in a car accident. At that time, the neighbors saw that I went back to my hometown to handle my mom's funeral and came back without the child. The neighbors thought you had also been in a car accident, so the neighbors told your grandma that both the adults and the child were gone, and your grandma misunderstood. Tina continued to confirm with him, is that true? It's true, Tina. Tina thought about it and felt that Lu Jiang's statement was the same as Zhou Lin's, so it must be true. Tina, go back with your uncle. Your mother misses you very much. Tina picked up the quilt and said, I'm going to pack my things, but I have to take this little quilt with me. My dad said that this was the quilt that wrapped me in. Lu Jiang stared at the small quilt closely. Okay, Tina, take it. Tina was packing. Lu Jiang walked out and called Zhou Lin. Tina agreed to go back. Tina, and I will take the bus later. Really? Tina agreed to come back? Zhou Lin's excited voice came. Yes, the situation is not bad. Zhou Lin was very happy. Okay, that's good. Tina stay at my house tonight. Zhou Lin frowned. Why? Let her stay at my house first, so Yi and Jinjun can accompany her, and Wuxia can counsel her. Zhou Lin was unhappy to hear this. Come on, Lu Jiang. If Tina goes to your house, Yi will definitely ask her. It's better not to do it, so as to avoid more trouble. Besides, she is my own daughter. I will communicate with her myself. Let's listen to Tina's own ideas and see where she wants to go. Okay, then you can ask Tina later. Lu Jiang hung up the phone and went back into the house. Tina, are you done packing? It's packed, Uncle Lu. It's not too much. It's easy to take. Okay, let's go, Tina. Well, Uncle Lu, I'll lock the door. Lu Jiang took Tina to get on the bus back to Linyang City. In the car, Lu Jiang asked Tina, Tina, where do you want to sleep tonight? At your uncle's house or your mother's? Tina didn't show any facial expression. Let's go to her place. I have a biological mother now. Since I know she is my biological mother, it's better for me to go to her place. If I go to someone else's house, it will be a joke to outsiders. Okay, then uncle will send you to your mother. Lu Jiang thought about it and spoke to Tina again. Tina, don't treat your uncle as an outsider. The people in your uncle's family are also your relatives. Tina's eyes instantly turned red and she looked at Lu Jiang. I know. Lu Jiang touched Tina's head. Good boy. In the car, Lu Jiang sent a message to Zhou Lin. Tina is coming to your place. I will take her there in a while. You get ready. It will take about half an hour. Zhou Lin received the message. He was so excited that tears filled his eyes and replied to Lu Jiang. Okay, I'll get ready right away. Zhou Lin hurried downstairs and called Aunt Song happily. Aunt Song, my daughter will be back soon, so I'll make a few more dishes today. Aunt Song was picking vegetables and was very happy to hear Zhou Lin say this. The lady is coming back. Okay, I'll make a few more dishes. Zhou Lin smiled and nodded. As if he had thought of something, Zhou Lin immediately turned around and went upstairs. When he came back, he was holding the pink rabbit slippers he bought for Tina, and he put them at the door. Lu Jiang and Tina got out of the car, and Lu Jiang took her to Zhou Lin's villa in a taxi. On the way, Lu Jiang told Tina, Tina, when you go to your mother's place, you must get along well with her. Your mother is a person of social status. You must give her face in front of outsiders, okay? If there is anything, call your uncle. Chapter 34. I'll forgive you a little bit for now. Uncle Lu, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for her. Good boy. Zhou Lin arrived at the yard early and waited. As soon as the car drove in, Zhou Lin hurried to greet it. Zhou Lin saw Tina in the car, and as soon as the car stopped, Zhou Lin immediately went to open the door. Tina. Zhou Lin called her happily. Tina said nothing, got out of the car and looked at Lu Jiang. Uncle Lu. Zhou Lin's face froze for a moment, then returned to normal. Lu Jiang came down and handed Tina's things to Zhou Lin, who took them immediately. Tina, Uncle is going to go back first. You stay with your mother. After saying that, Lu Jiang patted Tina on the shoulder, then turned around and got in the car. Uncle Lu. Tina called him again. Lu Jiang turned around and said softly to Tina, be obedient, Uncle won't go in. Tina, go in with your mother. Tina looked at him and nodded. Lu Jiang got back into the taxi and Tina watched it go away. At this time, Zhou Lin came over and put his arm around Tina's shoulders. Tina, come home with your mom. Tina turned around and followed Zhou Lin inside. Only then did Tina begin to look around the villa. Tina's first reaction was, it's so luxurious. Zhou Lin opened the door and pulled Tina in. Tina, quickly put on the slippers your mother prepared for you. Zhou Lin squatted down and untied Tina's shoelaces. Zhou Lin took off her shoes, and Tina watched Zhou Lin put on the pair of pink bunny slippers for her. After putting on the shoes for her, Zhou Lin stood up. Tina, do you like the slippers that Mom prepared for you? Tina nodded slightly. Like? Zhou Lin cried with joy and went up to hug her. My Tina. Zhou Lin hugged her for a while and then let her go immediately and smoothed Tina's hair. At this time, Aunt Song heard the noise and came over. This must be the young lady. She's so beautiful. Madam, the young lady looks like you, as if they were cut from the same mold. Zhou Lin smiled and hugged Tina, saying to Aunt Song, she's my daughter. Aunt Song looked at Tina and said, Miss, welcome home. The meal will be ready soon. At this time, Zhou Lin introduced Tina. Tina, this is Aunt Song. You can call her Aunt Song. Tina smiled at Aunt Song. Hello, Aunt Song. Just call me by my name. Aunt Song listened seriously and said, no, we can't break the rules. Zhou Lin went in with Tina in his arms. Annie Song, call us when the meal is ready. I'll take Tina to the room to check. Yes, ma'am. Zhou Lin put his arm around Tina's shoulders and went upstairs. Tina, come on, go see the room your mother prepared for you. When they got to the second floor, Zhou Lin said to Tina mysteriously, Tina, close your eyes. Mom has a surprise for you. Tina closed her eyes. Zhou Lin pushed open the bedroom door and helped Tina into the room. Tina, open your eyes. Tina slowly opened her eyes, and in an instant, the scene in front of her stunned her. Tina was deeply shocked by the scene before her. What a beautiful room. Zhou Lin asked her to choose before. It was the princess room she chose herself. At this moment, Tina finally realized what it felt like when dreams came true. There is a big princess bed, a princess dressing table, piles of dolls, and a pink furry carpet. Tina was stunned. Zhou Lin curled up the corners of his mouth, then pulled her to the fitting room next door. Tina, come over here and take a look. When the curtain was drawn, Tina was completely stunned. There were rows of clothes, rows of shoes, and large transparent cabinets on both sides. On one side were more than a dozen expensive bags, and on the other side were dazzling, valuable jewels. Tina was dazzled. Is this all for me? Zhou Lin hugged her and said, yes, they are all Tina's. Mom prepared them for Tina. Tina looked at all this and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. My mom is so rich. Zhou Lin looked at Tina and asked her, Tina, do you like what your mother prepared for you? I like it, but isn't it too much? How can I use it all by myself? Tina, these are nothing. Your life should be like this. This is the life you should live. Mom owes you too much. Come back to Mom now and let Mom love you well. Mom will give you back everything you lost. Tina heard Zhou Lin say these words. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Zhou Lin saw her crying and immediately hugged Tina. Don't cry, baby. Mom will never be separated from you again. No one can take you away from me again. Mom will always protect you. Tina cried on Zhou Lin's shoulder. You will never leave me again, right? Zhou Lin hugged her tightly. Mom will never leave you again. We will never be separated again. Tina pouted. Then you promise. Mom promises. Mom will always be with Tina. Mom will always be by your side. After a while, Zhou Lin let go of Tina and gently wiped her tears. Tina, don't cry. Let Mommy take a good look at you. Tina looked at her. You have to keep your word. Zhou Lin held Tina's face and said, Mom, you keep your word. Tina sniffed. Then I'll forgive you a little bit for now. Ah, only a little bit? Or is it temporary? Right. Okay, looks like mom will have to work harder then. Tina turned around to take the bag that Tina had brought and placed on the table when Zhou Lin came in. Zhou Lin looked at her in confusion. Tina, what are you looking for? Let me show you something. Tina took out the small white quilt from her bag. Zhou Lin saw the small quilt. He was immediately excited and walked quickly to Tina's side. This is the little quilt that wrapped you at the time. It was made by your grandma herself, and later your mother embroidered your name on it. Zhou Lin picked up the quilt and looked for the small word MANHWA. When he saw the word MANHWA, Zhou Lin's tears flowed again. Tina looked at her and reached out to wipe Zhou Lin's tears. Don't cry, I'm back. Zhou Lin held Tina's hand as she wiped her tears. Mommy, don't cry anymore. Mommy, listen to Tina. Mommy, don't cry anymore. After that, Zhou Lin simply wiped away his tears and said to Tina, Tina, let's go downstairs. We will be able to eat soon. Mom specially asked Aunt Song to cook a few more dishes today. You can eat more later. Zhou Lin hugged Tina and came to the living room downstairs. Aunt Song was still busy. Zhou Lin pulled Tina to sit on the sofa. Then she picked up the TV remote control and handed it to Tina. Chapter 35. This is her mother. Tina, let's watch some TV. You can choose whatever you want to watch. Tina took the remote control and adjusted the TV program, changing several channels. At this time, a channel was playing a TV series, so Tina stopped. There are the words, Love in the Pearl River, in the lower left corner of the TV. Judging from the clothes worn by the people in the TV series, this TV series should be quite old. Zhou Lin asked Tina, Tina, have you seen this before? Tina shook her head. No, this is my first time watching it. At this time, the heroine appeared on the TV screen. Tina widened her eyes, looked at the heroine in the TV series, then looked at Zhou Lin, and watched it over and over again. Zhou Lin thought Tina was so cute, so he asked her with a smile, What's wrong, Tina? Tina pointed at the heroine in the TV series and said to Zhou Lin, Look, this person looks like you. Is this you? When did you act in the TV series? Are you a star? Zhou Lin looked in the direction Tina's finger pointed, and she was shocked herself. This girl looked so much like herself, so much so that she could hardly make a mistake. Zhou Lin couldn't help but sigh. It really looks like him. How can he be so similar? But this person is not my mother. My mother has never been an actor, nor has she acted in any TV series. Is this really not you? It's not even you, even though they look so similar. This isn't my mom, but I'm also curious. Why do they look so alike? Look at her name. If her last name is also Zhou, then she might be your sister. Zhou Lin heard this and said, That's impossible. There were many people present when your grandma gave birth to mom. Your grandma only gave birth to mom at that time, so it's impossible. Okay, then I'll search for her name. Tina took out her cell phone and started searching Baidu for the name of the heroine in Love in the Pearl River Delta. It's out. It's out. The actress who plays the leading female role Yang Shujin is called Zhou Lin, which is only one character different from your name. Tina put the Baidu results in front of Zhou Lin. Really? What a coincidence. Zhou Lin looked at the phone screen in front of him and was shocked to find that it was true. It's true. What a fate. Madam, miss, let's eat. At this time, Aunt Song brought them back to their senses. Tina looked back and saw that Aunt Song had already put the food on the table. Tina, let's go eat. Tina stood up and Zhou Lin pulled her to the dining table. So many dishes, this is too rich. Tina, these are specially prepared for you by Aunt Song. Aunt Song smiled sheepishly. Miss, Madam knew you were coming back, so she specially asked me to make this for you. Thanks. Tina, please sit down and eat, and try Aunt Song's cooking. Good. Zhou Lin pulled out a chair for Tina. Tina sat down, and Zhou Lin sat down next to her. Zhou Lin put some food on Tina's plate, and Tina took a bite. It's delicious. Aunt Song's cooking skills are really good. Aunt Song couldn't stop smiling. If the lady likes it, that's great. Tina looked at Aunt Song. I love so much. Zhou Lin also smiled and picked up some food for Tina. If Tina likes it, then eat more. Tina nodded. Zhou Lin picked up a few shrimps and peeled them for Tina. He put each one on Tina's plate, and Tina picked them up and ate them. Zhou Lin watched Tina eat. At that moment, she felt really satisfied. It turned out that life was so beautiful. Her daughter came home, came back to her, and really stayed by her side. After dinner, Zhou Lin took Tina upstairs to the room. Tina, take a shower first, then change into the pajamas that Mom prepared for you. Leave your clothes at the door, and Mom will wash them for you. Oh, okay. Tina walked into the bathroom and felt it was such a dream. Even the mirror looked like a princess. While Tina was taking a shower in the bathroom, Zhou Lin's cell phone rang. Zhou Lin looked down and saw that it was Lu Jiang calling, so she immediately went out to answer the phone. Hey, Lu Jiang, what's going on? How is Tina doing with you? Zhou Lin smiled. It's fine. We get along very well. You don't have to worry. Okay, that's good. I feel relieved then. But only one thing. What? Tina. She didn't call me mom, and I felt quite lost. Take your time. Give her some time. I know that at least she is willing to come back to me now, and I am already very satisfied. Okay, that's it. Good. Zhou Lin returned to Tina's room, picked up the clothes that Tina had changed out of and left at the door, and then prepared to go to the bathroom in his room on the third floor. As soon as he went out, he met Aunt Song. Aunt Song saw Zhou Lin holding clothes in his hand and was about to go up to take the clothes. Madam, give it to me. Zhou Lin waved his hand at her. No need, Aunt Song. I'll wash Tina. You go and have a rest. Okay, ma'am. I'm going to rest now. Zhou Lin smiled and nodded at her. Zhou Lin returned to the bathroom in his room, filled the basin with water, picked up the laundry detergent, and started washing Tina's clothes. Tina came out of the shower and didn't see Zhou Lin, so she went out to look for her. Tina didn't find Zhou Lin, so she went downstairs, but there was no one there, so she went up to the third floor. As soon as she reached the third floor, she saw the door was open and went in. She followed the sound to the bathroom and saw Zhou Lin washing his own clothes by hand. Tina's heart was touched. Who would have thought that the boss who was so powerful and decisive in the company was now washing clothes for her in her home clothes, just like an ordinary mother? Tina stood at the bathroom door and looked at Zhou Lin. After a while, Zhou Lin turned around and saw her. Tina, why are you here? I didn't see you after I took a shower. Zhou Lin was very happy. So you came to see Mom? Yes. Tina looked at Zhou Lin's hand and asked her softly, Isn't there a washing machine? Mom wants to wash your hands. Mom wants to return to you every bit of what she owes you. Tina's eyes turned red. Zhou Lin wiped his hands quickly and then hugged Tina. Don't cry, baby. Mommy has already washed the clothes. Wait for Mommy to hang them up for you. Tina nodded. Tina stood there, watching Zhou Lin busy hanging up his clothes. This moment really touched her heart. This scene had only appeared in her dreams, and she never thought that she would be able to see it with her own eyes one day. This is her mother. It's Tina's mother. After a while, Zhou Lin came over after hanging up the clothes. Chapter 36, Is This Mother's Love? Tina, come on, let's go back to the room and Mommy will blow dry your hair. Tina's hair is the same as her mother's. Both are very black. Zhou Lin picked up the hairdryer and tested the temperature on her hand first. When the temperature was right, she started to blow Tina's hair. Zhou Lin's hands shuttled through Tina's hair, gently and softly, blowing into Tina's heart. Tina felt so warm. Tina looked at Zhou Lin in the mirror quietly, very seriously and gently. Her mother is blow-drying her hair. Zhou Lin raised his eyes and glanced at Tina in the mirror. My Tina is so beautiful. Tina lowered her head a little shyly. Zhou Lin smiled. After blowing her hair dry, Zhou Lin picked up the comb and combed Tina's hair. Tina was sitting there. Zhou Lin put his hands on Tina's shoulders, leaned over and said to Tina, Tina, you must be tired from the car ride today. Can you go to bed early? Good. Zhou Lin discussed with her again. How about Mommy accompany you tonight? I want to sleep by myself, can I? Of course. Tina can do whatever you want. Zhou Lin pulled Tina to the bed, opened the quilt for her. Tina lay down, and Zhou Lin covered her with the quilt again. Tina, go to sleep. Do you want your mother to stay here with you for a while? It's okay. I'm not scared. Okay. Mom will leave a light on the table for you. After saying that, Zhou Lin tucked the quilt for Tina and went out. Zhou Lin left. Tina lay on the bed and looked around the room again. Is this mother's love? It turns out that mother's love is so warm. I am so happy. But she still couldn't say the word mom. Maybe it was because she hadn't called her that for too long. Tina took out her cell phone and changed Zhou Lin's note from Aunt Zhou to Mom. Zhou Lin returned to the room and Xiao Bangan called. Hello, Xiao Ling. I just saw the message you sent me. Tina is back home, right? Chopin's magnetic voice came from the phone. Yes, Tina is back. But Tina was tired from the car ride today, so I let her sleep. Xiao Bangan's voice could not hide his joy. Great. This is really great news. Who said it wasn't true? Bun, I feel so happy now. My daughter is finally back. Yeah, glad. You and Tina are together. How are you guys doing? We are very good together. But Tina hasn't called me mom yet. It's okay. Just let it happen naturally. We have to give the child some time. I know, Bun. Okay, since Tina is already asleep, I'll call you tomorrow and I'll have a good talk with Tina then. That's great. Bun, call me tomorrow and tell me in advance. I'll discuss it with Tina first so that the child can be mentally prepared. It's my duty, Xiaoling. You are very thoughtful. After hanging up the phone, after a while, Zhou Lin went downstairs and gently opened the door of Tina's room. Although the movement was very quiet, Tina was not asleep yet. When she heard the noise, she immediately closed her eyes. Zhou Lin walked in and came to the bedside. She sat down on the stool next to it and looked at Tina. Zhou Lin moved closer, touched Tina's hair, pulled the quilt up for her, and then looked at her quietly. Zhou Lin smiled, then kissed Tina on the forehead, stood up, walked to the table, turned off the light that was left on, then gently closed the door and left. Hearing the door closing, Tina, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes. Since she went to bed early, Tina woke up early the next day, got up, washed, and went downstairs. When I went downstairs, Aunt Song was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen and saw Tina coming down. Miss, you're up? Why are you up so early? Aunt Song, I went to bed early last night. Miss, breakfast will have to wait a little longer. Good. Miss, the madam hasn't come down yet. Oh, then I'll go up and take a look. Tina turned and went upstairs to the door of Zhou Lin's bedroom on the 3rd floor. Tina knocked on the door and Zhou Lin's voice came from inside. Is that Tina?
Tina, come in.
Tina turned the door handle, opened the door and went in. Zhou Lin half sat up. Tina is up. After saying that, Zhou Lin lifted a corner of the quilt and extended his hand towards her. Tina, come to mommy. Tina walked over, took off her slippers, then got on the bed and got into Zhou Lin's arms. Zhou Lin hugged her, and Zhou Lin took the opportunity to hug Tina. My dear, did you sleep well last night? Tina lay in Zhou Lin's arms. Okay. Zhou Lin kissed Tina's hair. Baby, mommy has something to discuss with you. What's up? Last night, your dad called me. He wanted to talk to you, but yesterday, mom saw that you fell asleep, so she didn't call you. Your dad said he would call me again today. So can you talk to him then? Your dad misses you very much. Hearing this, Tina straightened her head in Zhou Lin's arms, looked at her and asked her, why hasn't he come back after finding me for so long? Does he not love me? How could that be? Your dad loves you very much. He often calls mom to ask about you. But you don't know, baby. The reason your dad didn't come back is because he is very busy with his business overseas, and the projects he is discussing with others now have been agreed upon before. He can't be untrustworthy and stand people up, right? Tina stared with wide eyes. Is that really the case? Of course, trust mom. Does he really miss me? Zhou Lin touched Tina's cheek. Of course he misses you. You are his only daughter. What's his name? Your father's name is Chopin. Tina suddenly remembered that Zhou Lin had told her before that she had a brother, so she asked Zhou Lin to confirm it. You said before that I have a brother. Yes, baby, your brother's name is Xiaoyang, and he is abroad with your father now. He misses you too, and he said he wants to protect you, and he is looking forward to meeting you. So how old is he this year? He is 24. Tina was very surprised. That's not right. You are 42 years old and he is 24, so you gave birth to him when you were 18. You got married when you were 17? You fell in love too early. Zhou Lin looked at her with amusement. How do you know your mother's age? There are some in the company. Zhou Lin pinched Tina's nose. Tina is so smart. Then he said to her, Yang Yang is not your mother's child. Chapter 37. You can't leave me again. What did you say? He's not your son? Tina was stunned. Her mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in. Yes, Yang Yang was born to your father's ex-wife. When your father and I got together, his wife had passed away for several years, and Yang Yang was also several years old. Tina looked at her. So you only gave birth to me? Yes, mom only gave birth to Tina, Zhou Lin said while hugging Tina tightly. Tina held Zhou Lin's arms tightly and buried her head in Zhou Lin's arms. I don't like him. Why? Tina. Tina raised her head from her arms. Because you have been with him all these years. That's why I don't like him. I hate him. Seeing Tina like this, Zhou Lin felt distressed and helpless. Tina. I just don't like him anyway. Zhou Lin advised her. Tina, your brother wants to see you very much. He said he will protect you for the rest of your life. When your parents are gone in the future, Your brother will be your backer, understand? I don't want to see him. You said you wouldn't leave me again. You can't abandon me again. You can't. Seeing that Tina was a little excited, Zhou Lin hugged her tightly and patted her back gently. Mom won't leave you. How could Mom leave you again? It's just that, Tina, Mom and Dad will get old one day, and one day they will pass away. At that time, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tina.
No.
I don't want it. I don't want you to grow old, and I don't want you to die. You have to live forever, and you have to stay with me forever. Okay, okay. Mommy will always be with Tina. Tina looked at Zhou Lin seriously. Then you have to promise. Okay, Mommy promises. For Tina, Mommy will live well and live her best. Okay. Zhou Lin choked up. Tina nodded and finally couldn't control herself anymore. She buried her head in Zhou Lin's neck and started crying. Tina, don't cry. Zhou Lin coaxed Tina for a long time, and Tina's emotions finally calmed down. Zhou Lin pulled Tina downstairs. Aunt Song has already put breakfast on the table. Madam, miss, it's time for breakfast. Tina, sit down. Several people sat around eating, and Zhou Lin picked up some food for Tina. Tina took a sip of milk, and there were some milk stains on the corners of her mouth. Zhou Lin immediately took a tissue to wipe her mouth. While Zhou Lin was eating, his cell phone rang with a message. Zhou Lin picked it up and saw that it was sent by Xiao Bangit. Xiaoling, are you and Tina up yet? Have you eaten? After you finish eating, I will video call you so I can meet Tina. Okay? Asked Tina. Zhou Lin showed the phone to Tina. Tina, this is a message from your father. Take a look. Tina took the phone, read the message from Xiao Bangin, and then returned the phone to Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin discussed with her. Tina, talk to your dad later. Tina said nothing, nodded, and continued eating breakfast. Zhou Lin was so happy that he immediately replied to Xiao Bangit. Bon, Tina agreed. I'll tell you after we finish breakfast, and you can call me back then. Great. I'll wait. After breakfast, Tina curled up on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Zhou Lin came over and sat next to her. Tina immediately got into her arms and hugged her. Zhou Lin touched Tina's head lovingly. Xiao Bangin called via video, and Zhou Lin answered the call. Zhou Lin hugged Tina. Bun. Tina still nestled in Zhou Lin's arms without looking up. Tina softly. Tina, daughter, I'm your dad. Tina looked up at her phone. On the screen was a gentle man smiling at her. Tina just looked at him without saying a word. Xiao Bangin continued to talk to her. Tina, Daddy misses you very much. Daddy will go back to you and Mommy soon, okay? Zhou Lin patted Tina. Tina, Dad is talking to you. So when will you be back? Tina asked, staring at the screen. Zhou Lin smiled. Dad will be back soon. Dad should finish things here as soon as possible and then go back to see Tina right away, okay? Tina nodded and asked him again, Are you busy at work? I've been a little busy lately because Dad wanted to finish work early and go back to meet Tina. Then you should take care of yourself. Xiao Bangin was so touched. Okay. Thank you, daughter. Dad will listen to Tina and take care of his health. See how much your daughter cares about you. I'm almost jealous. Zhou Lin pretended to be angry. Xiao Bangin smiled proudly. Xiao Ling, thank you. With a daughter like Tina, I have no regrets in my life. Then Xiao Bangin said to Tina, Tina, Dad bought you a sea view villa here a few days ago. The scenery is very good and very suitable for vacation. Why didn't you tell me? Zhou Lin asked him. Want to give Tina a surprise. Tina, thank your dad quickly. Thank you. Tina said lightly. But Tina was thinking, wow, are my parents so rich? Their money is also mine. So if you calculate it this way, then I must be rich too. It's sent. I accidentally became a rich second generation. This is really God chasing me to give me food to eat. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lin asked Tina for her opinion. Tina, how about going shopping with Mom? Or Mom will take you to the amusement park, and then we'll go to the movies. Or wherever you want to go, whatever you want to do, Mom will accompany you. Is that okay? Tina clapped her hands happily. Really? Certainly. Okay, then I want to go. Tina finished speaking. Her phone rang. It was Wu Zhenjin calling. Hello, Sister Zhenjin. Oh, my dear. Your phone finally got through. You finally turned it on. Your sister was so worried about you. Do you know that? Wu Zhenjin's voice was very anxious. Sister Zhenjin, I'm sorry. My phone ran out of battery and made you worry. I'm sorry. I apologize. Wu Zhenjin laughed out loud. You little devil. Okay, I forgive you. By the way, Tina, My dad said you're home, right? Yes, Sister Jinjin. I'm home. Tina, is your home close to mine? Can we go shopping together? And Sister E, let's go together. Sister E is also here. Sister E is here too. At this time, Louis' voice sounded. Tina, I'm your Sister E, let's go out and play together? Tina glanced at Zhou Lin. Sister E, I'm sorry. I have other things to do today. I already have an appointment. Can we do it another day? I'll accompany you another day. Hey, who is it? What's going on? Tina, tell the truth. Wu Jinjin's funny voice came. Chapter 38 President Zhou personally confirmed it. Louis also teased her. That's right. Tina, who is it? Who did you make an appointment with? Tell the sisters. Oh, anyway, it's not what you think, so stop guessing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Tina, let's make an appointment another day. Louis said to Tina. Okay, Sister E. No, sister, I haven't finished asking. Wu Jinjin was talking to Louis on the other end of the phone. Louis ignored her. Tina, I'll hang up first. Goodbye, Sister E. Goodbye, Sister Jinjin. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lin put his arm around Tina's shoulders and said, they have a pretty good relationship with you. Yes, Sister E and Sister Jinjin treat me as their younger sister, and I like them very much too. Zhou Lin fixed Tina's hair. Tina, where are we going today? I want to go to the amusement park and then go to the movies. Okay, Mommy will go with you. Zhou Lin drove Tina to the amusement park, bought tickets, and took Tina in. Zhou Lin asked Tina, Tina, what do you want to play? Mommy will play with you. I want to ride the carousel, and I want to ride it with you. Okay, Mom will sit with you. The carousel in the amusement park is large and has a good load-bearing capacity. Zhou Lin takes Tina to ride on a carousel. Tina sat in front of Zhou Lin, who held Tina in his arms. When the carousel started turning, Tina was extremely happy. Zhou Lin took out his phone to take a photo of the two of them. Tina happily gave a V to the camera. Zhou Lin kissed Tina's cheek again, then raised his phone to take a photo. Zhou Lin played with Tina for a few rounds, then came down to take pictures of Tina. Zhou Lin looked at Tina's smiling face. She felt that she was willing to do anything at the moment. It was all worth it. Then they went on the Ferris wheel and the roller coaster. They tried everything Tina wanted to do. Finally, Zhou Lin took Tina to the cinema to watch a movie. Tina wanted to eat popcorn, but Zhou Lin was worried that she would get a sore throat, so he didn't buy her too much. He also bought Tina the milk tea she wanted. While watching the movie, Zhou Lin fed Tina popcorn, and Tina stared at the screen the whole time. Since we were watching a comedy, Tina laughed. Zhou Lin looked at Tina, rubbed her head, and smiled indulgently. After coming out of the cinema, it was already evening, so Zhou Lin called Aunt Song and told her not to prepare dinner for her and Tina, as she wanted to take Tina out to eat. Zhou Lin took Tina to a high-end Western restaurant. Zhou Lin ordered 2 steaks and a fruit salad. Tina ordered French fries, New Orleans grilled wings, Portuguese egg tarts, and 2 servings of mango mousse. Zhou Lin looked at what Tina ordered, feeling a little helpless. Tina, you should eat less oily food in the future, okay? All right. After the steak came, Zhou Lin cut the steak for Tina and taught her as he cut. Tina, look, to eat steak, it's like this. Hold the fork in your left hand and the knife in your right hand. Then start cutting from the left, cut off a piece, eat a piece. Watch carefully. Mom will cut a few pieces for you first, and you can try the rest later. Okay, that's not difficult. Zhou Lin cut a few pieces of steak and then put the plate back to Tina. Tina, how about trying it? Tina picked up the fork with her left hand, picked up a piece of steak, put it in her mouth, and nodded. Delicious. Then Tina, try cutting a piece, just like your mom does. Zhou Lin demonstrated for her again. Tina followed Zhou Lin's example, holding the fork in her left hand and the knife in her right hand, and cut a piece of steak. Oh, by the way, Tina is awesome. Tina was very proud. It's so easy. It's a piece of cake. Zhou Lin was amused by her naughty look. Zhou Lin finished his meal, but Tina was still enjoying her meal, so Zhou Lin quickly took a photo. Zhou Lin sat there looking at the pictures on his phone one by one, and then selected 9. There are photos of the mother and daughter, as well as photos she took of Tina alone, which she prepared to post on WeChat Moments and had edited the text. Baby, the happiness you bring to me is greater than anything in the world. I will always love you. I hope my daughter will always be happy. After the photos and text were edited, Zhou Lin confirmed them and clicked send. As soon as the circle of friends was posted, it instantly received dozens of likes, followed by dozens of comments. Mr. Zhou's daughter is so beautiful. Mr. Zhou, your daughter looks like you. Mr. Zhou protects his daughter so well. I just found out that Mr. Zhou has a daughter. Like mother, like daughter, and here comes the next strong woman. Zhou Lin was grinning from ear to ear as he read the comments. Tina felt a little strange listening to the ringing sound of Zhou Lin's cell phone and the smile on Zhou Lin's face. I asked her, "What's wrong?" Zhou Lin looked at her and smiled. Mom posted a circle of friends. Let me show you. After saying that, he handed the phone to Tina. Tina took the phone and saw the content on it. You sent me? Yeah, Mom sent both of us. Do many people in the company have your WeChat? Yes. Almost everyone in the company knows my mother's WeChat. Tina was shocked. Doesn't that mean everyone in the company knows about this now? Just know it if you know it. Anyway, you will be the one to take over the company in the future. Tina was shocked. I'll take over, but I can't. Take your time. Don't be in a hurry, baby. You are only a freshman now. Besides, you have your mother. She will help you. Before you take over the company, she will also pave the way for you. Zhou Lin comforted her. Tina breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, then you have to help me then. Mom will definitely help you. Don't worry, baby. Zhou Lin's circle of friends came out. Everyone in the company was furious. In the small group established by the company's employees. It's confirmed. It's confirmed. Oh my God. Mr. Zhou personally confirmed it. Look, I told you. Tina is definitely Mr. Zhou's daughter. How could they not be biological children if they look so similar? Tina is really our future boss. Everyone, please think carefully about how to build a good relationship with our future boss. At this time, Louis was holding a mobile phone. Oh my God. Wu Zhenjin hurried over. What's wrong? What's wrong? Louis handed the phone to Wu Zhenjin, and Wu Zhenjin looked at the phone. Sister, is this Mr. Zhou the boss of your company? Louis looked at her and nodded. Wu Zhenjin asked again, then Tina is her daughter? Louis nodded again. Wu Zhenjin was stunned. Oh my God. Tina is a second-generation rich girl. Oh my God. I have a second-generation rich girl. Tina has kept it a secret. Chapter 39 Mommy's Little Kangaroo. When I saw Tina for the first time, I thought she looked like our general manager Zhou, so I said she was General Manager Zhou's daughter. Tina refused to admit it and came home to ask her father, but her father also said that Tina was not General Manager Zhou's daughter. They both refused to say anything. Now, General Manager Zhou posted it on his moments, saying that Tina is indeed our General Manager Zhou's daughter and the future successor of Shengjin. Louis explained it very clearly. Oh my God. Then I'm going to hold Tina's thighs tightly. Tina, sister, please support me. Wu Zhenjun is acting like a drama queen and brainwashes Louis again. Sister, Tina is your future leader. You should cling to Tina's thighs. It will be easier to get things done with a backer. Dad is still friends with Mr. Zhou. You are completely close to her. Louis pouted, yes. He gave Wu Zhenjin a thumbs up again. Smart. Louis and Wu Zhenjin walked out of the house. Lu Jiang and Wu Xia were watching TV in the living room. They walked to the sofa and sat down. Louis asked Lu Jiang, Dad, have you seen the circle of friends that Mr. Zhou posted? Lu Jiang shook his head. No, I didn't check my phone. What circle of friends? Louis handed him the phone. Hey, this is it. Wu Xia also came over curiously at this time. What? When they saw the contents on the phone clearly, they were both stunned. Dad, didn't you say at the beginning that Tina was not the daughter of our President Zhou? Now President Zhou has become rich himself. How do you explain this? Louis asked. Lu Jiang hurriedly explained, oh, it's like this. Your CEO Zhou wanted to train Tina and let her start from the grassroots level. He was afraid of putting pressure on Tina and that your company's employees would feel uncomfortable after knowing Tina's identity. He was afraid that it would affect your work, so he didn't reveal Tina's identity. Louis said proudly, I said from the beginning that Tina was our CEO Zhou's daughter. They look so much alike. They must be mother and daughter. My guess has always been correct. Yes, it still couldn't hide it from your sharp eyes. Wu Xia looked at her lovingly. Of course. Oh, sister, you are so amazing. You have such a keen eye. Wu Zhenjin flattered her. Of course, learn more from your sister, little friend. Wu Zhenjin bowed. Twitter. The whole family laughed. Lu Jiang and Wu Xia returned to the room. Wu Xia said to Lu Jiang, it seems that Tina's mother has solved all the problems. That should be the case, otherwise she wouldn't post on WeChat moments. Wu Xia looked at him. It's just that I'm sorry for wronging you regarding Tina. She's obviously my daughter, but I can't even hear her call me daddy. Lu Jiang smiled helplessly. It would be a lie to say I'm not sad, but as long as Tina is happy, I have nothing to regret. Zhou Lin and Tina returned home and Aunt Song opened the door for them. Madam, miss, I'm back. Tina was very happy. I'm back. Did you have fun, miss? We are so happy. Aunt Song, we went to the amusement park, the cinema, and finally had a Western meal. Oh, you've been to so many places. Are you tired, young lady? Tina shook her head. Not tired. Zhou Lin looked at Tina lovingly. Tina, go up and take a shower. Tina went upstairs, and Zhou Lin said to Aunt Song again, Aunt Song, you should go and have some rest. It's getting late. Okay, ma'am, then you should go to bed early too. Good. Zhou Lin turned and went upstairs. Tina finished taking a shower. Zhou Lin came over. Baby, are you done with the shower? Yeah, I'm done. Tina, sleep with your mother tonight. Zhou Lin said in a negotiating tone. Good. The two of them lay on the bed. Zhou Lin hugged Tina, and Tina snuggled up to her. Can you tell me about my childhood? Tina wants to hear it. I want to hear it. Okay, then Mom will tell you. At the beginning, Tina was in Mom's belly, and Mom didn't know that there was a little baby in Mom's belly. During that time, Mom ate a lot and gained a lot of weight. Mom was wondering what was going on. Zhou Lin laughed when he said this. Tina also had a smile on her face. Zhou Lin touched Tina's cheek and continued, later, when Mom had morning sickness, she realized that there was a baby in my belly. Zhou Lin kissed Tina's hair. Then one day, the baby started to move in the mother's belly. When the mother talked to the baby would gently kick the mother's belly and interact with the mother. When the mother was sleeping, the baby was well behaved and never made trouble for the mother. Tina looked up and asked her, really? Zhou Lin touched her hair and said, of course it's true. Tina is so well behaved. Tina smiled and snuggled into Zhou Lin's chest again. Tina stayed in my mother's belly for 10 months. Later, my mother was about to give birth. In the hospital, my mother was in pain for a long time and finally gave birth to my baby. Zhou Lin kissed Tina again. When you were just born, you would cry no matter who held you. The nurse put you next to your mother, and you stopped crying immediately. Later, your mother took you out of the hospital. Your mother bought you a lot of small clothes. Tina smiled when she put on the new clothes. She was so cute. Tina listened quietly and attentively, and Zhou Lin was fascinated by what he said. Tina is like a little kangaroo, sticking to her mother all day long. Wherever her mother goes, Tina's eyes follow her, and she will cry if she can't see her mother for a while. Will that bother you? Of course not. Mommy is so happy. Hearing Zhou Lin's answer, Tina smiled happily. The next second, Tina fell asleep with a smile on her lips. Zhou Lin looked down and saw Tina had her eyes closed, so he called her softly. Tina? Is Tina asleep? Seeing that she didn't respond, Zhou Lin knew that she had fallen asleep, and then he kissed Tina on the forehead lovingly. Mama's little kangaroo. The next morning, Zhou Lin woke up and saw Tina's face as soon as she opened her eyes. She half got up, combed Tina's hair, then leaned over and kissed Tina on the forehead. She got up and tucked the quilt for Tina. When Zhou Lin went downstairs, Aunt Song was already busy making breakfast. Aunt Song saw Zhou Lin coming down. Madam, you are awake. Is Miss still awake? Tina hasn't woken up yet. She was tired yesterday. Let her sleep a little longer. Madam, breakfast will be ready soon. Please sit down for a while. No, I'm going to make Tina a fruit salad. She ate too much oily food yesterday. Madam, let me do it for Miss. No, I'll do it. Ma'am, if you need anything, just call me. Good. Zhou Lin took out a Wawawaniu apple, a banana, an imported red heart dragon fruit, a red pomelo, and a bunch of imported seedless red grapes. Chapter 40 Mother-Daughter Photo Shoot. Zhou Lin first cut the red pomelo in half, broke it into 2 halves and peeled it, then tore the peeled red pomelo with his hands and placed it in a glass bowl. She picked up the seedless red grapes, washed them once with flour water, then rinsed them twice with clean water, and finally picked the seedless red grapes one by one and put them in the bowl. Then he picked up the red dragon fruit, cut it in half with a knife, put the cut half in the bowl, and then cut the banana as well. Zhou Lin washed, peeled, cut the Huahua apples into pieces and put them together with other fruits. Finally, I poured a bottle of probiotic yogurt into it and stirred it a few times with a spoon. In the bedroom, Tina opened her eyes and did not see Zhou Lin. She sat up, stretched, threw back the quilt, and got out of bed. When she came downstairs, She heard some noise in the kitchen, so she walked over and saw Zhou Lin busying herself, so she asked her, "What are you doing?" Zhou Lin saw her coming. He happily showed her the bowl. "Mom is making you a fruit salad. Looks delicious." Zhou Lin asked her, "Tina, have you washed your face?" "Not yet." "Go up and wash up." "Okay. Save the fruit salad for me, and don't eat it secretly." Zhou Lin gently pinched Tina's little face. "Okay, all yours." Tina turned and ran upstairs. "Tina, run slower." "I know." Zhou Lin and Aunt Song put breakfast on the dining table, and Tina also came down. Zhou Lin looked at her. "Tina washes so fast?" Tina said pitifully, "I'm hungry." Zhou Lin burst out laughing. At the dinner table, Zhou Lin used a spoon to put fruit salad in a bowl for Tina. Tina ate with gusto and nodded as she ate. "It's delicious." This made Zhou Lin and Aunt Song laugh. Aunt Song said to Zhou Lin, "Miss, you are such a happy person." Zhou Lin looked at Tina and smiled from ear to ear. After dinner, Zhou Lin said to Tina, "Tina, let me take you to take some photos. I want to take some photos with you." "Okay, so what kind of photos should we take?" "It's a mother-daughter photo." "Good." Zhou Lin drove Tina to the most famous photography company in Linyang City. Tina held Zhou Lin's arm, and as soon as the mother and daughter entered the door, someone came to greet them. "Welcome, ladies." Zhou Lin smiled and nodded. "Ladies, how can I help you?" Zhou Lin said, "I want to take a photo shoot with my daughter. Can you introduce some to us, or show us what styles are available?" "Okay, lady, please take a seat and wait a moment." Zhou Lin pulled Tina to sit down. After a while, the staff came over with the template. "Madam, please take a look. Here are some of the more popular mother-daughter style portraits taken by our company. I can introduce them to you." Zhou Lin took the template and said, "Okay, then you introduce it to us." Then place the template between her and Tina. "Okay, and 2. The most popular styles recently are retro Chong Sam, flowing years, light and shadow, and tulip of love. These styles highlight time and the love between mother and child." The staff pointed them out one by one as they spoke. Zhou Lin asked Tina, "Tina, take a look. Do you like it?" Tina looked at them one by one. "I like retro Chong Sam, flowing years, and tulips of love." "Okay, then let's take pictures of them all." Zhou Lin replied lovingly. The staff were very excited when they heard this. "Okay, lady, please come over here and choose your clothes. We'll arrange for someone to put on makeup for you right away." "Tina, are you happy?" "Happy." Tina answered happily. After putting on makeup, Tina couldn't recognize herself in the mirror. "Is this me?" The staff praised her. "Your skin is so good. It's effortless to put makeup on you." Tina was a little embarrassed. "Really? I don't usually wear makeup." Zhou Lin smiled and said to the staff, "We are still underage children. She looks so young. Your daughter is a carbon copy of you." Tina heard her say this and quickly spoke. "A lot of people say that." "Tina, who else has anything to say?" Zhou Lin asked her curiously. "My classmates, Lu Mei and Wang Jing. When you came to school to look for me before, they asked me, saying that we looked alike. Later, when I went to the company, Sister E asked me too. I said no, but Sister E didn't believe me. Other people in the company also asked me." Zhou Lin smiled. "Really? It seems that everyone has sharp eyes." The photo shoot took 3 hours to complete. After selecting the photos, Tina was so tired that she didn't want to move at all. Zhou Lin felt so distressed. "Tina, are you tired? You must be hungry. Mommy will take you to eat." "I'm so hungry. I'm starving. I want to eat hot pot." "Okay, Mom will take you to eat hot pot." Zhou Lin took Tina to a nearby shopping mall and found a hot pot restaurant, then went in and found a seat to sit down. The waiter brought the menu and asked them to choose the base of the soup first. Tina chose a shabu-shabu hot pot, a spicy hot pot, and a tomato hot pot. Tina with suspicion and worry, "Tina, can you handle spicy food? How about mushroom soup and tomato soup?" Tina acted coquettishly to Zhou Lin. "No, I want to eat something spicy." Zhou Lin had no resistance to Tina's coquetry. Okay, then choose a slightly spicy one." Tina hugged Zhou Lin's neck with both hands and kissed him on the face. "I knew you were the best." Zhou Lin rubbed Tina's hair lovingly. "You, little girl." While eating, Tina picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in the pot twice, and then put it into the bowl to eat. Zhou Lin saw this and hurriedly stopped her. "Tina, it's not cooked yet. Cook it for a little longer. Eating uncooked food is not good for your stomach." Tina blinked pitifully at her. But I'm so hungry. Wait a minute, baby. Mommy will cook for you. You can eat what mommy gives you. All right. After dinner, Zhou Lin drove Tina home. Tina sat in the passenger seat, playing with her cell phone. At this time, Tina's class teacher, Teacher Lee, sent a message to her class group. Students, I hope you all have a good time during the National Day holiday. The teacher is here to bother you. Our school has issued a notice that we will hold midterm exams starting from this semester. I hope you will be mentally prepared. Time is running out. For the sake of our class's grades, the teacher has decided to set up a parent group. The teacher will send the parent group QR code to the group in a while. Students, please ask your parents to scan the code to join the group and ask your parents to unify the group name, such as XXX Mom, Dad. Please cooperate. Chapter 41. The school is going to hold a midterm exam. Tina saw the news. She was so shocked that she almost couldn't sit still. Zhou Lin asked her, "What's wrong with Tina? What happened?" Tina read the message sent by their class teacher, Mr. Lee, and then collapsed on her chair with a look of despair. Zhou Lin touched her head and asked, "What's that expression on your face?" Tina pouted, "Huh? We still have to take midterm exams after entering college. This is really annoying. I thought college would be easy. Who knew it would be completely different? After college, you still have to face the challenges of society. How can it be easy, baby?" Tina sighed. Alas! Zhou Lin was amused by her appearance. Tina picked up her phone. At this time, Tina's dormitory group and the small group in her class without a teacher were in an uproar. The old babies in class 1. What kind of plane is this? What? What is the school thinking? There must be something wrong with their brains. I'm afraid there's some serious illness. What the hell is a midterm exam? What is a parent group? I'm going to die. What a lousy school. There were dozens of messages complaining. Tina couldn't stop laughing when she saw the complaints in the class group. Zhou Lin listened to her laughing and asked, "Why is this kid laughing like that?" "It's what our class group is complaining about. Let me read it to you." Then Tina read it to Zhou Lin one by one. Zhou Lin looked at her helplessly. This is not funny. At this time, in Tina's dormitory group, Lu Mei was killing like crazy. 3 big beauties. Lu Mei to Mei. What? Isn't midterm exam nonsense? What kind of world is this? Who will save us? We can't even have a good holiday at home. Why is our life so miserable? You too, come out. Wang Jing to Mei Li. I just saw it, and I collapsed too. I am speechless. Lu Mei to Mei. Why do we need to set up a parent group? Are we elementary school students? Wang Jing to Mei Li. Why hasn't Tina come out yet? Tina big beauty. I'm coming. I'm coming. I just saw it and I collapsed too. At this time, their class teacher, Teacher Lee, sent another message in the group. Students, please ask your parents to scan the QR code to join the group before 8 o'clock tonight. The teacher has something to convey to the parents. Please cooperate with us. If you receive a reply, please reply. If you don't reply, I will contact you individually and have a pleasant conversation. As soon as the message came out, there were dozens of replies in the group. Receive. 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 Tina also quickly replied received. At this time, in the class group, the old babies in class 1. The teacher is so cunning. It's really high. No reply is not acceptable. Alas, everyone just accept your fate. It's so unfair. Tina's dormitory group. 3 big beauties. Lu my dammi. Our teacher is so cunning. I have to admire her. My mother has a bad temper. What if I don't do well in the exam? Oh, I can't imagine it. Forget it. I'll let my dad join the group. Wang Jing to Mei Li. My mother is fine. I let her join the group. Lu my dammi Tina. Who did you let into the group? Your mom or your dad? Wang Jing to Mei Li. Yes, Tina. Who did you let into the group? Is it your mother? Tina big beauty. Yes, my mother. Lu Mei is beautiful. Oh, I hate it so much. Wang Jing is beautiful. Who says it's not? Tina dammi. Let's take it one step at a time. What else can we do? Lu Mei is beautiful. Can only be like this. Wang Jing to Mei Li. We have no way to go. Tina is beautiful. We all share the same pain. Lu Mei is beautiful mutually. Wang Jing to Mei Li mutually. Tina put down her phone. We are so pitiful. Zhou Lin comforted her. The school is doing this for your own good. We're worried that you'll become lazy and slack off just because you're in college. Our class teacher said that parents must join the group before 8 o'clock today. Okay, Mom will scan the code when we get home later. Back at the villa, Aunt Song saw that Tina was not in a good mood, so she asked her, "Miss, are you tired? Why don't you look happy?" Zhou Lin joked, "She can't be happy now." Aunt Song was puzzled. "What's going on, miss?" "Aunt Song, our midterm exam is coming up soon," Tina said softly. Aunt Song waved her hands and said, "Hey, I don't think it's a big deal. You scared me." After saying that, Aunt Song went into the kitchen. Tina collapsed on the sofa weakly. Zhou Lin walked up to her. "Tina, don't you want your mother to join the group?" Zhou Lin reminded her. Tina remembered it immediately. "Oh yes, I'll look for the QR code." Tina sat up and fiddled with her phone, found the QR code, and asked Zhou Lin to join the group. Zhou Lin scanned it and entered the group. "The teacher said I have to change my name." "Okay, then Mom will change it to Tina Mom, L." Zhou Lin changed the remarks. Tina took her phone and asked, "Let me see who is in the group." Tina opened the WeChat group and said, "Except for our class teacher, the rest are parents." Zhou Lin put his arm around her shoulders and said, "Of course, it's a parent group." After a while, Zhou Lin's cell phone rang. Tina's class teacher, Mr. Li, sent a message in the parents group. Tina picked up the phone and started looking at it with Zhou Lin. "Hello, parents. I am Mr. Li, the head teacher of Finance Class 1. Our school has decided to hold midterm exams starting from this semester. Parents are requested to cooperate with the school and supervise their children's learning. The school is also for children to have a more solid grasp of professional knowledge so that they can better apply what they have learned in the future. Our Finance Class 1 is a collective. I hope that every student in our class can get good grades, not fail any courses, and not drag the class down. Of course, those who can be admitted to our Linyang University are all students with excellent grades in high school. I hope that all parents can cooperate with our teachers to continue the good grades of our students. In order to inspire students' fighting spirit, the school has also set up scholarships for this exam. The first place in the grade will be awarded 5,000 yuan. The second place in the grade will be awarded 3,000 yuan. The third place in the grade will be awarded 1,000 yuan. And the first place in the class will be awarded 1,000 yuan. The scholarships for the final exams are even more generous. Parents are requested to do a good job of encouraging and urging their children to study. Let us wait and see who will win the prize." Tina said, "There's a bonus. It's quite a bit. A maximum of 5,000 is indeed acceptable for a small exam." Tina lamented, "We only got a few hundred in high school, but college gives so much." "So, Tina, you have to work hard. As long as you work hard, it doesn't matter if you don't get the bonus. But if you don't work hard, you will have nothing." Zhou Lin encouraged Tina. "Okay, then I'll try." Chapter 42. It was passed down from your mother. In the parents group at this time. Received. "Thank you, Teacher Li, for your hard work." "Thank you, Teacher Li." Received. "Thank you, Teacher Li, for your hard work." "Thank you, Teacher Li." Received. "Thank you, Teacher Li, for your hard work." "Thank you, Teacher Li." In an instant, dozens of identical messages appeared. Tina was shocked. "These parents are so exaggerated. Do you want to post it?" Zhou Lin smiled and said, "Tina, all parents feel the same way. Just post one. Everyone has posted one, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Teacher Li sent another message. "Thank you, parents. You don't need to reply. Just cooperate with our teachers. You don't need to reply to this message." Tina read it and said, "Okay, no need to reply." Zhou Lin asked her, "Did Tina often receive scholarships in the past?" "Yes, the highest scholarship is always mine." Tina said proudly, "My daughter is so great. Come on, give me a kiss." After saying that, Zhou Lin held Tina's face and kissed her. Tina suddenly remembered something and said to Zhou Lin, "I remembered something." "What's the matter?" "I owed some money to the village before. It was my university tuition and the money I owed for my adoptive parents' medical treatment when they passed away." Zhou Lin hugged Tina lovingly. Tina continued, "When I went back last time, I was going to transfer the money to Secretary Ma Chao, but he told me that Uncle Lu had paid off the money for me. I wanted to return the money to Uncle Lu, but I was afraid he wouldn't want it. What should I do?" Zhou Lin's eyes were red. "I'm sorry, Tina. Don't worry, Mom will take care of this matter. I will give him the money, and you don't have to worry about this matter, understand?" "That's fine too." "Tina, if you have nothing to do, you can call your Uncle Lu or go to his house and talk to him. Doesn't he have 2 older sisters at home? I think you can get along well with them." "Yes, I understand. Sister E and Sister Jinjin are both very kind to me. I like them very much. If you like, spend more time with them, Or you can invite them to our house to play. Yeah, great. Tina clapped her hands happily. Zhou Lin pinched her cheek lovingly. Look how happy you are, kid. The next day, Tina woke up and was shocked to find several pimples on her face. What should I do? I have pimples on my face, Tina said with a sad face. Zhou Lin held her face in his hands and said, Look, Mom, there are so many of them. Maybe they were from the hot pot we had yesterday. It should be. You should eat less spicy food in the future, Tina. You didn't listen to your mother yesterday and ate all spicy food. Tina pouted. Then you ate it too. How come you're fine? That's not fair. Zhou Lin was amused by Tina. Mom is old. No way. But you're like Mom. You can't handle spicy food, but you both want to eat spicy food. Tina raised an eyebrow. That's genetic. Yeah, you inherited it from your mom. For breakfast, Zhou Lin asked Aunt Song to make Tina a stir-fried bitter melon. Tina took a bite and frowned. It's a bit bitter. I don't want to eat it. Zhou Lin coaxed her. Tina, be obedient. This bitter melon can reduce internal heat. You are a little irritated now. Eating some bitter melon will be good for you. But it's really not tasty. Then eat a piece of fruit or a piece of bitter melon to neutralize it. Then I'll try. Tina took a bite of grapes and then a bite of bitter melon, and the taste was indeed different. Zhou Lin asked her, Baby, are you feeling better? Much better. After dinner, Zhou Lin peeled some pomelo for Tina to eat. Tina, grapefruit can also reduce internal heat. Have some. Zhou Lin handed the peeled pomelo to Tina's mouth, and Tina opened her mouth and ate it. Tina also picked up the grapefruit and fed it to Zhou Lin. You eat it too. Zhou Lin opened his mouth and ate it. Okay, Mommy eats too. In the kitchen, Aunt Song was making chrysanthemum tea for Tina. Aunt Song poured the brewed chrysanthemum tea into a cup and brought it to Tina. Miss, the chrysanthemum tea is ready. Have some? Thank you, Aunt Song. At this time, Zhou Lin said to Aunt Song, let's all drink something. This season is dry, and it's easy to get angry. Yes, ma'am. Zhou Lin picked up the chrysanthemum tea, blew on it, and then slowly took a sip. It felt a little hot. Then she blew on it again, took another sip, and found that the temperature was about right. So she handed the cup to Tina's mouth. Baby, it's not that hot anymore. Have a sip. Drink slowly. Tina lowered her head and took a sip. It was still a little hot. Zhou Lin took the cup and blew on it again before feeding her. Take a few more sips. Tina took several more sips. Baby is so good. At this time, at Lu Jiang's home, in the bedroom, Wu Xia looked at Lu Jiang and discussed with him. Do you want to bring Tina over so that we can have a meal together as a family? Lu Jiang thought for a while. Let Tina cultivate her relationship with her mother first. Tina goes back to her mother now. Let her stay with her mother for a while. It's just a meal, and then I'll send Tina back. Is this okay? It's a holiday. Let's have some fun together. You can also invite Tina's mom to come along. That way you can see your daughter too. Then I'll call Tina's mom. Wu Xia smiled and nodded in agreement. Lu Jiang called Zhou Lin. At that time, Tina was nestling in Zhou Lin's arms watching TV. Zhou Lin's phone rang, and Tina quickly picked up the remote control and turned down the TV volume. Zhou Lin picked up the phone and saw that it was Lu Jiang calling. She glanced at Tina in her arms, then turned down the volume of the phone and answered the call. Hello. Hello, it's me. My family and I wanted to invite you and Tina to have a meal with us. The kids are at home on National Day, and we adults are free too. My wife said we should take this opportunity to have some fun together. Zhou Lin listened to what Lu Jiang said. Okay, I'll ask Tina. After hearing what Zhou Lin said, Tina raised her head in her arms and asked her, What do you want to ask me? Who called? Zhou Lin hugged Tina. Tina, it's your Uncle Lu who called. Your Uncle Lu and his family invited us to dinner. Tina was so happy when she heard it. Okay, I'm going. Tina's voice on the phone. At this time, Tina answered the phone. Uncle Lu, shall we go to your house for dinner? It's all right. Where do you want to go, Tina? I can go anywhere as long as I'm with you. Zhou Lin was also very happy seeing Tina's happy expression. Let me arrange it. I'll book a hotel, and we'll go directly there. Chapter 43, The Most Beautiful Little Princess in the World. Yeah, that's great. I can have dinner with Sister Yi, Sister Zhenjin, Uncle Lu, and Aunt Wu. Zhou Lin touched Tina's head lovingly. Lu Jiang felt relieved when he heard Tina's happy words. Let me arrange it. I'll decide the address and let you know. Zhou Lin thought that Lu Jiang wanted to fulfill his duties as a father, so he agreed. Okay, then we'll wait for your news. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jiang was very happy. I'll find a place. Wu Xia patted his hands. Isn't this great? Lu Jiang hugged Wu Xia. Thank you, honey. Thank you for thinking about me. Thank you for being so thoughtful. What are you talking about? How you treated Jinjin. I have seen it all these years and I remember it in my heart. Thank you. Wu Xia laughed. We are already an old married couple, and you are still talking about this? Zhou Lin hung up the phone. Tina immediately went upstairs to pick out clothes. I'm going upstairs to choose some clothes. I want to dress up nicely to meet Sister Zhenjin and Sister Yi. Okay, Mom will choose with you. Then you have to help me. Zhou Lin tapped the tip of Tina's nose. No problem, babe. Tina's bedroom. I want to wear a princess dress. Okay, which one does Tina want to wear? Let me see. Tina scanned a row of princess dresses and finally picked out an embroidered one that looked both delicate and elegant. Then I went to the shoe rack and picked out a pair of princess-style leather shoes. Tina asked Zhou Lin, how is it? Zhou Lin held his chin with his hand and nodded approvingly. Tina has a great eye. She picked very well. The matching is perfect. Tina giggled. Mom will pick another piece of jewelry for you, okay? Good. Zhou Lin took Tina to the jewelry storage cabinet. Zhou Lin took a look and selected a set of jewelry. Mom puts it on for you. Tina nodded vigorously with excitement. Tina didn't have pierced ears, so Zhou Lin put a necklace and bracelet on her and couldn't help but praise her. My daughter is so beautiful. This jewelry really shows its value when it is worn on you. Then I'll change my skirt and shoes together. Okay, put it on and let Mom see it. Tina changed into a skirt and shoes, looking like a socialite from the upper class. Tina is tall and slender. The embroidered princess dress she wears is noble and elegant. The jewelry she wears makes her whole body shine, just like a little princess. Zhou Lin looked at Tina. At this moment, she truly experienced the joy of having a daughter. What a happy thing it is to dress up my daughter beautifully and go shopping and eating with her. Tina, Mommy's little princess. Zhou Lin held Tina's face in his hands. Tina asked her, does it look good? It's so beautiful. My daughter is the most beautiful little princess in the world. Tina threw herself into Zhou Lin's arms, and Zhou Lin hugged her and touched her hair. Then Zhou Lin let go of Tina. Tina, come and look in the mirror. Zhou Lin pulled Tina to the mirror. Tina looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't believe it. Am I that beautiful? Zhou Lin put his hands on Tina's shoulders and looked at her in the mirror. My daughter is the most beautiful. Tina said to her, I want you to wear those earrings. Okay, then Mom will wear it. After saying that, Zhou Lin picked up the earrings and put them on. Zhou Lin put on the earrings and showed them to Tina. Mom, do they look good? Tina, it looks very nice. Zhou Lin looked at Tina's hair. Tina, let Mommy braid your hair. Tina looked at her in surprise. You can also braid hair. Of course. Mom just learned a new hairstyle some time ago. Mom will braid it for you. Zhou Lin picked up the comb and combed Tina's hair. Tina sat in front of the dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror. Looking at Zhou Lin braiding her hair in the mirror, Tina felt extremely happy. She is probably the happiest person in the world. Lu Jiang family. Wu Xia knocked on Lu Yi and Wu Zhenjin's door. Yi, Zhenjin's mother is coming in. Lu Yi, come in, Mom. Wu Zhenjin, come in. Miss Wu. Wu Xia heard the voice, smiled, opened the door and went in. What's wrong, Miss Wu? Do you miss me after not seeing me for a while? Wu Zhenjin said in a funny way. Wu Xia came over and patted her on the head. You little rascal, you think too much. Wu Zhenjin protested. Mom, I've told you so many times, stop slapping me. If you keep slapping me, I'll be stupid. Come on. You weren't very smart anyway. Lu Yi teased. Wu Zhenjun was unwilling to do so. Sister, are you really my sister? You don't even speak up for me. I'll help my mom. Wu Xia nodded with satisfaction. Well, it has to be my Yi. Lu Yi, that's it. Wu Zhenjin said disdainfully. Tisk. Wu Xia and Lu Yi smiled at each other. Wu Zhenjin, tell me, Miss Wu, what do you want from us? Here's the thing, darlings. Dad and I are planning to take you out for dinner, and we just invited Tina and her mom to come along. Wu Zhenjin's eyes widened in surprise. Sister is going too? Wu Xia nodded happily to her. Yes. Wu Zhenjin, yeah. I'm so happy. I haven't seen my sister for several days. Lu Yi asked, Mom, Will our President Zhou be there too? Yeah. My dad and I mean for our two families to have some fun together. Louis, okay. Now let's see how Tina explains it. E. Don't ask too many questions and don't pry into other people's affairs. It's impolite. Everyone has their own reasons and choices for what they do. Wu Xia explained to Lu Yi. But, Mom, Tina is not a stranger. Lu Yi didn't understand. That won't work either. We have to respect others. Oh, okay. I get it then. Wu Zhenjin, sister, you have to be careful. Your company's boss is having dinner with us. Will you feel pressured? There is pressure. But I have such a good relationship with Tina, so the pressure is not too great. Sister, I really think you have found a good job. Your future will be limitless. Wu Zhenjin looked like she saw through everything.
Liu Yi, oh,
What do you mean, little friend? Look, you were the one who brought Tina along when she first joined the company. You are like Tina's master, and Tina likes you so much. The most important thing is that Tina is the daughter of your boss and the successor of your company. You have a bright future. Wu Zhenjin's analysis was very logical. Wu Xia smiled helplessly and shook her head. What is this kid thinking about all day? You have to be down to earth in life and work. Wu Zhenjin, oh, Mom, this is an objective fact. Could it be that I am wrong? Chapter 44. Tina is also my daughter. Yes, you are right. But Zhenjin, I treat Tina as my sister. Whether she is the heir of our company or not, I will help her. If Tina really takes over the company in the future, I will definitely pay more attention to the company's affairs. Wu Xia was very relieved to hear Lu Yi say this. You are really sensible. Then Wu Xia said to them, you too must remember that you must treat Tina as your own sister, be good to her and love her. Mom, I love Tina very much. Wu Zhenjin was the first to express her opinion. Louis, me too. Your father must be very pleased to see you two loving each other like this. Lu Jiang booked a hotel and sent Zhou Lin the location. Zhou Lin drove Tina to the hotel booked in Lu Jiang, and Tina hummed happily on the way. Tina, you look so happy. Yes, Uncle Lu and his family are all so nice to me. I like them very much. Tina, if you like them, then spend more time with them. You can also go to your Uncle Lu's house to keep him company. Yeah, I know. Zhou Lin and Tina arrived at the hotel, reported the box number, and the waiter led them in. Tina and her friends entered the door. They found that Lu Jiang's family had already arrived. When Lu Jiang's family saw them, they immediately stood up and shouted Tina in unison. Tina. Tina ran towards the family happily. Uncle Lu, Aunt Wu, Sister Yi, Sister Zhenjin, you are here. Wu Xia looked at Tina and smiled. Yes, we just got here a while ago. Tina hugged them one by one. Zhou Lin was watching from behind and felt truly grateful to the Lu Jiang family for being so kind to her daughter. At this time, Wu Xia looked at Zhou Lin and went up to say hello. You are Tina's mother, right? Zhou Lin smiled and nodded. Yes, I am Tina's mother. You are Yi's mother, right? Yes. Thank you for being so nice to Tina. Tina told me everything, and I was very touched. This kid, this is what I should do. Come on, stop standing, sit down. Good. Wu Zhenjin wants to sit with Tina. Come on, Tina, sit next to your sister. Okay, Sister Zhenjin, I'll sit next to you. Zhou Lin sat next to Tina, and Wu Xia sat next to Zhou Lin. Wu Xia, Tina is so beautiful, like a little princess. Did your mother dress you up? Tina nodded happily. Wu Xia glanced at Zhou Lin and said to Tina, your mother has a good eye. Zhou Lin smiled modestly. Tina picked them all herself. Wu Zhenjin held Tina's hand and said, my sister is naturally beautiful. She looks good no matter what. Louis also agreed. That's right. Little Tina is pretty no matter what. Sister Yi and Sister Zhenjin are both equally beautiful. Wu Zhenjin touched Tina's cheek. Such a sweet mouth. Lu Jiang felt truly satisfied when he saw the harmonious scene of his three daughters together. Wu Xia turned her head to look at him, reached her hand under the table, gently shook his hand, and the two smiled at each other. Zhou Lin felt grateful seeing Tina so happy. She and Wu Xia, Lu Jiang, and the others looked at each other, and the three of them smiled in tacit understanding. Zhou Lin moved closer to Wu Xia. I really want to thank you. You're too polite. Tina is also my daughter. In my heart, Tina is the same as Yi and Zhenjin. Wu Xia's eyes were a little red. Zhou Lin held Wu Xia's hand and his eyes turned red. Thanks. Louis asked Tina, what have you been doing these days? We went to the amusement park, watched a movie, and took some photos. Wu Zhenjin, hey sister, You took some photos? What are they like? Let me see. It's a mother-daughter photo shoot. The photos aren't out yet. I'll show them to you guys when they come out. Wu Jinjin. Okay. It's a deal then. Tina nodded happily. Yeah. At this time, the waiter came to serve the dishes and brought the decanted red wine. Wu Xia looked at the three girls with a smile and asked them, "We adults drink red wine. What do you kids want to drink? Milk or beverages?" Tina, "I want orange juice." Wu Jinjin, "I want to drink orange juice too. How about you, sister?" Louis, "I listen to my two sisters and drink orange juice too." Yeah. Tina clapped her hands. Everyone at the table looked at Tina lovingly. While eating, Zhou Lin picked up food for Tina. Wu Xia also picked up food for Tina, and Wu Jinjin and Louis on the other side also picked up food for Tina. Tina looked at the pile of things in front of her and felt helpless. "Please stop serving me food. I can't finish it." Zhou Lin, "It's okay. Eat slowly, Tina." Wu Xia, "Don't worry." Lu Jiang, "Eat more, Tina." Louis, "Tina, you need to eat more. You look so thin." Wu Jinjin, "Yes. Sister, you are too thin. My arms are thicker than your thighs." Tina, "No way. Sister Jinjin, you are exaggerating." Wu Jinjin, "It's not an exaggeration at all. Look at your thin arms." As she said this, she pulled Tina's arm. Everyone was amused. Tina asked Wu Jinjin, "Sister Jinjin, do you have midterm exams in your sophomore year?" Wu Jinjin immediately felt like a deflated balloon. "Yes. Oh, it's annoying just to mention it. We have that too. Our class teacher has even set up a parent group. We have also set up a parent group. My mother is in the group. Is she Ms. Wu?" Wu Xia, "Yes, I am in the parent group, but I think it is a good thing for the school to do this, so that you don't slack off." Zhou Lin also agreed. Nowadays, once children enter college, they no longer have the effort and attitude to study in high school, and they have to face the social environment, which is much more cruel than the campus. So I think Linyang University's decision is still very good. Wu Xia, "That's right. The truth that only those who endure the most hardships can become the best will never become outdated." Wu Zhenjin rolled her eyes and said, "It's so unfair." Wu Xia taught her, "Zhenjin, correct your attitude and don't set a bad example for Tina." Wu Zhenjin curled her lips. "Oh, I get it. Mom, I was just complaining a few words." Louis sighed, "Fortunately, I have already graduated and missed this good opportunity." Lu Jiang said, "I heard there is a scholarship for this midterm exam?" Tina, "Yes, Uncle Lu. Only the top 3 students in the grade and the first place in the class will receive the prize. The first place in the grade will receive 5,000, and the first place in the class will receive 1,000. Lu Jiang looked at them and said, "Let's see who will get the scholarship this time, Jinjin or Tina." Everyone looked at Tina and Wu Zhenjin with a smile. Chapter 45, My Mother Only Loves Me. Wu Zhenjin held Tina's hand and said, "Sister, let's work hard together." Tina shook her hand back. "Yeah, let's work hard together." After dinner, everyone said goodbye at the hotel entrance. Wu Xia, "Tina, go back and get some rest." Tina hugged Wu Xia. "I know, Aunt Wu, you too." Wu Xia smiled and nodded. Louis, "Tina, see you at the company then. Don't forget what your sister taught you." Tina, "I didn't forget." Wu Zhenjin, "Sister, I've made a note of our competition for the scholarship." Tina, "If you refuse to pay, I won't agree." Everyone looked at them and laughed. Lu Jiang told Tina, "Tina, listen to your mother." Zhou Lin glanced at Lu Jiang. Tina went up and hugged Lu Jiang. "Uncle Lu, I've got this in mind." Lu Jiang touched Tina's head. "Good girl." Tina returned to Zhou Lin, who put his arm around Tina's shoulders and said to Wu Xia and Lu Jiang, "We'll leave first then." Wu Xia, "Drive safely." Zhou Lin smiled at her and said, "Don't worry." After saying that, he pulled Tina into the car. Tina got in the car, rolled down the window, and waved goodbye to them. Lu Jiang's family also waved to them. Lu Jiang's family watched the car drive away. Wu Jinjin exclaimed, "Tina really looks like her mother." Then he said to Louis, "Sister, no wonder you were suspicious before. They look so much alike. They look like mother and daughter at first glance." Louis looked as if someone finally understood her and nodded quickly and vigorously. "Is that so?" Wu Jinjin pouted, "Yes, and it's true. Also, Tina's mother is so elegant. She is worthy of being the CEO of a big company. Our president Zhou is quite courageous. Sister, your CEO Zhou is so rich. Look at the skirt Tina is wearing, it doesn't look cheap. And the necklace around Tina's neck is really worth a lot of money. Wow, he's so rich. How can you run a company without money? Besides, Shangjin is such a big company. Wu Xia listened to their discussion and said, okay, honey, you two should work hard and study hard. That's the best way. Wu Zhenjin saluted. As you command. Miss Wu. Zhou Lin Villa. Before going to bed, Zhou Lin discussed with Tina, Tina, when you go to the company in the future, you can bring your textbooks with you and read in the company, and no one will disturb you. Tina agreed. That's great. I agree. Don't be in a hurry to learn the things about the company. Mom wants you to gain more experience and broaden your horizons from the beginning. Oh, you are a student now, so you should focus on studying and cherish your campus life. Tina asked, so should I come back and live here, or stay at school? You should come back and live here. Your school is not too far from home, and I can pick you up and drop you off. Besides, I will feel relieved if you live here. Then I will come back to live here during normal times, and live in school when exams are approaching. That's fine, it won't take long anyway. The next day, Tina was lying on the sofa playing with her phone. Tina's dormitory group. 3 big beauties. Lu my Damii sisters, when are you going back to school? I will be back this afternoon. Wang Jing is beautiful, also return this afternoon. Tina Damii I should go to school tomorrow. My home is quite close to the school. Lu Mei is beautiful, it's great to be close to home. Wang Jing is beautiful, yes. Lu Mei to Meili, let me tell you, after I came back for a few days, my mother couldn't stand me anymore. It was fine when I first came back, but later she started to find fault with me. It was so annoying. Wang Jing to Meili, my mother is the same. She made delicious food for me the day after I came back, but now she makes me eat leftovers. Really? Tina Damii, my mom is the best. My mom took me to the amusement park, took me to the movies, and later took me to take photos. We also had hot pot. Lu my Damii, Tina, your mother is so nice. Does your mother still need a daughter? I'll go. Wang Jing to Meili, there is also me. I can do it too. I am very obedient. Lu Mei to Meili, go to hell, to Jingzi. Look at how servile you are. Don't compete with me. Wang Jing to Meili, hello. You are so nice. Pa. Lu my Damii, hey, you woman? Tina said beautifully, okay. Stop fighting over her. My mom doesn't want a daughter anymore. I'm enough for my mom. Lu Mei is beautiful, Tina. Such a good mother. Share it. Wang Jing is so beautiful, Tina. Give me a chance. Tina said beautifully, no way. My mother belongs to me alone. No one can take her away from me. Because my mother only loves me. Lu Mei is beautiful. Really? You didn't even give me a chance. Wang Jing is beautiful, that's right. Tina is so beautiful, no chance. Lu my Damii, my mother told me to do well in the midterm exam. If I am criticized by the teacher in the group, my mother will make me suffer. I am so miserable. Wang Jing to Meili, they are all the same. Do you think it's just you? Tina is beautiful. My mother asked me to try to get a scholarship. Lu Mei is beautiful. Return the scholarship? I will be thankful if I don't fail the exam. Wang Jing to Meili, me too. My goal is also not to fail the exam. Tina is beautiful, go ahead, sisters. Wang Jing to Meili, come on. Lu Mei to Mei, see you at school. Darlings. Wang Jing is beautiful, see you at school. X. Tina is beautiful, must have. After sending the message, Tina fell asleep with her phone in her hand. Zhou Lin came over and saw that she was asleep, so he took a blanket and covered Tina. Seeing that Tina was still holding the phone, Zhou Lin gently took the phone away from her. She found that the phone screen was still on, so Zhou Lin took a look and found that it was Tina's dormitory group. Zhou Lin was very curious about what they talked about, so he took out his phone and scrolled through it. Zhou Lin looked at what Tina posted. My mother is still the best. My mother took me there. My mother only has me. My mother is mine alone. No one can take her away. My mother only loves me. Zhou Lin's eyes were moist, and she murmured as she looked at Tina, yes, Mom only loves you, and you are enough for Mom. Then he leaned over and kissed Tina on the face. Zhou Lin logged out of Tina's dormitory group page with her phone and wanted to turn off the screen, but she accidentally saw the note Tina left for her, Mom. Chapter 46, He is not your child. At this moment, Zhou Lin could no longer control himself, and 2 lines of tears instantly flowed down. The next second, she quickly covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out loud. Zhou Lin quickly ran to the bathroom, with tears in his eyes but a smile on his face. Her daughter gave her a note for her mother. and when she mentioned her in front of her classmates, she would also say, "My mother is this and that." She is really very happy. Although her daughter hasn't called her mom yet, she is already very happy. Zhou Lin believed that her daughter would definitely call her mother. In the evening, Tina packed her things for school tomorrow. Tina, bring some thick clothes that your mother bought for you. If you are pressed for time and don't have time to go home, you can put them on immediately at school, and you can also have a change of clothes. Okay, bring 2 more pairs of shoes. Then you choose, and mom will pack it for you. Tina picked out a pair of dad shoes and a pair of small leather shoes, and Zhou Lin packed them. Anything else you'd like to bring? Tina, bring a bag so I can carry my books when I go to class. Okay, then which one do you want to take? Tina walked to the transparent storage cabinet where the bags were placed, took a look, and chose a white one that could be carried on the back, across the shoulder, or in the hand. Let's take this one. This one is both beautiful and convenient. Okay, then bring your bag over here. Mom has prepared hand cream and band-aids for you. I'll put them in there for you, so it'll be convenient for you to use them. Oh. Tina walked towards Zhou Lin with her bag. Zhou Lin took the bag and told her, "Tina, watch out. Mommy put the hand cream on the outermost layer and the band-aid on the layer next to it. Don't forget." I know. After packing up, Zhou Lin hugged Tina and sat on the bed. At this time, Tina's homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee, sent a message in the class group. Students, classes will start tomorrow. Please be prepared. Students who have not returned to school yet, please do not miss the first class tomorrow morning. Our class will not have evening self-study tomorrow night. Please go to the number 1 lecture hall in building number 1 for a class meeting at 8 p.m. The teacher will call the roll at that time. Please arrive on time and don't be late. As soon as the news came out, receive, receive, receive. Tina also replied, got it. Then he said to Zhou Lin, I have a class meeting tomorrow night, so I can't come back. I have to stay at school. Okay, then don't go back and forth. Mom will set the alarm and wake you up tomorrow. Zhou Lin picked up his cell phone and set the alarm. Tina's dormitory group. 3 big beauties. Lu my dammy Tina. Will you come to school tomorrow morning? Wang Jing de Meili yes. Tina, are you going to class directly tomorrow? Tina dammy I will go to school tomorrow morning, put my things back in the dormitory, and then go to class with you. Lu my dammy Tina, pay attention to the time and don't be late. Tina dammy I know. My mom has set the alarm. Don't worry. Wang Jing is beautiful, that's good. Tina dammy have you all arrived at school? Wang Jing de Meili yes. Tina, we are all in the dormitory now. Lu Mei is beautiful photo. Note. A photo of Lu Mei with her legs crossed. Wang Jing is beautiful oh, Lu Mei, please don't embarrass yourself. This is also posted. Look at your big thick legs. Lu Mei is beautiful emoji. Beat you. Beat you. Tina is beautiful student Lu Mei. You should lose some weight. Wang Jing is beautiful. Yes, look at how fat she is. She is still eating. Tina dammy I eat less. Lu Mei is beautiful okay? You are so cruel. Zhou Lin watched Tina chatting. These 2 classmates of yours are quite interesting. It's fun, and they are very nice. At this time, Zhou Lin's phone rang. They looked and saw that it was a video call from Xiao Yang. Tina's face suddenly turned ugly. Zhou Lin coaxed her and discussed with her, Tina, my brother called and my mother answered. Can you talk to him? My brother likes you very much and wants to see you very much. Tina shook her head like a rattle. No, no, no. Zhou Lin was somewhat helpless, but still coaxed him, Tina, be obedient. He's not your son. Yes, he is not my mother's biological child, but Yang Yang has treated my mother as his biological mother for so many years. He is very filial to my mother and likes you very much too. Tina pouted. No way. I don't like him, and I don't want to talk to him. Tina, just don't. At this time, the phone stopped ringing. Tina, please don't embarrass your mother, okay? I'm not making things difficult for you. I just don't want to talk to him. Tina finished speaking. Zhou Lin's phone rang again. It was a video call from Xiao Yang. Zhou Lin looked at Tina. Did mom answer the phone? You answer it. In the last second before the call was connected, Tina thought for a moment, then immediately stepped forward, put her arms tightly around Zhou Lin's neck, and buried her face in her neck. Zhou Lin was caught off guard. Hey Tina. The call was connected and Xiao Yang's voice came. Mom, why didn't you answer the phone just now? The next second when Xiao Yang saw the person on Zhou Lin's neck, a surprised voice rang out. Mom, is that Tina? Yes, Yang Yang, it's Tina. Xiaoyang excitedly greeted Tina. Tina, I'm your brother, sister. Let your brother see you. Zhou Lin gently patted Tina's arm. Tina, it's your brother. Come and have a look. Tina still had her face buried in Zhou Lin's neck, motionless. Xiaoyang continued excitedly. Sister, talk to your brother. Your brother misses you very much. Yang, Tina was so sleepy that she fell asleep just now. When you called, it was her mother who woke her up. She was so sleepy. Oh, is that so? Mom, let my sister go to sleep first and stop disturbing her. Tina raised her head and glanced at the phone screen. Well, don't mention it. It's kind of handsome. But Tina thought again that she had been separated from her mother for more than 10 years. But he had stayed with her mother for more than 10 years, and her mother had given him all her love during these 10 years. Tina buried her face back in Zhou Lin's neck. When Xiaoyang saw Tina glance at him, he immediately called her happily. Tina, sister, I'm your brother. I'm your brother. Tina still didn't speak. Zhou Lin glanced at Tina in her arms, then at Xiaoyang. In order to avoid an awkward atmosphere, she quickly said to Xiaoyang, Yang, Tina is still in a daze. Mom woke her up just now, and she was throwing a tantrum at her. Xiaoyang laughed out loud. Tina is really a little kid. Yang, don't mind it. Chapter 47. My mom is the best in the world. How could that be? Mom, you guys take a rest then. I'll call you when I have time. Okay. Yang, then you should also go to bed early. Don't worry, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lin patted Tina on his body and said, Tina, listen to your mother. Tina let go of Zhou Lin and lowered her head. Tina, you were so rude. Tina didn't look up. I don't think I need to be polite. Tina looked up at Zhou Lin. Then what should I do? You have been with him for more than 10 years, and in these 10 years I have been separated from my biological mother and became a wild child that no one wants in the eyes of others. Zhou Lin's eyes moistened. Tina, I can't talk to him calmly. I don't want to talk to him, and I don't want to see him. Tina was emotional. Zhou Lin immediately coaxed her. Okay, let's not talk about this. Don't get excited. Tina immediately lay down and covered her head with the quilt. Tina, don't sleep like this. It's bad for your breathing. Tina pulled the quilt off, then hugged Zhou Lin's waist and buried her face in her arms. Zhou Lin touched Tina's hair. Be good, baby. Mommy is here. The next morning, an alarm sounded. Zhou Lin woke up and gently patted Tina beside him. Tina, wake up, baby. Tina opened her eyes blearily. Zhou Lin leaned over and kissed Tina on the face. Wake up, baby, and go wash up. Tina said, let me sleep a little longer. No, what if I'm late? Sleep for 1 more minute, just 1 minute, okay? Zhou Lin had no resistance to Tina's coquettishness. Okay, then sleep for another minute. Mom will call you in 1 minute. Don't act like a spoiled brat anymore. Zhou Lin got up and changed his clothes. After he finished, he sat on the edge of the bed and called Tina. Baby, it's time, get up. Tina sat up and leaned in Zhou Lin's arms again. Zhou Lin hugged her, touched her head, and smiled dotingly. Little lazy fellow. After breakfast, Zhou Lin drove Tina to school and reminded Tina on the way. Tina, when you get to school, if you need anything, just tell your mother and she will bring it to you, okay? New. Also, after the class meeting tonight, don't stay outside. Go back to the dormitory with your classmates. Don't be alone. Do you hear me? You told me all that this morning. I remember. No matter how many times I tell you, Mom is still worried. I'm not a child anymore. What's there to worry about? In my mother's heart, you are just a child. Besides, you are not an adult yet, so you are still a child. I'm all grown up. I'll be 18 next year. Tina has grown into a big girl. Tina asked Zhou Lin, when is my birthday? The birthday on my ID card is wrong. The birthday on your ID card is wrong. Your birthday is March 16th in the lunar calendar. Whenever spring comes and flowers bloom, it is Tina's birthday. Tina smiled sweetly. I like this day. Zhou Lin looked at her and said, Mom likes it too. Zhou Lin suddenly remembered that Tina's household registration had not been moved yet, so she said to her, Tina, I will move your household registration here after some time. Great. I should get a new ID card too. Zhou Lin freed one hand and rubbed her hair. Tina was worried. But will it be troublesome? No trouble. Just leave this matter to Mom. Mom will take care of everything for you. Oh, okay. Since it was the first day of school, there were a lot of people at the school gate. So Zhou Lin parked the car outside the school and walked into the school with Tina. Zhou Lin sent Tina to the dormitory door and touched Tina's head reluctantly. Baby, call mom if you have anything. Uh-huh. Zhou Lin hugged Tina, and Tina raised her hands and hugged her too. We'll meet tomorrow, and you have to pick me up tomorrow? Okay. Mom will pick you up tomorrow. Zhou Lin let go of Tina and handed the things to her. Come on in, baby. Then I'm going in. Okay. Zhou Lin nodded reluctantly. Zhou Lin turned and entered the dormitory building. Tina looked back at Zhou Lin again. Zhou Lin smiled and waved at her, and Tina also smiled sweetly at her. Zhou Lin waited until Tina was out of sight before turning around and leaving. Tina entered the dormitory. Lu Mei and Wang Jing were also preparing to pack up for class. They were very happy to see Tina come back. Wang Jing, Tina, you are finally here. Lu Mei, oh, Miss Zhou, she finally shows up. Tina, sisters, long time no see. Lu Mei and Wang Jing said in unison, long time no see, long time no see. Lu Mei walked around Tina, resting her chin on her hand. TSK, Miss Zhou, I haven't seen you for a few days. You are even more charming. Tina, that's right. There's never a day when I'm not charming. Lu Mei pulled her and said, yes, our Miss Zhou is the most charming. Tina, of course. Wang Jing urged them both. We have to hurry up, two beauties, or we'll be late. Lu Mei, okay. You big crystal. Wang Jing, good job, Lu Mei. Clean up now. Tina put the books she would use for class in her bag. Lu Mei saw Tina's bag, hurried over and touched her bag. Tina, your bag is so beautiful. Where did you buy it? I want to buy one too. Wang Jing also looked over when he heard it. Yes. Tina, this bag is not only beautiful, but also feels very useful. Where did you buy it? Tina shook her head. I don't know. I didn't buy it. My mom bought it. If you want to buy it, I'll ask my mom. Lu Mei looked envious. Tina, your mother is so nice. I wish my mother could be half as good as yours. Wang Jing, this bag doesn't look cheap. Tina, how can your mother be so nice? Tina is very proud. My mom is the best in the world. Wang Jing laughed. Look at you showing off. Lu Mei put her arm around Tina's shoulders. Of course I have to show off. I would show off too. Right, Tina? Tina, that's it. Wang Jing, all right, ladies, let's go. The three of them hurried out of the dormitory and rushed to the classroom for class. When the three people arrived at the classroom, the advanced mathematics teacher was already standing on the podium, and about half of the students in the class were there. Tina and the other two sat in a row. After sitting down, Tina took out her textbook. Chapter 48, The Advanced Mathematics Teacher is Too High. As soon as the bell rang, the calculus teacher locked the back door of the classroom, closed the front door, and then began to speak. Students, I believe you have already received the notice. Our school will start holding midterm exams this semester. There is not much time left, so please take it seriously. Also, let me tell you, in my class, no one is allowed to fail. As soon as the advanced mathematics teacher finished speaking, the students looked at each other in bewilderment. Lu Mei whispered to Wang Jing and Tina, our teacher is too. At this time, the front door of the classroom was suddenly opened and three students came in. All the classmates looked at them, and the advanced mathematics teacher also looked at them. The three people were panicking at the door, not knowing whether to go in or not, and they looked at the advanced mathematics teacher tremblingly. The advanced mathematics teacher spoke up. What's going on with you three? Tell me. The three men looked at each other, and one of them took a step forward. Teacher, the three of us ate slowly and arrived late. The advanced mathematics teacher looked at them and snorted. Can't you get up earlier? You guys are all so lazy after entering college. If you don't study hard in college, how are you going to find a good job in the future? Three people stood at the door with their heads down. The whole class was watching the scene in front of them without daring to make a sound. You three come here and write down your names. Three people went up one by one and wrote down their names. Go back to your seat. The three of them quickly found a seat and sat down. The advanced mathematics teacher glanced at the whole class and spoke again. From now on, no one is allowed to be late for my class. If you feel that you are going to be late one day, then you don't have to come. If you still want to attend the class, then come and write your name in my notebook. The teacher said ugly things in advance. Being late will affect your usual scores, and I will call the roll before class and before get out of class ends. You can do whatever you want. My classmates looked at me and I looked at you. All of us were shocked. Lu Mei was speechless and whispered to Wang Jing and Tina, our advanced math teacher is not someone you can easily mess with. Her class is such a torture. Wang Jing, who says it's not true. You can't escape her class even if you want to. Tina, now that it's happened, let's just make the best of it. Lu Mei, this is the only way. Okay, students, let's start the class. Open your textbooks and go to where we last covered the topic. With 5 minutes left before the end of get out of class, the calculus teacher closed the textbook. Students, the teacher will start calling the roll. Students whose names are called will be dismissed and leave immediately. After these words were spoken, all of Tina's classmates were shocked from head to toe. Everyone started discussing quietly. Oh my God, the teacher is so tall. This time I can't answer it for you. This is a powerful move. God. Crazy. Crazy. It's really high. Okay, students, stop discussing. The teacher will start calling the roll. You should leave get out of class early. The students left the classroom one after another. Tina and the other two came out. Everyone started talking. Tina couldn't believe it. Our advanced math teacher is so tall. Oh my God. Lu Mei nodded frantically in agreement. That's right, my God. He sees through our little tricks and tramples on us hard. Wang Jing. She has thought of everything we can think of. This response strategy is great. Tina exclaimed. It's amazing, and it has to be a teacher. Lu Mei. That's right, it's amazing. Wang Jing. I have to study advanced mathematics hard in the future, otherwise if I don't do well in the midterm exam, she may not be able to help me. Lu Mei slapped her head and said, Did Jingzi, you were so right. Oh my God, how did we end up with such a great man? Tina, then study hard and treat it as high school. Lu Mei looked resigned to her fate. There's no other way. Zhou Lin was working in the office when the phone on his desk rang. Zhou Lin pressed the answer button and the secretary's anxious voice came. Boss Zhou, something bad has happened. Someone is causing trouble downstairs. Zhou Lin stopped writing and asked, What's going on? It was an elderly couple who came to cancel their lease with the property ownership certificate. Their names were not on the certificate, and they were making a lot of noise downstairs. Zhou Lin frowned. Why are they making trouble if it's not their name? It's inexplicable. The man said that his daughter bought the house, and he wanted to return it and buy a house for his son in his hometown. Zhou Lin thought it was unbelievable. It's ridiculous. We told them that it was not in compliance with regulations, and they started making a scene, which has affected our normal business. Call the security. Boss Zhou, they are old, and our security guards don't dare to go up and pull them out. Tell them we will call the police and scare them to see if they leave. If they still don't leave, we will call the police and let them handle it. Okay, Mr. Zhou. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lin felt that she had really learned something new and she shook her head. This is ridiculous. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Zhou Lin didn't look up. Come in. Louis pushed the door open with the document in hand. Mr. Zhou, this document has been prepared. Please take a look. Okay, put it here. Louis put down the documents and said, Mr. Zhou, I'll be out then. She was about to go out. Zhou Lin called her. Wait a moment. Louis turned around. Mr. Zhou, is there anything else? Zhou Lin looked at her and smiled. You have been in the company for a while, and you have been doing a good job. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for your recognition. I have a project here. Take it back and take a look at it, then make a plan for me. Bring it to me when you're done. Zhou Lin said as he handed the document to Louis. Louis was flattered when she took the documents, but also a little worried. Boss Zhou, I just came to the company not long ago, and you gave me such an important task. I'm afraid I can't do it. If I can't do it well. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhou Lin. It's okay. Give it a try. I believe in you. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do it with a normal mindset. Louis was very grateful. Okay, Mr. Zhou, I'll try it then. You can do it. I see you usually teach Tina, and it looks very similar to what you did. Louis smiled embarrassedly. Mr. Zhou, you are joking? Zhou Lin encouraged her. Come on. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Lin looked at Louis with a smile and nodded to her. Boss Zhou, I'm going back now. Good. Chapter 49. Class meeting. Louis walked out, and Zhou Lin leaned back in his chair, thinking about something. Daughter, Mom will pave a broad road for you. Louis returned to her workstation and looked at the documents in her hands, excited beyond words. Louis felt like her heart was about to jump out of her throat with joy. This is really a great opportunity to train myself. Some people may not have such an opportunity even after working in the company for several years. Now Zhou Lin gave her such an opportunity. She was so happy. She must write this plan carefully, strive for perfection, and come up with the best solution. Louis sat down and carefully read the documents Zhou Lin gave her. Linyang University at night. Tina's Finance Class 1 was having a class meeting, and her teacher, Mr. Li, was standing on the podium. Students, today we hold this class meeting mainly for the upcoming midterm exam. This is the first time our school is holding a midterm exam. As you can see, our school attaches great importance to this exam and has even set up a scholarship. Teacher Li walked down from the podium and looked at everyone. The students also raised their heads and listened to her carefully. When our students were admitted to our school, their grades were all excellent, and they were all among the best. The probability of our Finance Class 1 getting a scholarship is quite high. This time, the top 3 students in the grade will receive a scholarship, and our class will strive to win all the top 3 students in the grade. I think there will be no problem. Do you have confidence? The students said in unison, yes. Didn't you eat? Did you eat? Everyone shouted loudly, yes. Very good. Of course, the students in our class are so excellent. I believe that no one will fail the course. Will you fail the course? Won't. Louder. Won't. Great. Classmates, the teacher believes in you. Of course, there will be punishments for rewards. Having said this, our class teacher, Mr. Li, glanced at every student below. The whole class was so nervous that they couldn't breathe. Everyone was trembling with fear as if they were walking on thin ice. Teacher Li, the class teacher, continued. The so-called punishment is also very simple. If there are students in our class who fail the exam, I will send your papers to the parent group and ask your parents to claim them and pay for your makeup exam. Tina's classmates were all excited and started discussing in low voices. Isn't this life-threatening? My mother will break my legs. Grab the bamboo shoots. Save the children. Lu Mei had a dying expression. If that's the case and I fail the exam, my mom will kill me. Wang Jing was terrified. This is too scary. Tina shook her head. I can't even imagine it. The students were complaining, and their class teacher, Mr. Li, looked at everyone and clapped his hands. Okay, classmates, let's not discuss this now. Just work hard and don't fail the course. I believe you can do it. If everyone doesn't fail the course, there will be no punishment. I hope everyone can take the initiative in studying, and don't let me notify your parents to remind you. The students gasped again and looked at each other. After the class meeting, Tina and her friends returned to the dormitory. Lu Mei threw the bag away and said, "What a miserable life. Do I still want to live?" Tina looked at her and found it funny. You should just accept your fate. Wang Jing also felt that Lu Mei was exaggerating. Oh, it's only 60 points. It can be passed with some effort. Lu Mei looked hopeless. You don't know. I was admitted to Linyang University by sheer luck. I was admitted by performing exceptionally well, and by far, far better. Tina, no way. You are so lucky. Wang Jing, yes, you are so lucky. Lu Mei nodded. Although I usually don't have much luck, I was really lucky during the college entrance examination. Tina, then you will definitely be lucky on this midterm exam. Lu Mei collapsed on the bed. I'll give you some good luck. Tina finished washing up. She saw Zhou Lin's WeChat message. Baby, is the class meeting over? Tina replied. It's over. I'm in the dormitory now. I've finished washing up. That's good. Baby, mommy misses you. Tina looked at the message sent by Zhou Lin and smiled sweetly. I miss you too. We can meet tomorrow. I will be able to see my baby tomorrow. Are you tired from work today? Zhou Lin saw Tina's message asking her if she was tired. He was so touched. His daughter has grown up. Mom is not tired, baby. Don't worry. Tina, go to bed early. Mom will pick you up tomorrow. Okay, then you must not be late. Mom listens to baby. Baby, go to sleep. Mom loves you. Tina sent a cute kiss emoticon. Zhou Lin looked at the emoticon sent by Tina and smiled happily. My daughter is so cute. When Louis got home from get off work, she locked herself in her room. It was Wu Xia who called her when it was time for dinner. Mommy has prepared dinner. Come out and eat? Mom, I don't want to eat anymore. You and Dad can eat. You don't have to worry about me. Wu Xia felt strange and looked at Lu Jiang. What's going on? Is acting weird today. Nothing's wrong, right? It shouldn't be a big deal. I saw everything was fine when came back. Then I'll call her out. How can we not eat? Wu Xia went over and knocked on Lu Yi's door. Mom is coming in. After saying that, Wu Xia opened the door and went in. Go eat quickly. Otherwise it will get cold soon. Mom, I'm working. I don't want to eat. Why are you still working now? You have to eat a full meal before you can work. How can you work without eating? Mom, this plan is very important to me. I'll eat later. You and Dad can eat first. Don't worry about me. How can that be possible? If you don't eat at mealtime, you'll end up starving. Wu Xia went to pull Lu Yi and said, let's go and have dinner with Mom first. Lu Yi had no choice but to let her be dragged away. When they got to the dinner table, Lu Yi shoveled rice into her mouth in big mouthfuls and picked up dishes and put them into her mouth. Wu Xia and Lu Jiang looked at Lu Yi. Both of them were completely confused. Lu Jiang asked her, what's wrong with you? Are you in such a hurry for work? Lu Yi nodded, not forgetting to eat. Yes, I want to make a plan. It's my first time, and I want to do it well. Wu Xia asked her, what plan? Lu Yi put down the bowl in her hand, looking proud. It was our CEO Zhou who gave it to me. This is a new project. Lu Jiang, your CEO Zhou thinks so highly of you. That must be because you are doing a good job. Chapter 50 Little Cotton Jacket makes people happy. Lu Yi told them seriously, Mom and Dad, do you know that many people may not have such an opportunity even after working in the company for several years? And I am a newcomer, and Mr. Zhou gave me this opportunity. Tell me, should I do this well? Wu Xia, oh, it's so good. We should cherish it. Lu Yi nodded in agreement. Lu Jiang, since Mr. Zhou has given you this opportunity, you should seize it and don't let Mr. Zhou down. Dad, don't worry. I will take this matter seriously and make a plan that will satisfy Mr. Zhou. After saying that, Lu Yi continued to eat. Lu Jiang showed a relieved smile. Wu Xia reminded her, eat slowly. Don't be too anxious. Be careful not to choke. Lu Yi put down her bowl and chopsticks. Mom and Dad, I'm done eating. I'm going back to the house. Wu Xia, eat some more. Lu Yi has already stood up. I don't want to eat anymore, Mom. Then he quickly returned to the room. Lu Jiang and Wu Xia looked at Lu Yi's back and looked at each other. Tina's mother for this. Yes. At night, the light in Lu Yi's room was on for a long time. The next day, after class, Tina packed her school bag and said goodbye to Lu Mei and Wang Jing. Two beautiful ladies. I have to go to the company now, bye. Lu Mei, goodbye. Zhou de Piaoliang. Wang Jing, Tina, be careful on the road. Tina waved to them. Okay, I'm leaving now. Bye. Lu Mei and Wang Jing also waved to her. Bye. Tina walked out of the teaching building with her school bag. She saw Zhou Lin standing at the door waiting for her. Tina immediately ran over and threw herself into Zhou Lin's arms. Zhou Lin hugged Tina and touched her hair. Baby, do you miss your mother? Tina nodded in her arms. Think. Tina sat in the passenger seat and chattered with Zhou Lin about what happened at school. Zhou Lin was in a good mood as he watched Tina dancing. Last night, our class teacher, Mr. Li, said that if there are students who fail in our class, the failed test papers will be posted to the parent group for parents to claim, and then the parents will be asked to pay for the makeup exam. Oh, that would be so embarrassing. Tina, you have to work hard and not embarrass your mother. Tina patted her school bag and promised. Don't worry, I'll work hard to win you a scholarship. Okay, Mom is waiting. When they arrived at the company, everyone was very respectful to Tina, and they even bent down and called her Ms. Zhou. I was stunned by Tina's call, and before I could react, someone else came over and bent down. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Tina was a little embarrassed. Just call me by my name. I thought Zhou Lin's circle of friends was really powerful. Tina went to find Lu Yi, but Lu Yi was busy, so Tina ran to her.
Sister Yi.
Lu Yi was startled and quickly covered her chest. Oh, my dear, you scared me to death. Sister Yi, what are you doing? You're so focused that you don't even know I'm here. Sister is working, baby. Your mother gave me a difficult and glorious task. I have to complete it. Oh, okay. What's the mission?
Sister Yi.
A proposal for a new project. Kid, aren't you going to take your midterm exam soon? Why are you still here? I brought my books with me, Sister E. I want to study here. That's a good idea. No one will disturb you, so you can concentrate on studying. That's what I think, Sister E. Be good, go back first. I'm a little busy now. I'll be with you later. Okay then. I'm leaving then. Go review. Yes, sir. Tina came to Zhou Lin's office again, and Zhou Lin saw her.
Tina, come here.
Zhou Lin sat on the chair, and Tina ran over happily. She took Zhou Lin's hand away from his leg, then sat on his legs and put her hands around his neck. Tina's face was pressed against Zhou Lin's, and Zhou Lin hugged Tina lovingly. Tina whispered in her ear, "They all call me Mr. Zhou." Zhou Lin smiled. "Really? Very good. I'm so embarrassed." "Why should you be embarrassed? You will take over the company sooner or later, and then they will call you President Zhou." Tina giggled. "You are Mr. Zhou?" Zhou Lin tapped the tip of Tina's nose. "Yes, you are Mr. Zhou." Tina reviewed everything she had learned since the start of school, and then previewed the new lessons. Tina was thinking about going to the library one day to borrow some exercises or some books related to her major. At this time, in the lobby on the first floor of Xinjiang Company, the old couple who came to make trouble that day came again. The old man was holding the property certificate and yelling at the staff, "Hurry up and return our house. We won't buy it anymore." The staff came forward and told him helplessly, "Uncle, you are holding someone else's property certificate and asking us to cancel the contract. Isn't this asking too much?" The old man was unwilling to hear this. "What do you mean by others? She is my daughter. I sell my daughter's house. Why can't I do that?" "Uncle, why are you so unreasonable?" The old man jumped up and said, "What's the point of being reasonable? I want to cancel my purchase. Tell your boss to come out or I won't leave. I don't want anyone to dare to buy your house." The staff had no choice but to call Zhou Lin's office. "Hey, Mr. Zhou, the old couple from yesterday are here again." Zhou Lin frowned. "Why are they here again?" "Yes, they are in the lobby now, making a lot of noise and yelling, holding the property certificate and asking us to cancel our order. This has seriously affected other customers who came to see the house. You are really taking advantage of your age." "Boss Zhou, our security guards didn't dare to step forward. They said they all have elderly parents and young children to take care of, and they were afraid that they might be blackmailed by the elderly. The house belongs to his daughter, right?" "Yes, Mr. Zhou, it was bought by his daughter. Now he wants to sell the house his daughter bought and go back to his hometown to buy one for his son. This is too much. Let the sales manager go over and tell the old couple that as long as they bring their daughter here and her agrees, we will process the paperwork right away." "Okay, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Lin warned, "Remember, don't do it." "Got it, Mr. Zhou." Zhou Lin hung up the phone. He felt speechless. Aren't a daughter the same as a son? Besides, daughters are so good. They are little cute and make people happy. Zhou Lin stood up, walked to the office door, opened it, and saw Tina studying hard. Zhou Lin felt particularly relieved and proud. The girl in front of me was hers. Such an outstanding child is her daughter. Her Tina illuminates her originally dark world like an angel. Chapter 51, 3 Stitches on the Forehead. Tina looked up and saw Zhou Lin, put down her pen, and ran into her arms. Zhou Lin quickly caught her. "Baby, are you tired?" "A little bit. I just reviewed all the parts we've learned, and then previewed the new lessons." "Baby, you're great. You're tired, so let's go home, okay?" Tina nodded. "Okay." Zhou Lin took Tina downstairs and arrived at the lobby on the first floor. The staff in the lobby greeted Zhou Lin when they saw him. "Mr. Zhou." Zhou Lin nodded one by one. Zhou Lin and Tina walked to the door. The old couple suddenly rushed out from the side. Tina was frightened, and Zhou Lin quickly held Tina in his arms. The old man came up and asked Zhou Lin, "You are the boss here, right? I see they are all bowing and nodding to you." Zhou Lin looked at him. "What do you want to do?" The old man threw a tantrum. "I don't want to do anything. I want to check out." "Sure, let the household owner come over and handle the formalities directly," Zhou Lin said lightly. "I'm her father. Can't I make the decision for her?" "Sorry, we only recognize the head of the household." The old man became impatient and asked, "Why are you so stubborn?" Then he wanted to push Zhou Lin. Tina saw that he was about to attack. She immediately got out of Zhou Lin's arms without waiting for Zhou Lin to react, and then stretched out her hands to block Zhou Lin. "Don't bully my mother." "Where did you come from, little girl? Get out of my way." After saying that, the old man pushed Tina. There was a staircase in front of the door on the first floor of Xinjiang Company. Tina was pushed by him and rolled down, hitting her head on the steps. "Tina." Zhou Lin was terrified and went downstairs to see Tina. Zhou Lin ran downstairs, squatted down, and half-lifted Tina up. Only then did she see that blood was flowing from Tina's forehead. Tina, how are you?" "Tina, don't scare your mother." Zhou Lin's eyes were filled with tears, and his hands were shaking so much that he didn't dare touch Tina's forehead. The old couple were also frightened when they saw this scene, and the security guards came forward and surrounded them. Tina said weakly, "Mom, am I bleeding? Will I die?" Zhou Lin's heart broke when she heard Tina weakly calling for her mother. She cried and shook her head, then forced a smile to comfort Tina. "No, it's just a little skin breakage. Tina will be fine. Mommy won't let Tina get hurt." "Mom, I'm in pain." "Mom, give Tina a blowjob, and Tina won't feel any pain anymore." Zhou Lin blew gently on Tina's forehead. At this time, the secretary ran over and said, "Mr. Zhou, an ambulance has been called?" "The ambulance can't wait any longer. Call Jean Hai over and take us to the nearest hospital." Also, at this point, Zhou Lin glanced at the frightened old couple and said, "Call the police. Check out the surveillance video and give it to the police." "Yes, Mr. Zhou, I'll do it right away." Jean Hai drove them all the way to the nearest hospital. Zhou Lin held Tina in his arms and sat in the back, tears streaming down his face. "Tina, bear with it for a while. We will be at the hospital soon." "Mom, am I going to die?" Zhou Lin felt extremely distressed, but he controlled his emotions and comforted her softly. "How could that happen? It was just a bump. Don't be afraid, Tina. It's not a big deal. But I feel so dizzy. I'll die if I watch TV dramas. Those things in the TV shows are all lies. They are fake. Mom won't lie to you. We'll go to the hospital later, and the doctor will bandage you up and you'll be fine." "Real?" "Of course it's true. When has Mom ever lied to you?" When they arrived at the hospital, Zhou Lin got out of the car, holding Tina as if he was holding a child, and walked in hurriedly. This action stunned Jean Hai. Jean Hai guessed that it might be because Tina was too light, or because Zhou Lin was very strong, or it might be the power of Zhou Lin's motherly love. Jean Hai quickly caught up, rushed in front of Zhou Lin, led the way for her to find a doctor, and called for a doctor. The doctor cleaned and disinfected Tina's wound. Tina groaned in pain from time to time, and Zhou Lin felt as if the pain was as if he was cutting his own flesh with a knife. The doctor checked the wound on Tina's forehead and found it was quite deep, so he told Zhou Lin that it needed stitches. After hearing what the doctor said, the tears in Zhou Lin's eyes suddenly burst out. The doctor gave Tina a local anesthesia on her forehead and began to stitch her up. Zhou Lin watched from the side, tears of heartache falling down his cheeks. Finally, Tina's forehead was stitched with 3 stitches, and the doctor bandaged the wound with gauze. After bandaging, the doctor saw that Tina was a little unconscious, so he told Zhou Lin to take her to take an X-ray. This scared Zhou Lin again, and he quickly took Tina to take the X-ray. After the film was taken and the doctor looked at it, he told Zhou Lin, "It's nothing serious. The injury is just a superficial one, just a slight concussion." Zhou Lin finally let go of the worry that had been weighing on his mind. The doctor added, "But this child is weak. I suggest you stay in the hospital for observation first." "Okay, we'll be hospitalized for observation." Zhou Lin looked at the gauze on Tina's forehead and asked the doctor worriedly, "Doctor, will this wound leave a scar? My daughter is young, and if a scar is left, I'm afraid she will feel inferior in the future." "It's not certain yet. It depends on her recovery. Remember not to feed her spicy food or food that can cause hair loss. She should eat a light diet." "Okay, I'll remember that." Jean Hai went to go through the hospitalization procedures, and Zhou Lin and the nurse sent Tina to the ward. In order to let Tina recuperate with peace of mind, Zhou Lin applied for a separate ward. In the ward, Zhou Lin sat on Tina's bed and held Tina's hand. "Baby daughter, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well and let you get hurt. I'm sorry." Zhou Lin looked at Tina's forehead wrapped in thick gauze, feeling guilty, and tears flowed down his cheeks unrestrainedly. "My daughter, my Tina. Honey, why did you rush out? Mom would rather it was me lying here than anything happening to you. Do you know how much pain Mom is feeling? Mom is in so much pain." Tina woke up. "Mom." Zhou Lin quickly responded, "Mom is here. Mom is here." "Mom, didn't you say it would be fine after a bandage? Why don't we go home?" Zhou Lin sat on the bed and touched Tina's cheek. The doctor said that Tina has a slight concussion and is not suitable to be moved, because once you move you will feel dizzy. So the doctor suggested that we stay here for one night to observe and wait for Tina to rest. When she feels better, she can be discharged from the hospital. Maybe she can be discharged tomorrow. What if I can't be discharged from the hospital tomorrow and can't go to school? What should I do? Tina was disappointed. Chapter 52, I want to make you happy. Zhou Lin choked up, "Tina, it's okay. Your health is important. Tina, Be obedient. Let's not think about anything else now. But I promised you that I would get the scholarship. I can't go back on my word. I want to make you happy." After hearing her say this, Zhou Lin could no longer control his emotions and burst into tears. Tina. Tina protected Mommy, and Mommy is already very happy. I want to make you happier. Zhou Lin hugged Tina. My baby. Tina was worried that she would not be able to leave the hospital and go to school tomorrow, so she said to Zhou Lin, Mom, if I can't leave the hospital tomorrow, please ask our class teacher, Teacher Li, for a leave for me. Zhou Lin looked at her with tears in his eyes and nodded. Okay. Mommy asks for leave for Tina. Mom, bring my textbook over here. I want to read here. No problem. I'll listen to Tina. Mom, I want to sit up. Okay. Then Mom will help you up. Zhou Lin helped Tina sit up and put a pillow behind her back. Then Zhou Lin sat next to Tina and held her in his arms. Tina gently touched the gauze on her forehead. She pouted. Mom, why are you so entangled? I'm afraid the wound will get infected. Mom, will I be left with a scar? Tina asked Zhou Lin fearfully. Zhou Lin froze for a moment, but then he quickly covered it up and spoke in a casual tone. How could that be? No, it's just a small wound. The doctor said that as long as Tina takes good care of the wound and doesn't eat spicy food, it will heal quickly. Real? Certainly. Tina then smiled. Then I feel relieved. Zhou Lin hugged Tina, but his face was full of sadness. Tina is a girl. What if she gets a scar? She is still young and easily develops inferiority complex, which makes Zhou Lin very worried. Zhou Lin secretly made up her mind that if Tina had a scar on her forehead, she would try her best to remove the scar for her daughter. She couldn't let her daughter be sad, nor could she let others point fingers at Tina. Zhou Lin looked at Tina and told her sternly, Tina, don't let a situation like today happen again. Do you hear me? You scared your mother to death. Do you know? Your mother can't lose you again. But that's not possible. You're my mother. Of course I have to protect you. Zhou Lin felt very sad when he heard Tina's words. Tina, Mommy can protect herself. Tina is everything to Mommy. What if something happens to Tina? How do you expect Mommy to live? Tina said coquettishly, It's no big deal. Zhou Lin said in a serious tone, What if? How can Mom survive then? Tina became a little anxious when she heard her say this. No, even if something happens to me, you have to live well. Zhou Lin told her seriously, Without Tina, Mommy can't live. Mommy can't live. So Tina, you have to be good. Listen to Mommy, protect yourself well, and never do anything dangerous again. Do you hear me? Tina didn't say anything. Zhou Lin was anxious. He grabbed Tina's arms with both hands and looked at her. Tina. New. Zhou Lin asked, No what? Don't do anything dangerous again. Zhou Lin hugged Tina again, crying. Tina, promise Mom that you will never leave her again, okay? Tina also choked up in her arms. We will never be apart, forever. We will never be apart. Zhou Lin called Aunt Song and asked her to make some light meals for Tina and to make some chicken soup to send to the hospital. Then Zhou Lin went out of the ward and called Tina's homeroom teacher, Mr. Li. Hello, is this Teacher Li? Hello, it's me. Who is this? Hello, Teacher Li. I'm Tina's mother. Hello, Mom Tina. It's like this, Teacher Li. Tina accidentally hit her forehead after school today. She had a few stitches and had a slight concussion. The doctor asked her to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. Tina can't go to school tomorrow, so I'll ask for a leave for her. Oh, I see. Is Tina okay? The situation is relatively stable now. Okay then, let Tina recover from her injuries. When she's better, our teacher can give her extra lessons. Zhou Lin was extremely grateful. Thank you so much, Mr. Li. I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble. No problem, it's my duty. Tina is very smart and studies very hard. I like her too. Zhou Lin smiled. Tina said she wanted to read in the hospital, saying she couldn't fall behind in her studies. Really? What a good kid. Tina is the youngest in our class and my favorite. Thank you so much, Mr. Li. I feel relieved that Tina has a responsible and serious teacher like you. Mother Tina, you are so polite. After a while, 2 policemen came to the ward. Hello, we are from the police station. We are here to learn about the details of what happened at Xingjin Company this afternoon. Zhou Lin told the police everything. The police looked at Tina's forehead wrapped in gauze, took a picture, and then retrieved Tina's medical records from the hospital. Zhou Lin outside the door whether he accepted mediation and agreed to reconcile, taking into consideration the old couple's age. Zhou Lin did not agree to reconcile. Police comrade, adults should be responsible for their own actions. I will not condone them to take advantage of their age. My daughter is a minor, but she knew to stand up to protect her mother. As an adult, doesn't he know how strong he is? How could he have the heart to hurt a child? My daughter is still lying in the hospital bed. Fortunately, my daughter is fine now. If my daughter really had any accident, the consequences would not be something they could bear. Seeing her firm attitude, the police also knew that Zhou Lin was the boss of Xinjiang Company and had a certain social status. The police officer said to her, "Okay, Mr. Zhou, then we will follow the normal procedures." Zhou Lin nodded. "Thank you for the hard work. This is what we should do when handling cases." After sending the police away, Zhou Lin entered the ward. Tina asked her, "Mom, what did the police say?" "Nothing to say, just handle the case as normal." "Oh." Zhou Lin came over and sat on Tina's bed. "Tina, thank you, Mom." Tina was confused. "Thank me for what?" Zhou Lin's eyes turned red. "Thank you for protecting Mom." Tina smiled and said, "You are my mother." Zhou Lin touched Tina's head and felt very relieved. "My daughter has grown up." Then she lowered her head and said softly to her, "Mom also wants to thank Tina." "What?" "Thank you, Tina, for calling me Mom." Tina's eyes also turned red. "You are my mother." Then she lowered her head and her voice choked. "Sorry." Chapter 53. How could she let Tina get hurt? What's wrong? "Tina, I haven't called you Mom for a long time. I don't know how to start, so I didn't call you Mom before." Zhou Lin put his hand on Tina's shoulder. "Tina, I'm already very happy that you're by my side." Tina leaned in Zhou Lin's arms, hugging her neck. Zhou Lin continued, "Before, it was Mom's fault. Mom made you suffer so much in the countryside. In the future, Mom will give you back everything you lost." Tina cried, "I don't want anything. I just want you not to leave me." Zhou Lin hugged her tightly. "Mom will never leave you." Lu Yi heard about Tina's injury at the company and later saw the video from the secretary. Lu Yi was frightened and quickly called Tina. Tina anxiously, "Tina, are you okay? How are you now? Are you still in the hospital?" Tina heard her anxiety and immediately calmed her down. "Sister E, I'm fine now. I just had a little bleeding on my forehead, but it's already been stitched up and bandaged. The doctor said it was a slight concussion, so I'm hospitalized for observation. Don't worry." Lu Yi was shocked. "He even needs stitches. It's so serious. He even has a concussion. This guy is so despicable." "It's okay, Sister E. I'm fine now." "Tina, can I go to the hospital to see you? You've been busy with a new project lately." "Sister E, you must be tired after a day's work. Don't come over today. I'm really fine. Besides, my mother is here." "Okay, then sister will go to the hospital to see you tomorrow." Lu Yi returned home and told Lu Jiang and Wu Xia about Tina's injury. "Dad, Mom, Tina is injured and is in the hospital now." Lu Jiang and Wu Xia widened their eyes at the same time. "What?" Lu Jiang was so scared that his face turned pale. "What's going on?" Wu Xia was also very panicked. "Why?" When President Zhou was leaving with Tina, the man rushed out. Tina was pushed to protect President Zhou, and then fell down the stairs and hit her head. She bled a lot and had a few stitches in the hospital. She also had a slight concussion and needed to be hospitalized for observation. Wu Xia was very angry after hearing this. What kind of person is this? How can he even hurt a child? Beating someone in broad daylight? Is there any justice or law? Lu Jiang asked her, "Has the person been caught?" Our people controlled the man on the spot. Mr. Zhou asked us to call the police, and later the police came and took the man away directly. Wu Xia was indignant. This person is so hateful. Lu Jiang looked anxious. "What's Tina's situation now?" "I just called Tina, and she said the situation is relatively stable." Wu Xia breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad everyone is okay." Lu Yi returned to her room and started working. Lu Jiang frowned. Seeing his worried look, Wu Xia said to him, "Call Tina's mother and ask her what Tina's situation is like now." Lu Jiang was very angry and didn't understand. How could she let Tina get hurt? Wu Xia advised him. He also said just now that the situation is urgent. Tina was injured, and her mother must be in even worse pain. Lu Jiang thought about it and said nothing, then called Zhou Lin. "Hey, I heard Tina was injured. How is she now?" "The condition has stabilized. but he needs to be hospitalized for observation. Lu Jiang frowned. What's going on? Zhou Lin choked up. Tina rushed out to protect me and was pushed by someone. Lu Jiang listened to her sad voice and couldn't bear to blame her anymore, so he comforted her. Don't be too sad. It's a blessing that Tina is fine now. Lu Jiang, don't you blame me? Tina was injured beside me. Tina did the right thing. She protected her mother. I am proud of my daughter. Lu Jiang, thank you. Tina tomorrow. Good. Tina will definitely be happy. After hanging up the phone, Wu Xia patted his shoulder. Don't worry. I'm relieved that Tina is fine. Hospital. Aunt Song came to Tina's ward carrying an insulated lunchbox. When she saw Tina's appearance, she immediately went up to her and asked with concern. Oh, miss, what happened? I'm so heartbroken, Annie Song. Isn't this going to kill me? Miss, it hurts so much. Tina comforted her. Aunt Song, I'm fine. Don't worry. Ever since I received the call from my wife, I have been worried that something might happen to the young lady. Aunt Song, I'm fine. Miss, what is going on? Aunt Song, I was just pushed down the stairs. Aunt Song stomped her feet in anger when she heard this. Who is this person? How could he be so cruel? How could he be so cruel? Zhou Lin told her, the person has been taken away by the police. Humph, this kind of person should be locked up forever, so that he won't come out to harm others again. Tina asked her, Annie Song, what delicious food did you make? I'm hungry. When Aunt Song heard Tina say she was hungry, she quickly handed her the lunchbox. Miss, you are hungry, so eat quickly. Madam told me to make something light. Zhou Lin took it and opened the insulated lunchbox, taking out the layers one by one. There were pork ribs stewed with corn, steamed sea bass, broccoli, and chicken soup. Tina's mouth was watering as she watched the dish. She quickly picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in her mouth, then immediately praised it. It's so delicious. Aunt Song, the pork ribs are stewed so well. Aunt Song looked at her lovingly. As long as you like it, miss. Zhou Lin looked at Tina, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Tina, eat slowly. Do you want your mother to feed you? No, I'll do it myself, Tina said and picked up a piece of fish. Tina, be careful of fish bones. Zhou Lin reminded her. Yeah, Mom, you eat too. Good. Zhou Lin picked up the chopsticks and picked out the fish bones. She first removed the main bones of the whole fish, then picked up a piece of fish meat and carefully removed the small bones inside. After confirming that there were no fish bones, she put the fish meat in Tina's bowl. Tina smiled sweetly. Thank you, Mom. You're welcome, babe. Zhou Lin picked out the bones from several pieces of fish in a row, and each time he put them into Tina's bowl only after making sure that there were no bones. Tina urged her to eat. Mom, eat quickly. After saying that, Tina picked up a piece of cut ribs and put it to Zhou Lin's mouth, and Zhou Lin opened his mouth and ate it. Thank you, baby. Mommy will eat it right away. Tina giggled. Aunt Song watched and was also moved by this heartwarming scene. Madam, miss, you are so lucky. Zhou Lin and Tina smiled at each other in tacit understanding. After dinner, Aunt Song prepared to go home with her insulated lunchbox. Zhou Lin warned her, Aunt Song, you're alone at home tonight, so lock the door when you get home. Chapter 54. Can't let that person go. Okay, ma'am, I got it. Not long after Aunt Song left, Zhou Lin received a video call from Xiaobang. Zhou Lin said to Tina happily, Tina, it's your father calling. Tina looked at her and smiled slightly. Zhou Lin answered the video call, and Xiaobang on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment when he looked at the environment in front of him. Xiaoling, where's this? Why does it look like a hospital? Zhou Lin sighed. Yes, in the hospital. When Xiaobang heard this, he became anxious. Why go to the hospital? What's wrong with you? I'm fine, it's Tina. What happened to Tina? What happened? Someone came to the company to cause trouble this afternoon. Tina was pushed by that person and fell down the stairs. She broke her head and had to get a few stitches. She had a slight concussion and is now in the hospital for observation. What? There is such a thing? What's Tina's situation now? Don't worry, Bun. Tina is in a stable condition now. That's good. That's good. I was so scared. I just hope my daughter is okay. Tina listened quietly to what Choban said. It's okay now. It's not a bad idea to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. This will put my mind at ease. Yes, this is safer. Xiaoling, who are the people who went to the company to cause trouble? Why did they beat people up and even hit the children? It was an elderly couple who wanted to cancel the house their daughter bought without telling her. Our people couldn't help them with the process, so they kept making a scene and didn't give in. This is outrageous. Yeah, I thought we had sent them away, but when Tina and I came out, they suddenly rushed out. In order to protect me, Tina was pushed down the stairs by that person. Chopin was furious. How despicable. Bullying women and children, and being so harsh on a child. What kind of man is he? The police have taken the person away. Fortunately, Tina is fine. Chopin was very angry. If anything happens to my daughter, I will make them pay. Hearing this, Tina glanced at the phone in Zhou Lin's hand. Xiao Bengan asked about Tina again. Xiao Ling, where's Tina? Is Tina asleep? Not yet. Wait a minute, I'll ask Tina. Good. Zhou Lin sat next to Tina and asked her in a negotiating tone in her ear. Tina, Dad is worried about you. Can you talk to him? Tina looked at Zhou Lin and nodded. Zhou Lin pointed the phone at her and Tina. Bun, Tina is here. Tina had stitches on her forehead, so she was embarrassed to video chat with you just now. Tina with heartache. Tina, it hurts. Tina looked at him and shook her head. It doesn't hurt now. Tina is awesome. Tina protected Mom. Daddy is proud of you. Tina looked at Xiao Bengan on the phone and didn't say anything at first. Then she paused, pursed her lips and said something. Thank you, Dad. Tina said this. Zhou Lin on this side of the phone and Xiao Bengan on the other side were both shocked. They were both stunned for a while before they reacted, and then Zhou Lin and Xiao Bengan showed great surprise on their faces. Zhou Lin hugged Tina excitedly. Tina? Xiao Bengan asked her uncertainly. Tina, what did you call me just now? Tina. Tina stared at him intently and answered word by word. I said thank you, Dad. In the video, Xiao Bang's eyes were red and he was very excited. Daughter, you called me Daddy. My daughter called me Daddy. Tina looked at Chopin's disbelieving and happy expression and smiled. Zhou Lin hugged Tina and his eyes became moist. Tina. The next day, the Lu Jiang family got up very early. Wu Xia prepared breakfast early. After breakfast, the family hurried out. After going to the fruit shop to buy some fruit for Tina, Lu Jiang drove Lu Yi and Wu Xia to the hospital. When they arrived at the hospital and found Tina's ward, Lu Yi knocked on the door and Zhou Lin answered from inside. Come in. The family pushed the door open. Lu Jiang, Wu Xia and Lu Yi all called out Tina. Tina. Tina saw that they all came and greeted them happily. Uncle Lu, Aunt Wu, Sister Yi. Zhou Lin stood up. Why are you all here? And you're here so early. Tina before going to work. Lu Yi went over and looked at Tina's forehead. Tina, you got stitches? It must hurt. It doesn't hurt, Sister Yi. The doctor gave me anesthesia at the time. Lu Jiang's eyes were red. Tina, Uncle is worried about you. Tina comforted him. Uncle Lu, I'm fine. Look, I'm fine. Lu Jiang held back his tears, smiled and nodded to her. Uncle knows. Tina is the bravest. Tina smiled sheepishly. Wu Xia said to Zhou Lin, we knew Tina was hospitalized last night and we didn't sleep well the whole night. Now that we see Tina, we feel relieved. Zhou Lin patted Wu Xia's hand and said apologetically, I'm sorry for making you worry. What are you talking about? Wu Xia walked to Tina and looked at the thick gauze on Tina's forehead, feeling so distressed. My poor Tina. How could this person have the heart to do this? It's so despicable. Aunt Wu, I'm fine. I'm so sorry, baby. Then Wu Xia turned to Zhou Lin and said, we can't let that person go. The police came yesterday and asked me if I was willing to reconcile, but I didn't agree. Wu Xia found it incredible. They're trying to reconcile after beating him up like that. Are they okay? Of course they can't agree to that. Lu Yi also said, that's right. It's unforgivable. The Lu Jiang family stayed in the ward for a while and then got up to leave. Lu Yi said to Tina, Tina, we have to go. Otherwise we will be late for work. Tina reluctantly, Tina, we are leaving. Listen to your mother and call Uncle if anything happens. I've made note of that, Uncle Lu. Wu Xia touched Tina's cheek. If I didn't have to go to work, I would really like to stay with you for a while longer. Uncle Lu, Aunt Wu, Sister Yi, please go to work quickly. Don't be late. Lu Yi, little guy, let's go then. Tina smiled at her and nodded. Wu Xia scratched Tina's nose. Baby, take good care of your injuries. Got it, Aunt Wu, don't worry. Lu Jiang said goodbye to Tina. Tina, Uncle is gone. Uncle Lu, drive slowly on the road. Don't be in a hurry. Okay, Uncle, I'll take note of it. Zhou Lin sent them to the door of the ward. Chapter 55 Online Classes. Wu Xia patted Zhou Lin on the shoulder. We're leaving. If you need any help, just give us a call. Thank you. You're so welcome, Mama Tina. Zhou Lin glanced at Lu Jiang. Lu Jiang also looked at her. Take good care of Tina. Good. After Lu Jiang's family left, Zhou Lin returned to the ward. Tina asked Zhou Lin, Mom, have Uncle Lu and the others left? Yes, they are all rushing to work. I didn't expect that Uncle Lu and the others would really come to see me. Yesterday, Sister Yi said she would come to see me today, and I thought she would come after get off work. Who knew that she would bring Uncle Lu and Aunt Wu with her, and they came early in the morning. Your Uncle Lu and the others are worried about you. Yeah, they're so nice to me. Tina asked Zhou Lin pitifully again, Mom, can I be discharged from the hospital today? I want to go to school. Tina, be obedient. We will stay in the hospital for 2 more days. Mom has already asked for leave for you. Tina felt strange. Mom, when did you ask for leave for me? Don't worry about when Mom asked for leave. Anyway, you should stay here and take good care of your injuries. Don't go anywhere. But I want to go to school. Be obedient. Your teacher Lee said that he will give you extra lessons when you get better. Tina held Zhou Lin's hand and acted coquettishly. But Mom, I feel like I'm fine now. I'm fine now. Mom, just let me leave the hospital. No. Tina, you have to listen to me. The doctor said we need to observe for a few days. How can I be at ease if he passes away like this? No. Tina continued to act coquettishly. Mother. No, there's no room for negotiation. Tina wanted to say something when Zhou Lin's phone rang. Zhou Lin took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from Tina's homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee. Zhou Lin showed his phone to Tina. Tina, look, this is your teacher Lee calling. What is our teacher Lee calling for, Mom? Mom doesn't know either. Tina, stop talking. Mom is on the phone. Tina nodded quickly. Zhou Lin answered the phone. Hello, teacher Lee. Hello. Mom Tina. Teacher Lee, what can I do for you? It's like this, Tina's mom. I have said hello to our class teacher. During the class these 2 days, I will broadcast live to Tina, which means she will have an online class. This way, Tina won't be delayed in her studies. Zhou Lin was extremely grateful, as if he had seen a savior. Teacher Lee, thank you so much. You don't know, Tina has been nagging me to be discharged from the hospital and go to school. Now you have helped me a lot. Really? Tina is such a good kid. Tina's mom, please ask Tina to get ready. She can go straight to class in a while. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Lee. You're welcome, Mama Tina. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lin looked at Tina. Baby, are you happy now? Tina clapped her hands happily. Yeah. Mom, I'm so happy. Seeing Tina so happy, Zhou Lin also felt much better. Tina had only 1 class in the morning. During the class, the teacher pointed his mobile phone at the PPT on the blackboard. Tina listened carefully throughout the whole class, took notes from time to time, and did not forget to save the screenshot of the teacher's PPT. Zhou Lin was processing documents of Xingjin Company on the side. He looked up at Tina from time to time. Seeing Tina's serious look in class, Zhou Lin smiled knowingly. Tina finished her class. Zhou Lin brought a plate of cut oranges to her. Eat, Tina. Mom, you eat too. Tina, eat it. Tina rolled her eyes, picked up a piece of orange, and fed it to Zhou Lin's mouth, and Zhou Lin opened his mouth and ate it. Little clever ghost. At this time, Tina's cell phone rang a few times. She picked it up and saw that it was Lu Mei and Wang Jing in their dormitory group sending messages. Tina before asking why she didn't go to school, but Tina didn't see it. Oh, it was in our dormitory group. They asked me why I didn't go to school. I didn't see them and I forgot to tell them. Tina said to Zhou Lin. Then Tina, please reply to them and explain. Yeah, okay. At this time, Tina's dormitory group. 3 big beauties. Lu my dammy eye, Tina. Why haven't you arrived at the dormitory yet? Are you going to be late? Wang Jing to Meili Tina. You're almost late. Where have you been? Lu my dammy eye, Tina. We won't wait for you anymore. We have to hurry to the classroom, otherwise we will be late. Wang Jing to Meili Tina. We are too late. We are leaving first. You should hurry up too. Tina looked at the historical messages and then scrolled down. Lu my dammy eye, Tina. What's wrong with you? You didn't come to class today. Wang Jing to Meili Tina. Are you okay? Why didn't you come today? Lu my dammy eye, Tina. Where are you? I'm so worried. Wang Jing to Meili. Yes, I am really worried. If Tina sees this, please reply to our message. Tina Damia, I'm here. I'm here. Sisters, I'm so sorry for making you worry. Lu Mei de Meili. Oh my god. Miss, you finally showed up. Wang Jing de Meili. Tina, are you okay? Where are you now? We are very worried about you. Tina Damia, I'm fine. I hit my head yesterday and got a few stitches. The doctor told me to stay in the hospital for a few days. Wang Jing de Meili. I got hit. I'm in the hospital. Is it serious? Tina. Tina is beautiful. It's fine now. Don't worry. Lu my Damii. Tina, you got stitches? Does it hurt? Tina Damii. It was a little painful when I was cleaning and disinfecting, but when I was stitching, the doctor gave me anesthesia, so it didn't hurt. Lu Mei is beautiful. Why are you so careless? Tina is so beautiful. I didn't pay attention at that time. I didn't see it. Wang Jing is beautiful. Be careful next time, Tina. Lu Mei is beautiful. Be careful. Tina de Meili. Got it? You two beautiful ladies. I will be more careful next time. Wang Jing de Meili. Tina, when you come, I will show you my notes. Lu Mei is beautiful. Yes, you can see hers. De Jingzi took notes. Tina is so beautiful. Thank you, Fairy Wang Jing, but it's not necessary. I was in class with you just now. Lu Mei de Meili. Beautiful Zhou. Do you know what you're talking about? Wang Jing de Meili. Yes. Tina, what's going on? Chapter 56. My mother. Tina Damii. Didn't you see the teacher's phone? The teacher is live streaming. I'm taking an online class. Lu my Damii. Oh, so that's why. I was wondering why the teacher put a mobile phone on the podium. Wang Jing de Meili. Yes. I wonder too. Tina Damii. Hee, that's me taking an online class. Lu Mei is beautiful. Applause should be given here. Wang Jing is beautiful. Applause. Tina big beauty. Applause expression pack. Lu my Damii. That's not right. Tina, when did you ask for leave? Was it last night? Otherwise, how could the teacher prepare in advance and give you a live online class? Wang Jing de Meili. Yes. Tina, you should have taken a day off yesterday. Tina Damii. I am not sure about this. My mother asked for leave for me. I will ask her later. Wang Jing de Meili. It should be yesterday. Tina, your mother is so thoughtful. Lu my Damii. Your mother is my mother's role model. Wang Jing is beautiful. She is also my mother's role model. Tina is beautiful. Proud expression pack. Then Tina took a photo of the orange that Zhou Lin cut for her and sent it to the group. Tina big beauty. My mother cut it for me. Lu Mei is beautiful. Another day of jealousy towards Tina. Wang Jing de Meili. Another day when I want the same mom. Tina is beautiful. Show off expression pack. Lu Mei is beautiful. Tina, I sincerely suggest you ask your mother if she still needs a daughter. I can. Tina is so beautiful. I rejected it for her. Lu my Damii. What a cruel woman. Wang Jing's beautiful girl. Is there really no chance? Tina. Tina is so beautiful, not even in the next life. Wang Jing is so beautiful. Ying. Tina and the others were chatting in the group. Zhou Lin sat next to her and watched, smiling the whole time. Tina asked Zhou Lin, Mom, is having me enough for you? Zhou Lin touched Tina's cheek. Of course. Mommy only wants Tina. Yeah, I knew my mom was the best. Zhou Lin reached out and scratched the tip of her nose. Look how happy you are. Tina hugged Zhou Lin's neck, buried her head in her neck, with a look of pride on her face. Of course I'm happy. Everyone wants to have a mother like you. But you just have to be my mother. Tina giggled after she finished speaking. Zhou Lin touched Tina's hand that was around her neck and also smiled happily. Tina's phone rang again. She picked it up and saw a message from their dormitory group chat. She opened it and read it. Wang Jing de Meili. Tina, when will you come to school? Lu Mei is beautiful. Tina, you should take good care of your injuries. Tina de Meili. Don't worry, my two beauties. I will work hard to recover and return soon. Lu Mei is beautiful. Okay. Zhou is beautiful. Wang Jing. Tina, we are waiting for you. Tina is beautiful. Emoticon package. Tina put down her phone and asked Zhou Lin, Mom, when did you ask for leave for me? Zhou Lin realized that he could no longer hide the truth, so he told her, My mother called teacherly last night. So you asked for leave for me yesterday, Mom. You lied? Mom also wants you to stay at home and recuperate so that you can recover faster. Besides, we are in the hospital and we can always call the doctor if we have any problems. Okay then. Then I'll forgive you and won't bother with you anymore. Zhou Lin smiled and pretended to be angry with Tina. Linyang University. After finishing a class, Wu Zhenjin wanted to ask Tina to go to the library to read. She knew that Tina did not have a class in the second period, so she went directly to Tina's dormitory to find her. Wu Zhenjin knocked on Tina's dormitory door. Wang Jing heard the knock and came to open the door. When Wang Jing opened the door and saw Wu Zhenjin, he was stunned for a moment. Wu Zhenjin greeted her. "Hi. Do you remember me? I'm Tina's sister Zhenjin." Wang Jing thought about it and remembered. "Oh, I remember. Sister Zhenjin, you are here to look for Tina, right?" "Yeah. Is Tina in there? Can I come in?" "Tina is not in the dormitory. She asked for leave." Wu Zhenjin was stunned. "Ask for leave? Why do you ask for leave?" "Sister Zhenjin, don't you know? Tina is injured. She hit her head, and she's in the hospital." Wu Zhenjin is no longer calm. "What? Hospitalized?" "Yes, Sister Zhenjin." "Okay, I understand. Thank you." "You're welcome." Wu Zhenjin was shocked and quickly called Tina. Tina anxiously. "Tina, how did you get hurt? And you're in the hospital." Tina was confused. "Sister Zhenjin, who told you? How did you know?" "I went to your dormitory to look for you, and the people in your dormitory told me that you were not there and had asked for leave." "Oh, so that's how it is." "Tina, what happened to you? How did you get hurt?" "Sister Zhenjin, don't worry. Someone pushed me and I hit my head." Wu Zhenjin was so angry that she jumped up and down. "What? Who pushed you? How dare you bully my sister? Who is so brave?" "Sister Zhenjin, my mother has called the police, and the police are handling this matter now. I'm so pissed off." "Sister Zhenjin, I'm fine. Don't worry. Is it okay to be in the hospital?" "It's hospital observation, Sister Zhenjin. I'm really fine." Wu Zhenjin on the other end of the phone was skeptical. "Really?" "Yes, that's right. Uncle Lu, Aunt Wu, and Sister E came to see me today. If you don't believe me, go back and ask them. I'm really fine now." After listening to Tina's words, Wu Zhenjin felt like she had missed out on 100 million yuan. It was incredible. "What? They're all gone. When?" "Tina. This morning before work." "Why didn't anyone tell me?" "Uncle Lu and the others must be afraid that you'd worry. Besides, I'm fine." "Okay." Tina asked Wu Zhenjin again. "Sister Zhenjin, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Nothing. I just thought that we both have no classes in the second period, so I wanted to go to the library with you to read." "Oh, I see." "Tina, how about I go to the hospital to see you?" Tina heard this and tried to stop her. "Don't." "How?" "You are also preparing for the midterm scholarship exam, so don't be distracted. I have nothing to do now, so why are you here?" "I won't worry if I don't see you with my own eyes. I'll be going to school in 2 days. We can meet at school then, Sister Zhenjin." Wu Zhenjin was still a little worried and asked Tina again. "Tina, are you really okay? I'm worried about you." Chapter 57, I had a fever in the middle of the night. "Sister Zhenjin, listen to my voice. Does it sound like something's wrong?" "That's right." "Then Tina, when you come to school, tell me and I'll come to see you." "Okay, I will." "Sister Zhenjin, see you at school then." "Okay, see you at school." Wu Zhenjin hung up the phone and felt even more unbelievable. The whole family knew about Tina's injury, and they all went to the hospital to see Tina, but they didn't tell her. "Why is that?" Wu Zhenjin called Louis. "Hey, little ancestor, what can I do for your sister?" "Sister, you guys are going too far." Louis felt strange. "We? Who? Who are you talking about?" "Of course it's you and Mom and Dad." "What happened between me, Mom and Dad? How have we offended you?" Wu Zhenjin complained. "Why did you all know about Tina's injury but didn't tell me? Moreover, you all went to the hospital to see her but didn't call me. How do you explain this?" Louis found it funny. "Oh, I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be this." "Of course. Why else?" "My dear, first of all, I was shocked when I found out about this yesterday, and then I went home and told my parents. Besides, you were staying at school last night, and you weren't at home. Then I was busy with work at night, so I didn't have the time or energy to tell you." Wu Zhenjin thought about it and agreed, so she didn't say anything. Louis continued, "And this morning, my parents and I went to the hospital to see Tina, and that was before we went to work. Do you think it's a good time to call you?" Wu Zhenjin had nothing to say. Okay, I forgive you." "You little girl." "Sister, you guys want to see Tina. Is my sister okay?" "It doesn't look too bad, but he has a few stitches on his forehead and his face looks a little pale." "What? I got a few stitches. Why didn't my sister tell me?" Tina is afraid that you will worry. Wu Jinjin sighed. Oh, what a good child. I feel sorry for my sister. This sentence made Louis laugh. You can do it. You are still a child. In the afternoon, when Tina was in class, Zhou Lin received a call from the police station. Zhou Lin walked outside to answer the phone. Hello, Ms. Zhou, hello. We are police officers from the police station. Hello. Is the result of the treatment out? Yes, Ms. Zhou. The old man's behavior was intentional injury. He caused minor injuries to the victim, Tina, and violated the public security management regulations. He needs to bear administrative responsibility and civil liability for compensation. Since you do not accept mediation, we will follow the normal case handling process and sentence the perpetrator to 15 days of administrative detention and compensate the victim, Tina, for medical expenses during hospitalization. Okay, I understand. Thank you. This is what we should do when handling cases. Zhou Lin finished the call. He returned to the ward. Seeing Tina attending class seriously, Zhou Lin's heart melted. Daughter, Mom has finally gotten justice for you. In the middle of the night, Tina suddenly developed a high fever. Tina was dizzy from fever and shouted, Mom, I'm thirsty. I want to drink water. Zhou Lin heard the voice. Tina, are you thirsty? Mommy will pour you some water. Zhou Lin got up and poured a glass of water for Tina. She found it was a little hot, so she told her, Tina, wait for me for a moment. The water is a little hot. I'll let it cool down for you. Then Zhou Lin took 2 cups of water and poured them back and forth. But at this time, Tina kept saying, Mom, I'm so thirsty. I want to drink water. Zhou Lin then felt something was wrong. She looked at Tina lying on the bed and saw that her face was flushed. Zhou Lin quickly walked forward and touched Tina's cheek and found it was terribly hot. She then quickly touched Tina's forehead, and it was just as hot. Zhou Lin was terrified. It was a fever. Zhou Lin called her, Tina? Tina? Can you hear your mother? Tina. Tina closed her eyes tightly and did not answer her. Zhou Lin quickly pressed the call bell at the bedside. The soil protection came over immediately. What's wrong? What's wrong? Zhou Lin looked at the soil protector anxiously. My daughter has a fever. Ah, is the wound inflamed? Wait, I'll go call a doctor. Please hurry up. The nurse quickly called the doctor, who cut the gauze on Tina's forehead and checked the wound, finding that it was indeed inflamed. The doctor said to Zhou Lin, the fever is caused by inflammation of the wound. I need to treat her wound again, take her temperature, and help her stand up. Zhou Lin immediately helped Tina half up. Then she sat on the bed and let Tina lean on her arms. Zhou Lin picked up the thermometer again, gently placed it under Tina's armpit, and then hugged Tina tightly. Tina's wound again. Zhou Lin was very anxious when he saw that the wound was red and swollen. She asked the doctor, Doctor, I take good care of my daughter. She eats a very light diet, and I never let her touch her forehead. How could the wound get inflamed? The doctor answered her, there are many reasons for wound inflammation, including bacterial infection, tissue necrosis, and low immunity. Your daughter's condition is because she has weak resistance and low immunity. This is also the reason why I had you hospitalized for observation at the beginning. Zhou Lin frowned after hearing what the doctor said. After the doctor treated Tina's wound, Zhou Lin took out the thermometer from Tina's armpit and saw that her fever was 40 degrees. The doctor glanced at the thermometer and told the nurse beside him, Come with me. I've prescribed the medicine, and you can get it and bring it to me. The nurse nodded, Okay, doctor. The doctor then said to Zhou Lin, Just give her the medicine in a while. Thank you, doctor. It should be. After saying that, the doctor and the nurse went out. Zhou Lin hugged Tina and called her softly, Tina? Tina? Tina opened her eyes slowly, weakly. Mom, I feel so bad. I have a headache. Zhou Lin coaxed her. Mom knows. Mom knows Tina is feeling very uncomfortable. We will be fine after we take the medicine, okay? Good. Tina, the water is ready to drink. Tina is thirsty, isn't she? Can you drink some water first? Okay, Mom, I want some water. Mom feeds you. As he spoke, Zhou Lin picked up the cup of water on the bedside table and fed it to Tina. Tina, open your mouth. Tina opened her mouth and Zhou Lin fed her with the cup. Tina drank most of the cup of water out of thirst. At this time, the nurse hurriedly took the medicine and handed it to Zhou Lin. Chapter 58. You are not allowed to love him. Give her this medicine quickly. Zhou Lin took the medicine handed to him by the nurse, said thank you, and the nurse left. Tina closed her eyes, and Zhou Lin patiently called her, Tina, Can we take the medicine? Tina will not feel uncomfortable after taking the medicine. Tina slowly opened her eyes. Mom, I want to sleep. Zhou Lin touched Tina's face. Mom knows. Be good, Tina. Take the medicine first. Tina's face showed rejection. Mom, I don't want to take medicine. It tastes too bitter. I can't eat it. Be good, Tina. Take the medicine and you'll be fine. But I really can't eat it. The medicine is too bitter. I will vomit. Zhou Lin turned his head to look at the fruits in the ward and said to Tina, when Tina takes the medicine, can mommy wait for you with an orange? As soon as Tina drinks the medicine, mommy will feed you an orange to ensure that Tina won't feel the bitter taste. Okay? Tina thought about it and compromised. Oh well. Zhou Lin smiled. Baby is so good. Zhou Lin handed the cup of water to Tina, then peeled an orange and put half of it in his hand. Then Zhou Lin fed the medicine to Tina's mouth. Tina opened her mouth, put the medicine in her mouth, and quickly raised the cup to drink water. After Tina swallowed the medicine, Zhou Lin immediately fed the orange into Tina's mouth, and Tina quickly chewed it. Zhou Lin looked at her and asked, Tina, is it bitter? It's not bitter, mother. Not at all. Zhou Lin smiled and touched Tina's nose. Mom didn't lie to you. Tina looked at her and nodded with a smile. Zhou Lin looked at Tina in his arms. Tina, go to sleep quickly. Mom is watching you here. Mom, sleep with me. Okay, mommy will sleep with you. After saying that, Zhou Lin gently put Tina down, then lifted the quilt and lay down next to her. Tina moved into Zhou Lin's arms, and Zhou Lin hugged her and patted her gently. Tina, go to sleep. After a while, the sound of Tina's even breathing could be heard. Zhou Lin touched Tina's cheek and found it was not as hot as before. He then touched her forehead and found it was not very hot either. Zhou Lin then breathed a sigh of relief. The doctor's words kept echoing in Zhou Lin's mind. The doctor said that the wound became inflamed due to Tina's low immunity. Zhou Lin thought that once Tina was discharged from the hospital, he would definitely take good care of her body. The next morning, as soon as Zhou Lin opened his eyes, he subconsciously touched Tina's forehead and found that her fever had subsided. Zhou Lin's heart, which had been tense all night, finally relaxed. Tina had been sleeping all night because she tossed and turned in the night and the medicine was taking effect. Zhou Lin was processing the documents of Shengjin Company sent by Jin Hai next to her. At this time, Zhou Lin's cell phone rang. She immediately hung up the phone, glanced at Tina on the bed, found that she was not awake, and immediately walked out of the ward. Zhou Lin went out. He looked at his phone and found that it was Xiao Yang calling. Zhou Lin immediately called him back. Hey, Yang Yang. Hey, Mom. Why did you hang up the phone just now? It's like this, Yang Yang. Tina is still sleeping. Mom was in the ward just now and was afraid of disturbing Tina. Mom, I heard from Dad. My sister was pushed and hurt her forehead. Mom, how is my sister? Is she serious? Don't worry, Yang Yang. Tina is fine now. But her wound became inflamed and she had a fever last night, which scared her mother. Mom, what's going on? The doctor said that it was caused by Tina's low immunity. I have to take good care of Tina's body in the future. Then I should take good care of my sister. Zhou Lin again with concern. Mom, are you exhausted? I'm fine. Don't worry, Yang Yang. Mom, how did you deal with the guy who beat me? The police have already taken care of it. They will detain me and compensate me for my medical expenses. I really feel that the punishment was too light. How can anyone touch our little princess? Yang Yang, don't interfere. Do you hear me? The police have already handled it. Xiao Yang was furious. Mom, my sister was bullied. How can I swallow this? Yang Yang, the matter has been dealt with. I hope this matter ends here. Do you hear me? Xiao Yang was unwilling to give in. Mom, I said no. Zhou Lin said in a serious voice. Xiao Yang had no choice but to compromise. Okay, Mom, I'll listen to you. A smile appeared on Zhou Lin's face. That's right. Mom, then you should take care of my sister. I have to go to work too. Okay, go ahead. Zhou Lin hung up the phone, opened the door of the ward and prepared to go in. As soon as she reached the door, she saw Tina sitting on the bed, looking at her. Tina saw Zhou Lin and acted coquettishly to her. Mom, where have you been? I didn't see you when I woke up. Zhou Lin quickly walked over and hugged her. Mom went out to make a phone call. Tina, are you still feeling bad? It's not painful anymore, Mom. Zhou Lin touched Tina's head and said, That's good. Then Mom will be relieved. Tina hugged Zhou Lin's waist and asked her, Mom, who's calling? Then she buried her face in Zhou Lin's arms again. Zhou Lin told her softly, It's my brother calling. Tina heard this. She quickly stretched her face out and loosened her arms around Zhou Lin. Then she clasped her hands in front of her chest, pouted her lips in dissatisfaction, and snorted. Zhou Lin was helpless. Tina? Tina pouted and looked at Zhou Lin. Is he here to steal my mother? Zhou Lin sat down and put his arm around her shoulders. Tina, that's not the case at all. My brother called me just now because he was concerned about you. Tina disagreed. Why does he care about me? Of course I'm concerned about your health. I don't want his concern. I don't like him. Zhou Lin said in a serious tone. Tina, Mom doesn't allow you to say that. Tina's eyes turned red and she choked up. She looked at Zhou Lin and asked her, So you love him, and you don't love me anymore? Zhou Lin immediately coaxed her. Silly child, how can you say that? Mom will always love you. Tina hugged Zhou Lin's neck and cried. Then you are not allowed to love him. You are my mother. Zhou Lin continued to coax her helplessly. Tina, Yang has always treated me as his biological mother. But he is not yours. You only gave birth to me. Tina, Yang is also your father's son. Tina stopped talking. Zhou Lin looked down at her and continued, Tina, Yang's biological mother died when he was very young. After Mom got together with your dad, he regarded me as his mother. Tina was still a little unhappy. She pouted, But you are my mother, not his. Tina, we can't think like that. Chapter 59. I hope you will have a life without worries. So what should I think? Tina, you know what? My brother called me just now. He cares about you very much. He knows you've been wronged and wants to vent his anger for you. Fortunately, Mom stopped him. I told him that the police have already handled the matter and asked him not to interfere. The police officer has already taken care of it. Why is he doing this? If he doesn't listen to the police officer, should he listen to him? Zhou Lin stopped her sternly. Tina, stop being so rude. Seeing that Zhou Lin seemed angry, Tina was a little scared. So she immediately said, Okay, can't I just stop talking? Zhou Lin told her earnestly, Tina, you have to understand that everything your mother does now is for your own good. You have to understand your mother's painstaking efforts. There are some things that you can't do according to your temper. Tina lowered her head and whispered, I know. Look at Mommy. Tina raised her head and looked at Zhou Lin cautiously. Tina, Mommy hopes you can live your life without worries. Tina didn't say anything. Zhou Lin continued, Tina, Mommy hopes you can get along well with your brother. Your brother loves you very much and will definitely treat you well in the future. Because over the years, I have always treated him as my own son and I have never treated him unfairly. Similarly, Yang is very grateful to me, so he treats me like his own mother. Tina pursed her lips but still said nothing. Zhou Lin put his hands on Tina's shoulders. Tina, it's not your brother's fault that you and your mother have been separated for so many years. Tina lowered her head and whispered, I know, but I feel sad when I think about how you have been with him for so many years. Zhou Lin's eyes were red and he held her in his arms. Mom knows. Mom understands everything. Tina asked her softly, Is he really happy to have a sister like me? Zhou Lin quickly let her go and held her face with his hands. Of course. He's so happy to have you as a sister. Really? Of course it's true. Tina, you know what? When Mom told your brother that you were still alive, you don't know how happy he was. He told Mom that he felt the burden on his shoulders was heavier, and your brother even said that he would protect you for the rest of his life. Tina tilted her head. Did I wrongly accuse him? Didn't he steal my mother from me? How could that be? Tina, your brother said you were his little princess. Tina's eyes and mouth. I don't believe it. Then how can Tina believe it? Tina raised her eyebrows proudly. Let's see how he performs. Then Tina has to give her brother a chance to perform. What chance? Brother, call me later. What do you want Tina to do? Tina said coquettishly, I don't know. Zhou Lin pinched Tina's nose lovingly. Tina, you have to listen to your mother. Your brother wants to talk to you, so you can't be rude. Do you hear me? Okay, I'll just give you some face. Zhou Lin smiled happily, touched Tina's face and praised her. Baby, you are so good. At this time, Tina's stomach started to growl. Tina touched her belly and said to Zhou Lin, Mom, I'm hungry. Aunt Song has already brought breakfast here. Mom saw that you were not awake yet, and wanted you to sleep a little longer, so she didn't call you. Wait, I'll wipe your face and hands with a towel. Mom, I'll do it myself. No, just sit down. Zhou Lin brought a hot towel and wiped Tina's face and hands. Tina looked very happy. Thank you, Mom. You're welcome, babe. Zhou Lin brought another cup of warm water for Tina to rinse her mouth. After finishing the work, Zhou Lin took out the breakfast in the thermal lunchbox, which included steamed dumplings, egg custard, and yam and lean meat porridge. Tina's mouth was watering as she looked at the breakfast. Mom, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry that I can eat a cow now. Is this true? I think Tina is just bragging. No, I'm really hungry, Tina said and couldn't wait to stuff a steamed bun into her mouth. Zhou Lin quickly reminded her, Tina, eat slowly, don't choke. Got it, Tina said as she took another spoonful of egg custard and put it into her mouth. Zhou Lin smiled and shook his head, then poured Tina a bowl of yam and lean meat porridge. Zhou Lin picked up the porridge, picked up the spoon and stirred it back and forth a few times, then blew it to his mouth and scooped a spoonful of porridge to Tina's mouth. Tina opened her mouth and ate it, then asked her, Mom, did you have breakfast? Mom has eaten. Aunt Song just brought over 2 servings, Zhou Lin said as he scooped another spoonful of porridge to feed Tina. Yeah, of course. Mom has to work, so she can't go hungry, too. After saying that, Tina giggled. Then she reached out to take the bowl from Zhou Lin's hand. Mom, I'll do it myself. Okay. Then Tina eats by herself. Zhou Lin handed the bowl to her. Then she said to Tina, Tina, Mom just checked and you don't have an online class until this afternoon, so you should take a good rest in these few hours. Don't run around or move around. Do you hear me? I got it, Mr. Zhou, Tina said as she stuffed food into her mouth. This child. After breakfast, Tina sat on the bed and watched variety shows on her mobile phone, while Zhou Lin sat next to the bed and worked. Tina giggled as she looked at her phone. Zhou Lin, who was standing next to her, was not affected at all. He occasionally looked up at Tina and was amused by her. Tina felt bored and asked Zhou Lin, Mom, when will I be discharged from the hospital? It's time for me to be discharged too. Have you forgotten that you had a fever last night? But I'm fine now. Wait a little longer. We have to wait a little longer. How long do we have to wait? Wait till tonight is over. Why? If you don't have a fever tonight, Mom will discharge you from the hospital tomorrow, Tina said quickly. Then let's be discharged tomorrow morning. Mom, so I can go to school directly? No. Tina protested. Why? Even if I'm discharged from the hospital tomorrow, I'll still have to take online classes at home. But there's only tomorrow left this week. Mom, there are no classes on Saturday and Sunday. You can only go out after you are completely well. There are so many germs outside. What if your wound gets infected and inflamed, and you have a fever? How long will this illness last? Tina, do you still want to get well? Tina heard what Zhou Lin said. She collapsed on the bed like a deflated balloon. Zhou Lin found her like this funny and comforted her. Okay, baby, bear with it for a while. We can't give up all our efforts. Don't you think so? Chapter 60 continued to take online classes. Tina was a little disappointed, but she could only say, okay. Before the online class in the afternoon, Lu Mei and Wang Jing sent her messages in Tina's dormitory group. 3 big beauties. Lu Mai Damii Tina, how are you? Can you come to class today? Wang Jing's beautiful Tina, are you feeling better? Tina Damii, I can't go to school today. I'm not discharged from the hospital yet. Wang Jing, the beautiful lady Tina, when can you come? Tina is so beautiful, I guess I have to wait until next week. Lu Mei is beautiful. It takes so long. Wang Jing Damili, why did it take so long, Tina? Tina Damii, I don't want to either, but I'm so disappointed. I suddenly had a fever last night. Now my mother won't let me leave the hospital. Wang Jing Damelia, then why do you have a fever? Lu Mei is beautiful, yes. Tina Damii, the wound is inflamed. Lu Mei is beautiful, sister. You are so unlucky. Tina is so beautiful. I am completely speechless. Wang Jing is beautiful, there is nothing I can do about it. Tina Damii, my mother doesn't let me go out, saying that she is afraid that my wound will get infected again. But I really miss you, sisters. Lu Mei is beautiful, hug the poor child. Wang Jing Damili, hug expression pack. Tina big beauty crying expression pack. Lu Mei Damili, it's just me and De Jingzi in the dormitory all day long. It's so lonely. Tina Damii, are you two still lonely? Wang Jing is beautiful. Sometimes I don't even want to pay attention to her. Lume is beautiful, TSK. You annoying big crystal. Tina is beautiful, covering mouth and laughing expression pack. Wang Jing de Meili, beating expression pack. Lume is beautiful, big crystal. Big pig's hoof. You don't cherish me after you got me. Wang Jing is beautiful high expression pack. Lume is beautiful, poo expression pack. Tina is so beautiful, huh? Wang Jing de Meili, we are going to class. Tina da. Lu my dammy it's time to go. It's time to go. Tina dammy go. Go. I will go to class with you guys later. Wang Jing is beautiful, okay? Lu made a Meili. Come on. De Jingzi, go away. Wang Jing's beautiful you. Tina is so beautiful. You two can have such a great chat in the same room. Wang Jing de Meili no more. No more, let's go. Lu Mei is beautiful goodbye expression pack. Tina put down her phone and said to Zhou Lin, Mom, I want to eat fruit. Zhou Lin looked at her lovingly. Okay. Wait, Tina. Mom will prepare it for you. Mom, you're so nice. Such a sweet mouth. Tina giggled. After Lu Mei and Wang Jing arrived at the classroom, they sent messages to Tina again. 3 big beauties. Lu Mei's beautiful picture. Tina clicked on it and saw that it was a picture of the classroom podium. The teacher had not arrived yet. Wang Jing is beautiful. The teacher hasn't come yet, Tina. Tina is so beautiful, I know. Lu my dammy Tina. Can you listen well to online classes? How do you feel? Lu Mei is beautiful, one thing is better. Wang Jing is beautiful, which point? Tina is so beautiful. Which point? Lu Mei is beautiful, don't worry about being asked questions. Wang Jing is so beautiful, that's right. Tina is so beautiful, I have never thought about this. Lu my dammy teacher is here. Wang Jing de Meili no more chatting. Tina is beautiful, ready to go to class. Zhou Lin washed the cherries, imported seedless red grapes, and cut a Wawawaniu apple. Zhou Lin picked the seedless red grapes one by one, put all 3 kinds of fruits on a plate, and made a fruit plate. Zhou Lin came in with some fruit. Tina was already taking an online class, so she put the fruit aside. Tina saw her coming, picked up an apple, took a bite, and smiled at her. How sweet. Thanks, Mom. Zhou Lin smiled and pretended to glare at her. Tina stuck out her tongue at her playfully. Tina, concentrate on the class. Zhou Lin reminded her. Yes, madam. Tina said as she saluted Zhou Lin. Little rascal. Lu Jiang family. Since Wu Zhenzhen had no classes in the afternoon, she took her textbooks home. Wu Xia and Lu Jiang came home from get off work and saw Wu Zhenzhen at home. Wu Xia asked her, Zhenzhen, why are you back? Didn't you say you were trying for a scholarship at school? Mom, I don't have classes this afternoon, and I thought it would be just as well to study at home. Besides, I haven't been home for a few days, and you must have missed me, so I brought my textbooks back. You're overthinking it. We don't miss you at all. Our home is much quieter when you're not at home. Is this what my own mother said? Guaranteed authenticity. Wu Zhenzhen rolled her eyes. Cut. Wu Xia then asked Wu Zhenzhen, so you were reading at home this afternoon, weren't you? You didn't watch TV, were you? Oh my God. Mom, are you doubting me? Is there any justice in this world? Wu Xia laughed. Why do you have so many twisted ideas? Wu Zhenzhen asked Lu Jiang for help. Dad, please stop caring about your wife. She is bullying your precious daughter. Lu Jiang thought about it seriously. She bullied my daughter, so I bullied her daughter too. When Wu Zhenzhen heard this, she began to doubt her life. Stop. That's it. Lu Jiang reminded her, Zhenzhen, you have to do well in this exam. Tina is watching you. You have to set a good example. I know, Dad. Don't you still believe me, your daughter? I've been reading at home all afternoon. Wu Xia said, you are a student. Isn't it normal for you to read books? Why do you want to take credit for it? Mom, are you my real mother? Are you sure I wasn't picked up? Shouldn't you praise and encourage me? Wu Xia pretended to be embarrassed. Although I don't want to admit it, you are indeed my child. Wu Xia, you are really going too far. After saying that, Wu Zhenzhen stuck out her tongue at her. Wu Xia was amused by her. Kid, how old are you already? I'm not big, but, Miss Wu Xia, you really need to be careful about menopause. Wu Zhenzhen, be careful and get beaten. Wu Zhenzhen disagreed. TSK. Wu Xia is a country girl. You are old and weak. It's not your turn. Lu Jiang reminded her, Zhenzhen, Dad is still here. Wu Zhenzhen's expression changed immediately. Dad, what are you talking about? I am your good daughter. I will never disobey you. Chapter 61, Discharged from the Hospital. Okay, then please, my dear daughter, don't disobey my wife. Wu Zhenjin fell on the sofa and rolled her eyes. Well, isn't this back again? Lu Jiang and Wu Xia couldn't help laughing when they saw her. Mom and Dad, I called Tina today, and she can't go to school yet. Wu Xia, being hospitalized means observation. Mom and Dad, Tina was injured and hospitalized. Why didn't you tell me? Lu Jiang explained to her, Mom and Dad are worried that you will be distracted at school. Besides, you are just a kid and can't help much. We can just go see Tina. How can that be possible? Tina is my sister. As an older sister, I have to care about my sister. Wu Xia didn't even look at her and said, it's not too late to care now. Anyway, Dad, Mom and sister have already cared about Tina. Your concern is icing on the cake for us. Wu Zhenjin curled her lips. Okay, you're so cruel. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yi pushed the door open. When she saw Wu Zhenjin sitting on the sofa, she teased her. Hey, Zhenjin is back. What a rare visitor. I haven't seen her for several days. Wu Zhenjin pouted. I see you guys are so happy when I'm not home. Lu Yi nodded seriously. That's true. After saying that, he looked at Lu Jiang and Wu Xia, and the three of them smiled in tacit understanding. Wu Zhenjin was so angry. You guys. Humph. In the evening, Wu Zhenjin finished reading and went to bed, while Lu Yi was still busy at the computer. Wu Zhenjin asked her, Sister, why haven't you finished yet? Aren't you going to sleep? Lu Yi stared at the computer screen without looking back. I'll be here for a while. Go to sleep first. Wu Zhenjin felt very strange. Why are you so busy? You were in a hurry during the meal, and you didn't even eat a few bites. What were you busy with? I'm working on the plan for the project that our CEO Zhou assigned to me. Are you almost done then? I made several copies, and I plan to choose the best one. Wu Zhenjin didn't understand. Don't you just need one? Why make so many? This is my first time making a project plan, so I must strive for perfection. Besides, not everyone has such an opportunity. President Zhou trusts me, and I can't let her down. Oh, Zhenjin, you will understand when you start working. You must take your work seriously and learn to seize opportunities. Only in this way can you go further in your work. Wu Zhenjin seemed to understand, but not quite. Oh. Later, Wu Zhenjin fell asleep, but Lu Yi was still working on the computer under the desk lamp. Hospital. Tina was asleep. Zhou Lin would gently touch her forehead and cheeks every once in a while. Only when he found that they were not hot would he lie down with peace of mind, and then tuck in the corners of the quilt for Tina. It was not until dawn that Zhou Lin fell asleep for a while. Tina woke up, and Zhou Lin woke up too. Zhou Lin's first reaction was to touch Tina's forehead, which was not hot, and then asked her, Tina, do you feel uncomfortable? Mom, I'm not feeling well. I don't have a fever. That's good. Mom, can I be discharged from the hospital now? Mom will go ask the doctor later. Yeah. Zhou Lin smiled lovingly and ruffled Tina's hair. Zhou Lin sought the doctor's advice, and the doctor said Tina could be discharged from the hospital. After discharge, she still had to pay attention to a light diet and a clean and comfortable environment to avoid bacterial infection. Zhou Lin took note of everything. Since the doctor used absorbable sutures to suture Tina's forehead wound, she didn't need to come to the hospital to remove the sutures. Zhou Lin also called Aunt Song at home and told her that she didn't need to come to the hospital to deliver meals anymore, and they could go home and eat together. Zhou Lin told Tina that the doctor agreed to discharge her from the hospital, and Tina happily turned around in circles in the ward. Zhou Lin smiled and said, Tina, be careful, you might get dizzy. Tina stopped and touched her forehead. Oh, I feel a little dizzy. Zhou Lin was busy packing things, including Tina's clothes, and the various nutritional supplements and fruits he bought for Tina. Tina also sorted out her textbooks and notes and put them in her bag. At this time, Zhou Lin's cell phone rang and she picked it up. Hey, Jean, hi. Oh, we're here. Okay, let's go down right away. Then Zhou Lin said to Tina, Jean Hai has arrived. Let's go home, boss. Tina pretended to cough. Okay, this time I'll listen to my secretary Zhou. Zhou Lin smiled and scratched Tina's nose, looking her up and down. Tina looks like a boss. Tina looked proud. Of course, don't you see whose daughter I am? This made Zhou Lin very happy. Zhou Lin took Tina to the downstairs of the hospital. When Jean Hai saw them coming out, he immediately got out of the car and opened the door for them. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Lin nodded to him. Brother Jean Hai. Tina greeted Jean Hai. Ms. Zhou. Jean Hai called her. Tina chuckled and said to him, You can call me Boss Zhou. Jin Hai was stunned for a moment and asked Tina, why? Zhou Lin smiled and said to him, because I call her Boss Zhou. Then he pulled Tina into the car. Jin Hai, who hadn't reacted yet, stood there in a daze, but he got into the car immediately. In the car, Zhou Lin said to Jin Hai, you have been running back and forth between the hospital and the company these days, and you have run many times to get and deliver documents to me. Thank you for your hard work. Mr. Zhou, you're too polite. This is my job. Tina asked Zhou Lin, Mom, where are we going now? To the company? Of course I'm going home. Tina, have you forgotten what your mother told you to stay at home and take online classes? Zhou Lin saw through her thoughts at a glance. Tina realized she was being seen through. She whispered, I'm just asking. What's there to ask? At least this week, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Just stay at home and behave yourself. You are not allowed to go anywhere. I will be bored to death then? Tina complained to Zhou Lin. Zhou Lin looked at her with a stern face. Tina snorted and stuck her tongue out at her. Zhou Lin laughed. As soon as they returned to the villa, Aunt Song ran over and pulled Tina to show her concern. Miss, does your head still hurt? Tina answered her obediently, Auntie Song, I don't feel any pain anymore. I'm fine. That's good. Now that you're back, Auntie Song will make you something delicious to nourish your body. Zhou Lin stopped her immediately after hearing this. Aunt Song, Tina still needs to eat a light diet now. This will help her recover from her wound. Chapter 62, Be a Good Boy at Home. Tina also said, Yes, Aunt Song, I still have to eat light meals for the time being, otherwise I will have a scar on my forehead. Zhou Lin felt sad when he heard Tina say this. Tina's forehead wound had stitches and became inflamed, so it is possible that it would leave a scar. What if there really is a scar? How can Tina accept it? At this time, Tina finished talking to Aunt Song and turned to Zhou Lin and asked, Mom, is that right? Zhou Lin was immersed in her own thoughts and felt a little sad, so she didn't hear Tina calling her. Tina found it strange that she didn't respond, so she called her again. Mother. Zhou Lin reacted, Huh? Mom, what are you thinking about? You didn't even hear me talking to you. Oh, Mom was just thinking about something. I didn't hear what you said. What did you say to Mom just now? Tina. Tina had to say it again. I told Aunt Song that I wouldn't get scars if I ate light food, and I was asking if that was true for you. Zhou Lin nodded absent-mindedly. Oh yes, it should be light. Tina looked at Zhou Lin's reaction and thought she was weird. At this time, Aunt Song took over the conversation. Okay, I'll make a note of that. Miss, I'll make you something lighter, but I'll also make sure you stay strong. Okay, thank you, Aunt Song. Aunt Song prepared today's breakfast according to Zhou Lin's previous instructions. The meal was already ready, and she was waiting for them to come back. At the dinner table, Zhou Lin picked up some food for Tina and reminded her, Tina? Tina took a bite of the dish. Zhou Lin looked at her and said, Mom will go to the company in a while. You stay at home and don't go anywhere. Do you hear me? Tina whispered, Oh. Then Zhou Lin turned around and said to Aunt Song with a smile, Aunt Song, please help me keep an eye on her. Aunt Song looked at Tina and laughed. Yes, ma'am. Tina was like a deflated balloon, powerless. Zhou Lin was amused by her appearance and rubbed her hair. Zhou Lin left. Tina curled up on the sofa and read a book. After reading for a while, Tina picked up her phone to send a message. 3 big beauties. Tina Damei sisters, there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Lu Mei is beautiful, good news. Wang Jing is beautiful. Also want to hear the good news first. Tina Damei, the good news is that I am discharged from the hospital. Wang Jing Damei, Tina, you are discharged from the hospital? That's great. Lu Mai Damei, what about the bad news? Wang Jing Damei, yes. What's the bad news? Tina Damei, the bad news is that my mother won't let me go out, so I can't go to school today. Lu Mei is beautiful? Why? Tina Damei, my mother said there are too many bacteria outside, and she is afraid that my wound will get infected again. Wang Jing Damei, then just listen to your mother, Tina. Lu Mai Damei, be careful, or you will suffer the punishment again. Tina is beautiful, I am at home now. Wang Jing Damei, just stay at home and be quiet. Lu Mai Damei, there is only one day left today. There are no classes tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. In fact, there is no need for you to come just for one day. Tina Damei, it's the only way now. I can't go anywhere. My mother won't let me go out and has someone watching me. Wang Jing is beautiful. No way. Lu Mei is beautiful, what a poor woman. Tina is so beautiful, it's true. Wang Jing to Meili. Just take your online classes at home. We will be leaving soon. Tina is so beautiful, I know. Lume is beautiful, oh. I really envy those who can take online classes while lying down. Tina is so beautiful. This blessing is given to you. Do you want it? Lume is beautiful, let's forget it. Wang Jing to Meili. No back pain when talking while standing. Lume to Meili. You damn big crystal. Tina is beautiful too, funny people. Tina was taking online classes. Aunt Song would come out from time to time and quietly look at her from behind. Seeing that she was studying seriously, Aunt Song would smile knowingly. After a while, Aunt Song came over with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice and placed it on the table for Tina. Tina glanced at her and said, "Thank you, Aunt Song." "Miss, you're welcome." After saying that, Aunt Song walked away. Zhou Lin was working in the company. After thinking it over, he was still a little worried about Tina, so he called home. When Aunt Song heard the phone ringing, she hurried to answer it. "Hey, Aunt Song, is Tina being well behaved at home?" "Ma'am, don't worry, Miss is always studying." "Then I'm relieved." "Aunt Song, make some snacks for Tina." "Madam, I know, just go to work with peace of mind." "Good." Tina finished class and was organizing her notes when her cell phone rang. Tina picked up the phone and saw that it was Lu Jiang calling, so she happily answered the call. "Hey, Uncle Lu." "Tina, are you feeling better?" "Uncle Lu, I'm much better now. I've been discharged from the hospital." "Really? Are you completely fine?" "Tina, that's about right, but the doctor said I should still eat a light diet. That's what should be done." "Uncle Lu, my mother won't let me go to school and asked me to take online classes at home. Your mother is probably still worried about you." "My mother said that there are a lot of bacteria outside and she was worried that my wound would get infected." "Your mother is right, Tina. You just listen to your mother, okay?" "I know, Uncle Lu. I haven't even gone out." "Good boy." "Uncle Lu, you should also take care of your health while you are at work." Lu Jiang was so touched. "Okay, Uncle, please take care of yourself." Called Zhou Lin again. "Hello, it's me. I heard Tina is out of the hospital." "Yes, I was discharged from the hospital this morning. There is nothing serious." "Then I feel relieved." "Don't worry, it's nothing. But I haven't let Tina go out yet. Let her rest at home." Lu Jiang suggested, "Let Tina go to school next week. Otherwise, the child will be depressed." "I know my limits." "Okay then. I'm hanging up now." Tina finished her online class. Aunt Song made her fruit sweet soup. Tina sat on the sofa, drinking the sweet soup and watching TV. At this time, Zhou Lin came back. Tina heard the door open, put down the sweet soup and ran over. "Mom!" Tina threw herself into Zhou Lin's arms. "Tina!" Zhou Lin hurriedly hugged her and protected her head. Tina acted coquettishly to her. "Mom, why did you come back just now?" "Mom has to work." Then Zhou Lin told her, "Tina, run slower. Be careful, or you'll get dizzy again. I just miss you." "You forgot everything the doctor said?" "Oh, Mom, I remember." Chapter 63, I want to record all your moments. Tina pulled Zhou Lin to sit on the sofa. At this time, Aunt Song came over with a bowl of sweet soup. "Madam, please have some sweet soup." Tina quickly took the bowl. "Let me do it." Aunt Song smiled and said, Okay, come here, Mississippi." Tina brought the bowl to Zhou Lin and said, "Mom, you should also make up for it." Zhou Lin took the bowl with a smile. "Okay, thank you, my dear daughter." Then he picked up the spoon and took a sip of the sweet soup. Tina sat down next to Zhou Lin, then picked up the sweet soup she had just put down, picked up the spoon and started drinking. Zhou Lin looked at Tina and asked her, "Tina, have you been good at home today? Did you listen to your mother?" Tina nodded. "Yes, I listened to you. I have been studying in the living room today. If you don't believe me, ask Aunt Song." Then he asked Aunt Song, who was picking vegetables nearby, "Aunt Song, do you think so?" Aunt Song nodded quickly. "Yes, I can testify. The young lady has been staying at home studying all day." "Well, good job. Come, Mom will give you a reward." After saying that, Zhou Lin kissed Tina on the cheek. "Then I'll kiss you too." Tina moved closer to Zhou Lin and kissed her on the face. Lu Jiang family. The family is having dinner. Wu Zhenjin said, "I wonder how my sister is doing?" "Mom and Dad, tomorrow is Saturday. Why don't we go to the hospital to see Tina?" Lu Jiang replied, "Tina has been discharged from the hospital." Wu Zhenjin, discharged from hospital? Louis, yes. Our CEO, Zhou, went to the company today. Tina must have been discharged from the hospital. Wu Zhenjin looked disappointed. I was planning on going to the hospital with you guys to see Tina. Wu Xia looked at Wu Zhenjin and found it funny. Why are you so persistent about this? Wu Zhenjin, I'm so sorry. Who told you not to tell me before? Lu Yi was amused by her. What's there to be sorry about? Can't you just show some concern for Tina when you see her? Wu Zhenjin curled her lips. Can it be the same? Wu Xia, why is it different? Alas, you don't understand. Wu Zhenjin looked regretful. This sentence successfully made everyone laugh. Lu Jiang advised her, Zhenjin, Tina won't care. She loves you very much. Of course. Of course my sister loves me. Wu Xia urged her, hurry up and eat. At this time, Wu Zhenjin suddenly thought of a good idea. Mom, Dad, sister, let's ask Tina to come to our house for dinner tomorrow. Tina hasn't been here for a long time. Wu Xia thought her idea was good. Okay, then I'll buy some more vegetables tomorrow and make delicious food for you. Lu Jiang, I'm afraid this is not possible now. Wu Zhenjin didn't understand. Why? Dad. Wu Xia also felt strange and asked him, what's wrong? Lu Jiang explained, Tina has just been discharged from the hospital. The doctor recommended that she rest at home. The wounds from running around are prone to bacterial infection. And Tina's diet should be light now. Wu Xia understood. Is that so? Then it's better to let Tina stay at home. Wu Zhenjin looked disappointed. Ah? Okay then. Lu Jiang comforted her. Zhenjin, wait until Tina gets better, and then let her come, it will be the same. Lu Yi also agreed, yes. Wu Zhenjin couldn't hide her disappointment and whispered, I know. Lu Yi rubbed her hair. Hurry and eat. Wu Zhenjin picked up the bowl. Zhou Lin Villa. Tina went upstairs to the third floor to look for Zhou Lin. When she arrived at the room, she didn't see Zhou Lin. Tina threw back the quilt and lay down on the bed. Tina heard the noise in the bathroom and knew Zhou Lin was about to come out, so she immediately covered her head with the quilt. Zhou Lin came out of the bathroom and saw Tina's little bunny slippers beside the bed. Then she looked towards the bed and saw Tina's pajamas sticking out from the quilt. Zhou Lin smiled and walked towards the bed. Standing by the bed, Zhou Lin deliberately stretched out his voice and said, Hey, whose little bunny slippers are these? How did they get to my bed? Tina under the quilt was stunned for a moment and felt extremely regretful. What a mistake. But she still didn't move. Zhou Lin continued, Whose pajamas are on the bed? They're sticking out. Why do they look so familiar? Tina heard this and moved slightly under the quilt. Zhou Lin couldn't help laughing and pretended to be surprised. Oh, there's really a little rabbit on my bed. It's even moving. Let me see, which little rabbit is it? As he said this, Zhou Lin lifted the quilt. Tina jumped up suddenly. It's me, Mom. Tina stood on the bed, and Zhou Lin went forward and hugged her. It turned out to be my mother's little rabbit. Hehe. Zhou Lin leaned on the bed with her mobile phone in hand, replying to work messages. Tina lay in her arms, hugging her waist. Zhou Lin replied to the message. She put down her phone. Tina took her phone and opened her photo album to look through it. Tina looked through the pictures they took the last time they went to the amusement park. Tina looked at the photo and said to Zhou Lin, Mom, looking at it this way, we really look alike. No wonder everyone asked me if you were my mom. Of course, you're my daughter, so of course you look like me. Hee. Tina smiled and continued to scroll down the photos. Then Tina saw a lot of candid photos, all of which were taken of her. There are photos of her working seriously, photos of her accidentally falling asleep at her desk, photos of her falling asleep in Zhou Lin's lounge, and photos of Zhou Lin taking photos of her while she was asleep. Tina was stunned. Mom, why did you take so many photos of me? I didn't even know it. Zhou Lin touched her head and kissed her hair. Mom wants to record all your moments. Look at it when Mom misses you. Tina continued to look down, and unexpectedly she saw photos of herself as a child, her 2 graduation photos, and her college entrance examination admission ticket. Tina opened her mouth in shock and looked up at Zhou Lin. Mom, what's going on? How did you get these photos? Zhou Lin explained to her. It was your Uncle Lu who sent them to Mom. At that time, Mom asked him to go to the countryside to inquire about you. After he found you, he sent these photos to Mom. So you've seen it a long time ago, Mom? Yes. These are the photos my dad took of me when I was a kid. These 2 are graduation photos. Mom, can you tell which one is me? Of course. Zhou Lin pointed at her lightly with his hand. Tina was very happy. Yes. Mommy found the right one. This is me. Zhou Lin hugged her and said, You are my daughter. How could a mother not recognize you? Chapter 64. You are not as happy as me. Tina looked at her admission ticket again and said to her, "This is from the college entrance examination?" Zhou Lin touched her head and said, "Mom knows. Tina is awesome." At this time, Tina saw another video on her mobile phone. She clicked it and saw that it was her home in Shaoa Village. Tina looked at the familiar environment and introduced it to Zhou Lin one by one. "This is the table where I have been doing my homework since I was very young. This stool was made by my dad specifically for me because I was too small to sit on a big stool at that time. So my dad made me 2 small stools. This is my bed. Do you see that big box? Mom, my little quilt is in there, and I always fold it neatly." Zhou Lin listened to Tina's words. Tears involuntarily flowed down his cheeks. Tina looked up at Zhou Lin and found that she was crying, so she called her, "Mom." Zhou Lin apologized to her. "Tina, I'm sorry. You've suffered so much. It makes me sad to see you. I'm sorry." Tina wiped her tears and said, "Mom, don't say that. You don't want to do that." Zhou Lin held Tina's hand as she wiped her tears and choked up. "The environment there was so tough. When I think of you living there for so many years, my heart aches like a knife." Tina looked at her and said, "Mom, my adoptive parents were very good to me when I was a child. Don't be sad." Zhou Lin touched her cheek with heartache. "After they passed away, my baby suffered even more." Tina said casually, "I just owe a lot of money and I'm desperate. I'm mainly worried that I can't go to school." After hearing this, Zhou Lin hugged Tina tightly and said, "These accounts are really dragging you down." "That's right. At that time, I borrowed a little from here and there and saved up more and more, like a snowball. At that time, I really didn't know what to do." Zhou Lin burst into tears as he listened to this. Tina continued, "When I lend money to people, I always write down how much I borrow from each family. I'm afraid that they will think I won't pay it back and won't lend me the money, and then I won't be able to treat their illness." Zhou Lin kissed Tina's hair lovingly. "Later, my adoptive parents passed away, and I didn't need to borrow money anymore. I did odd jobs in the village or elsewhere, whatever I could do. I saved the money I earned, and when I had enough to pay back the family, I would pay first." Zhou Lin couldn't stop crying. Tina wiped Zhou Lin's tears. "Don't cry, Mom. There are many people in the village who help me. The village cadres even help me farm my family's land. When I go to school, the villagers also help me raise tuition fees. They help me a lot." Zhou Lin touched her cheek and said, "Thank goodness they helped you." "Yes. Mom, Secretary Ma Chao in the village is very kind to me and he takes good care of me." Zhou Lin thought the name sounded familiar. Ma Chao? I seem to have heard of this person. Tina was very surprised. "Really? Mom, you know him?" Zhou Lin can't remember clearly. "It's been so long, I forgot." Tina also thought it was impossible. "How could you possibly know him, Mom?" "I guess I remembered it wrong." "You must have remembered it wrong." "Tina, Mommy wants to show you something," Zhou Lin said as she opened the drawer of the bedside table. "What, Mom?" Tina looked at her curiously. Zhou Lin took out a small notebook from the drawer. Tina recognized it as her account book. Tina took it and said, "Isn't this my little account book, Mom?" "It's Tina's little account book." "Mom, why is it with you? I've been looking for it for a long time and can't find it." "One time, you left it on Mom's car, and Mom picked it up." "I see." Tina opened the account book and looked at it. "At that time, the money weighed on me like a mountain." Zhou Lin's eyes were filled with tears. "It's hard for Tina. My daughter is amazing. Mom has read this little account book many times." "Mom, have you watched it many times?" Zhou Lin nodded, unable to hide his sadness. Tina comforted her. "Mom, it's all over. Don't be sad." Zhou Lin kissed her, looked at her, and said to her, "Mom feels sorry for me." Tina looked up at Zhou Lin, then put her arms around her neck and buried her face in her neck. Said to her, "Mom, I feel that I am the happiest person in the world now." Zhou Lin touched her hand that was around his neck and said calmly, "You are not as happy as me." "Who said that? I think having you as my mother is a blessing from my previous life." "Tina, Mommy owes you too much. Now that you are back with Mommy, let Mommy love you well from now on." Tina heard this. Tears suddenly flowed out of her eyes. She hugged Zhou Lin's neck tightly with both hands and buried her face deeper. Zhou Lin felt her tears. "Don't cry, baby. Mommy missed the opportunity to raise you, and from now on, Mommy will not miss any moment of your life." Tina sobbed, "Mom." Zhou Lin wiped her tears and held her face in his hands. Tina, do you know? The happiness you bring to your mother is better than anything in the world. Tina looked at Zhou Lin and said to her crying, You finally found me. I'm back to you now. I will love you well in the future. After that, she threw herself into Zhou Lin's arms again. Zhou Lin hugged her, rested his chin lightly on Tina's head, touched her hair, tears welling up in his eyes, obviously touched by Tina's words. The next day, Zhou Lin slept until he woke up naturally. When he looked at the clock, it was already past 10 o'clock. He looked at Tina next to him, and she was still asleep. Zhou Lin went downstairs and Aunt Song saw her. Ma'am, you're awake? I got up quite late today. I saw that today is Saturday, so I didn't call you. I wanted you to sleep a little longer. Zhou Lin smiled at Aunt Song. Aunt Song asked her, Madam, is the young lady still awake? Not yet. Let Tina sleep. Hey, Madam, breakfast is hot. I'll get it for you. Good. Zhou Lin walked to the dining table, picked up today's newspaper, and started reading. Aunt Song quickly brought over breakfast. Zhou Lin was eating breakfast while reading the newspaper. After a while, Zhou Lin's phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Are you Miss Zhou? It's me. Who are you? Hello, Ms. Zhou. We are from a photography company. You came here to take photos a few days ago. Chapter 65. The photos are out. Oh, yes. Are the photos out? Yes, Ms. Zhou, your photos have been produced. We will send someone to deliver the photos to your home today. Please leave someone at home to inspect them. Okay, I'm at home today. Just send the photos over directly. Okay, Ms. Zhou. Our company's people will go and deliver the goods for you right away. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Thank you. This is our job, and it's what we should do, Ms. Zhou. Zhou Lin had just put down the phone when suddenly a pair of hands appeared and covered her eyes from behind. Tina said in a funny voice, Guess who I am? Zhou Lin smiled and touched her hand. Mom can't guess. Tina refused. Guess again. Zhou Lin cooperated with her. Oh, Mom knows. It's Mom's little rascal. Tina put her hands down, then walked to the front, sat on Zhou Lin's lap, and put her arms around her neck. Zhou Lin held her with one hand and touched her arm around his neck with the other hand. Baby, are you hungry? Tina touched her flat belly. Uh-huh. Zhou Lin also touched her belly. My baby is hungry. Then he called Aunt Song. Aunt Song, bring breakfast to Tina. Aunt Song heard the voice and said, Madam, I'll be right there. Then Aunt Song brought breakfast to Tina and said to her lovingly, Miss, eat quickly. Tina smiled at her obediently. Thank you, Aunt Song. Zhou Lin asked her, Do you want your mother to feed you? Mom, I can do it myself. Tina said as she got down from Zhou Lin's legs and sat on the stool next to her. Tina was eating breakfast. Zhou Lin told her, Tina, the photos we took are out. The people from the photography company will deliver them to our home in a while. Tina was very happy when she heard it. Really? That's fast. Yes, we will be able to see it soon. Yeah. Mom, let's hang up the pictures. Okay, where do you want to hang it, Tina? Tina tilted her head and thought for a moment. Well, we need to put some in the living room and in the bedroom. We need to put some in your bedroom and in mine. Zhou Lin lovingly combed her hair. Okay, Mommy listens to Tina. After a while, Tina heard someone ringing the doorbell and immediately got up and ran to open the door. Zhou Lin called her from behind. Tina, slow down. I know, Mom. Tina opened the door and saw several people outside, holding sealed framed photos, some large and some small. Tina couldn't hide her excitement. Come in. The people from the photography company came in, and Zhou Lin also came over. The staff asked, Where do we put your things? Let's put it in the living room first. Zhou Lin replied. The person from the photography company put down the photo and said to Zhou Lin, Are you Ms. Zhou? Yes, it's me. Ms. Zhou, these are the hardcover photos you selected. Please check them. Zhou Lin said to Tina. Tina, open it and take a look. Okay. Tina squatted down and tore open the sealing paper. The photo came out. Tina saw the photo and said to Zhou Lin, Mom, this is our photo. Good. At this time, the person from the photography company said to Zhou Lin, You have taken 3 sets of photos in total. We have marked them here. Please check them carefully. Good. Then Zhou Lin said to Tina, Tina, check it out. Tina nodded, yeah. Then she checked again, and it was correct. Mom, yes, it's all here. The photography company staff handed 3 more photo albums to Zhou Lin. Ms. Zhou, these are your 3 photo albums. Please check and accept them. Zhou Lin took it. Tina stood up. Mom, let me see. Tina, come and see. Tina picked up one of the photo albums and looked through it. Mom, it's so beautiful. Does Tina like it? Tina was so happy that she couldn't take her eyes off. I love it so much. Zhou Lin felt happy too when he saw her happy face. Ms. Zhou, the photos have been inspected and approved, so we will bind them for you next.
Can.
Then please choose the photo and location. Zhou Lin looked at Tina. Tina, you choose. Okay. Tina picked up the largest one and looked at Zhou Lin. Mom, I'm going to hang this in the living room. Zhou Lin agreed lovingly. Okay. Then he told the staff, listen to my daughter. Okay, Zhou knew to. The staff picked up the photos and quickly put them in the location specified by Tina. Then Tina took them to the bedrooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors, where the staff hung the photos on the walls one by one and installed them. Zhou Lin watched Tina directing the staff to arrange the photos and felt extremely happy. After the staff finished loading the photos, they said to Zhou Lin, Ms. Zhou, if you have any questions later, you can call us directly. We are always here for you. Okay, thank you for your hard work. As you should. Goodbye, Ms. Zhou. Okay, thank you. After the staff left, Tina looked at a pile of small framed photos and asked Zhou Lin, Mom, where should we put these? What is Tina watching? With so many photos, we need to put them in the living room, bedroom, and study. Zhou Lin touched her hair and said, just listen to Tina. Yeah, Mom, let's do it together. Okay, baby. After the photos were arranged, Tina looked at them and said to Zhou Lin happily, Mom, our photos are everywhere in the house. Tina likes it, so let's take more photos later, okay? Zhou Lin discussed with her, how about bringing Dad and brother along when the time comes? Tina thought for a moment and said, Dad can consider it, but he doesn't want it yet. Why? Tina, I haven't even seen him. How can I take a picture with him? Mom meant later, Tina. Okay, Mom, we'll talk about it later. Okay. Zhou Lin sat on the sofa. Tina nestled in her arms, and they were looking at the photo album. At this time, Tina said, Mom, I want to show the photos to Uncle Lu and the others. Zhou Lin touched her head and said, sure. Then I'll add Uncle Lu and Aunt Wu to a WeChat group, and we can all watch it together. Then Tina added Lu Jiang, Wu Xia, Lu Yi, and Wu Jinjin to a group and said to Zhou Lin, Mom, let me add you in too. Zhou Lin thought for a moment and said, forget it, Tina. Mom won't go in? Oh well. Chapter 66 Family WeChat Group. As soon as the WeChat group was created, Tina received the message. Wu Jinjin sister, you created a group for us. Tina, yes. Sister Jinjin, I miss you all. Wu Jinjin, sister misses you too. Baby. Wu Xia, Tina, are you feeling better? How are you now? Tina, don't worry, Aunt Wu, I'm fine now. Wu Xia, that's good. Then Auntie will be relieved. Lu Yi, wow, so lively. Tina, sistery, why did you come just now? Wu Zhenjin, don't mention it. She's so busy all day long that she's like a madman. Tina, what's wrong? Louis, Zhenjin, what nonsense are you talking about? Wu Zhenjin, who is talking nonsense? Who is the one who doesn't sleep every night? Louis looking for a fight. Wu Zhenjin Loyalu expression pack. Wu Xia, you two be quiet. Tina, why did you bring us in? Is there something wrong? Tina, it's okay, Aunt Wu, I just miss you guys. Why hasn't Uncle Lu come yet? Lu Jiang, Tina, Uncle is here. Uncle is here. Tina, Uncle Lu, you are finally here. I missed you guys so much. Lu Jiang, then when Tina is better, come to Uncle's house to play, okay? Tina, yes, I will definitely go. Wu Xia, when Tina comes, Auntie will make you something delicious. Tina, I miss the food my aunt cooked. Wu Xia, okay, baby, when you come, Auntie will cook a big table of dishes for you. Tina, I know Aunt Wu is the best. Wu Xia, Tina is so good. Wu Jinjin, Tina, why are you being so polite to Ms. Wu? Wu Xia, this kid, Tina is 100 times more sensible than you. Lu Yi, I agree with this. Wu Zhenjin, tisk. Tina shy expression pack. At this time, Lu Jiang changed the name of the WeChat group to Family. Wu Zhenjin, Dad, what name did you change to? Why is it so old-fashioned? Louis, I feel the same way. Wu Xia, what do you know? Wu Zhenjin, yes. We don't understand anything. Lu Jiang. Let's call it this name. I think this name is the most suitable. Wu Xia, I agree. Tina. I listen to my uncle and aunt. Lu Jiang, good kid. Wu Zhenjin. Resistance is useless. Louis, that's it. Tina and the others were chatting. Zhou Lin was watching beside them. Tina told Zhou Lin, Mom, Uncle Lu named the WeChat group I created, Family. That's great. It means your Uncle Lu loves you like his own child. Yeah, Mom, Uncle Lu and his family are all so nice to me. Tina, you can visit your Uncle Lu more often in the future. I know, Mom. Tina sent a message in the group again. Tina, the photos of me and my mother are out. Let me show you. Wu Xia. Okay. Baby, let us see it. Wu Zhenjin's sister, I want to see. Louis, Tina, send it soon. Tina took photos for the photo album and sent them to the group. Wu Xia, Tina is so beautiful. Wu Zhenjin, it looks so good. Lu, it really good. Wu Xia, we can also take group photos together in the future. Wu Zhenjin, okay. Okay, let's ask my sister to come along. Wu Xia, Zhenjin is right. Lu Jiang, that couldn't be better. Lu Yi, when will you take the photo? At this time, Tina looked at the photos they sent and said to Zhou Lin hesitantly, Mom, Uncle Lu and his family are taking photos. It's not appropriate for me to go. It's okay, Tina, you can go. But, Mom, they're taking photos at home, and it's not a good idea for me to go there alone as an outsider. It's okay, Tina, you're not an outsider. Your Uncle Lu will be very happy if you go. Is that so, Mom? Certainly. At this time, the family was in a crowd. Wu Zhenjin, why is my sister silent? Wu Xia, Tina. Tina, Auntie Wu, I'm here. Wu Xia, Tina, if there is a chance in the future, let's take a group photo together. Wu Zhenjin's sister, take the photo. Louis, Tina, it's so much fun when we are together. Tina, yes, I will listen to you and go with you. Wu Zhenjin, yeah.
Liu Yok.
Wu Xia, good kid. Lu Jiang, then when everyone has time, we will go shoot. Wu Zhenjin must. Lu Yi, looking forward to it. Tina, looking forward to the same style. Lu Jiang, all the children are here. Wu Xia, yes. At this time, Lu Jiang's family. In the bedroom, Wu Xia said to Lu Jiang, are you happy now? Yeah, I think our family is truly worthy of the name. Now that Tina is back, no one is missing. Wu Xia looked at him distressedly. When are you going to tell them? Or are you going to keep the truth secret from the two children forever? Lu Jiang sighed. To be honest, I don't know. Yi and Tina are both my daughters, and I don't want either of them to get hurt. As far as the current situation is concerned, I am already very satisfied. If it really comes to that, I still hope to at least wait until Yi gets married. You're very thoughtful. As for Tina, I am grateful to my daughter for living a happy life. Her mother can give her a better life, and I don't want to break the peace of my daughter's heart. You're such a good dad. Zhou Lin Villa. Tina was curled up on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Aunt Song had gone to bed, and Zhou Lin was cutting fruit for her in the kitchen. Zhou Lin's phone rang. It was a video call from Xiao Yang. Zhou Lin glanced at Tina on the sofa and saw that she was watching TV seriously. Then he answered the call. Xiao Yang's handsome face appeared on the screen. Mom, what are you doing? Where's my sister? Your sister is watching TV. Mom is cutting fruit for her. Mom, how is my sister? Is she okay? Xiao Yang asked with concern. Don't worry, Yang Yang. Your sister is almost well now. Yang Yang, do you want to talk to her? Mom, I want to talk to my sister. I miss her so much. Wait for me, Yang Yang. Yeah. Xiao Yang's tone could not hide his excitement. Zhou Lin put down his phone and went to the living room with some fruit. Tina, eat some of the fruit your mom cut for you. Tina picked up a piece of Wawawaniu apple and put it in her mouth. Thank you, Mom. You're welcome, babe. Zhou Lin sat down, touched Tina's head, and discussed with her, Tina, your brother called and he missed you very much. Can you talk to him? Tina turned her eyes away from the TV. He called? Tina looked at her and nodded. Yes. Tina thought about it. Well, all right then. Zhou Lin was a little worried and asked her, Tina, do you know what to do?